Take your seats. We are delighted to receive you on this remarkable morning. The event will commence shortly. Kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode, please. Photography is allowed, but please avoid flash during ceremonial segments. If you are posting, do tag us using the hashtags hashtag IN2TN, hashtag Innovation Capital TN, hashtag IP Conclave 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment of honor has arrived. We warmly welcome Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin Avargal, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, to the Innovation in Tamil Nadu IN2TN IP Conclave 2025. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is accompanied by Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Thiru Dr. J. Jayaranjan, Vice Chairman, State Planning Commission, Thiru Brajendra Navneet IAS, Principal Secretary to Government Information Technology and Digital Services Department, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub. As we speak, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin Avargal, is walking through the technology showcase curated specially for today. These exhibits represent the spirit of innovation and the power of Tamil Nadu's deep tech vision being catalyzed by the Tamil Nadu Technology Transfer Facilitation Center, TNTTFC, at iTNT Hub. This showcase is facilitated by the All India Council for Technical Education, AICTE. We have a list of innovation centers lined upon on these centers. First up, a machine to create edible sheets of sustainable packaging developed by Dr. Rajeshwari from Avinashi Lingam Institute of Women. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister now engaged with the machine for making edible sheets for packaging industry. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is now moving to the next stall. A safety innovation, SafeMate. SafeMate is being showcased. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is now engaging with the SafeMate by Mr. Rutresh and Dr. Martin of Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College. Here comes healthcare marvel. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is now engaging with the Smart Eye High-Res Advanced Endoscopic Imaging System. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister engaged with the Smart Eye High-Res Advanced Endoscopic Imaging System by Ms. A. Maheshwari from the Healthcare Technology Innovation Center, IIT Madras earlier. Also, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is going to interact with K. Vaishal Manu and Dr. Martin of Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College, as they will be presenting V-Sensex and Intelligent Sensing Innovate methanol and ethanol in beverages and cosmetics. Also, we have Autonomous Coal Mine Dumper, a bold industrial innovation by Dr. Pradesh and Dr. Chinadurai from Chennai Institute of Technology and Banariamman Institute of Technology. We also have textile innovation entering the arena with a sectional hank dyeing machine by Dr. Sukanya Devi from Kumaraguru College of Technology. Also, we have an AI-powered UV disinfection and patient assistance robo built by Dr. Sivabala Krishnan of Banariamman Institute of Technology. Real-time AI autonomy robo for UV disinfection and patient's assistance using edge device by Dr. Siva Balakrishnan of Banariamman Institute of Technology and Satyamangalam. Also, we have an amphibious crawler robo, an all-terrain innovation by Mr. Rajiv Govindan. The showcase has precision aquaculture with an IoT-enabled aqua boy. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister engages with all these startups, with all these innovations. IoT-enabled aqua boy for precision aquaculture by Dr. Kanaga Chidambareshan of Whale-Tech Rangarajan, Dr. Shakuntala R&D Institute of Science and Technology. Also, Velur Institute of Technology is a sponsor stall for us. We have a breakthrough in fire safety. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister engages with the flame retardant coating composition and a process for its preparation technology by Dr. Ishwaraya of SRM Institute of Science and Technology and Katangalatur. We also have an exciting bioglue-based biosensor for real-time diagnostics. Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology stalls, IP Clinic stalls by ecosystem partner. Kotak Mahindra Bank is a sponsor stall. Also, we have a sustainable nanotech solution, biosynthesis of zirconium oxide nanoparticles. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is now engaging with the sectional hank dyeing machine, Dr. Sukanya Devi of Kumaraguru College of Technology. This textile innovation enters the arena with a sectional hank dyeing machine. We now saw we had an AI-powered UV disinfection and patient assistance robo built by Dr. Siva Balakrishnan of Banariaman Institute of Technology. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister engaged with them. And then we had an amphibious crawler robo, an all-terrain innovation by Dr. Raju Govindan. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister engaged with the amphibious crawler robo by Mr. Raju Govindan too. And now the showcase moves to precision aquaculture with an IoT-enabled aqua boy. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is now engaging with the IoT-enabled aqua boy for precision aquaculture by Dr. Kanaga Chidambaresan of WhaleTech. Dr. Shakuntala R&D Institute of Science and Technology is interacting with Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. And now, Vellore Institute of Technology was a sponsor stall. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is now interacting with the representatives from Vellore Institute of Technology. We now move on to a breakthrough in fire safety. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is now engaging with a flame retardant coating composition and a process for its preparation. This technology is by Dr. Ishwaraya of SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Kattankulattur. Ladies and gentlemen, before our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and other chief guests enter the arena, we have an announcement. As we continue with the proceedings, we would like to request all dignitaries and esteemed invitees who will be joining us on the stage to kindly follow the following arrangement for a smooth flow. Please enter the stage from the left side stairs. Proceed to take your positions behind the dignitaries who are already on stage. And once your part is complete, kindly exit from the right side stairs. We appreciate your cooperation in ensuring the event to run smoothly. Thank you. We have one more from SRM again, a hybrid panel structure for optimized structural performance, brought by Dr. Pradeep. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is from Institute of Science and Technology, Kattankulathur. Up next, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister engages with the gait rehabilitation device by Dr. Mohan Verma of Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore. And now we have an exciting bioglue-based biosensor for real-time diagnostics. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is now engaging with the multi-purpose bioglue for electrochemical biosensor point-of-care diagnostics by Dr. Murugan Veerapandiyan of CSIR, Central Electrochemical Research Institute, Karaikudi. And now, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister has moved on to the next stall. IP Clinic stall by Ecosystem Partner is a sponsor stall. We now watch our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister moving on to the next stall. Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology stalls by Ecosystem Partner. Kotak Mahindra Bank is again another sponsor stall. Next, we'll have synthesis of zirconium oxide nanoparticles. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister will be engaging with the improved method of bacteria. Finally, wrapping up this walkthrough, we have collaborative robots designed to monitor poultry health. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is now engaging with the monitoring, diagnosing, and managing the health of chickens in poultry farms using collaborative robots by Dr. Ilango of KSR College of Technology and Tiruchengodu. What an inspiring walk, ladies and gentlemen, through the minds of India's future-ready innovators. These breakthroughs are not just prototypes. They are potential game changers, ready to impact industries, livelihoods, and lives. Let us give a warm round of applause as we rejoin the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in the main hall for the next segment. May I request all the participants to kindly be seated, please? In a few moments, we will have the pleasure of Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu entering the arena. May I request all the participants to kindly be seated, please? In a few moments, we will be honored to welcome the dynamic and visionary chief guest of the day, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin Avargal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome the dynamic and visionary chief guest of the day, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin avargal, with a big round of applause. Also, I request the Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Executive Vice Chairman of State Planning Commission, Principal Secretary to Government Information Technology and Digital Services Department, CEO of iTNT Hub, Chairman and Managing Director of National Research Development Corporation, President Electronics Network, CEO IIT Madras Research Park, Managing Director AstraZeneca to join us on the dais, please. May I request all the dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais as we begin the formal proceedings of IN2TN IP Conclave 2025. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of iTNT Hub and the Government of Tamil Nadu, it is my honor to welcome you to the first ever Innovate in Tamil Nadu IP Conclave IN2TN 2025. This landmark gathering is made possible with the invaluable support of our ecosystem partners, the World Intellectual Property Organization, Intellectual Property India, AICTE, and NASSCOM. And proudly sponsored by JPR University, Vellore Institute of Technology, Kotak Mahindra, and TVS Next. This IN2TN IP Conclave is more than a conference. It is a movement to position Tamil Nadu as the intellectual powerhouse of India. To commence the event, may I request students from Tamil Nadu Government Music College, Chennai to sing the Tamil Thai Varthu. Request everyone to kindly rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu.
நீராரும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெளிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் திக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற நித்திசையும் புகழ் வணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம்பியந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Request you all to kindly be seated, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for felicitation. May I now invite Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan avargal, to kindly extend his felicitations to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin avargal. May I now invite the Chief Executive Officer of iTNT Hub, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, to graciously felicitate the Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services. May I further request Chief Executive Officer of iTNT Hub to graciously felicitate the Principal Secretary to Government, Information Technology and Digital Services Department. Our Chief Executive Officer now facilitating the Chairman and Managing Director of National Research Development Corporation, Commodore Amit Rastogi. May I request the Chief Executive Officer to extend her felicitations to Mr. Josh Folger, President Electronics Network. May I again request Chief Executive Officer to extend her felicitations to Mr. Natraj Malupillai, Group CEO, IIT MRP. May I request Chief Executive Officer to extend her felicitations to Mr. Shivakumar Padmanabhan, Managing Director, AstraZeneca. request Chief Executive Officer is now facilitating Dr. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement. In support of the Honorable Chief Minister's vision for a greener and cleaner Tamil Nadu, the iTNT Hub is proud to contribute to the march towards a sustainable future. As a token of this commitment, all speakers of the day will be honored with the Certificate of Appreciation. Each certificate symbolizes our pledge to plant and nurture a sapling of a native tree species on their behalf. Details of the plantation and its progress will be duly shared with the respective speakers. May I now invite Thiru Brajendra Navneet IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Information Technology and Digital Services Department, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, Honorable Executive Vice Chairman, State Planning Commissions, dignitaries on dais, my colleague, all the participants from all walks of innovation. First of all, let me welcome all of you and very good morning and vanakkam from Tamil Nadu and Chennai. I know a lot of you are visiting from outside also. So it's a great occasion for us to welcome all of you. It's a uniquely curated program for innovation in Tamil Nadu. This is our first attempt in Tamil Nadu to bring, if I may say, 4 eyes together. Generally, we work with 2 eyes. Here, 4 eyes are together, which is innovators, institutions, investors, and industrialists. So I see among the large gathering, as well as the whole day program, we have tried to bring all these 4 people together. And it is a small beginning, but I can promise you that we will very carefully note down the takeaways from the day's proceedings, and we will come up with a very solid work plan for which all the startups, all the researchers will look forward towards in the form of innovations to monetizations, and that way they can lead Tamil Nadu into becoming a real knowledge economy. So once again, welcome all of you and looking forward towards the day's proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my privilege to invite a dedicated leader of Tamil Nadu's digital future, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan Avargal, Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, to deliver the special address.
Good morning to everybody, and let me begin by extending a warm welcome to our chief guest, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, who continues to give us all encouragement. He's also the Minister for Sports and Youth Welfare, Special Programs Implementation. So he was gracious enough to accept our invitation as soon as we asked him to come today, because this is so much about youth and new ideas. I also want to welcome and acknowledge my good friend, Dr. Jayaranjan, the Vice Chairman of the State Planning Commission, Commodore Amit Rastogi, the Chairman and Managing Director of the National Research Development Corporation, my own Secretary, Principal Secretary, Thiru Brajendra Navneet, Mr. Josh Folger, the President, Electronics of Zetwork, Thiru Sivakumar Padmanabhan, the Managing Director of the AstraZeneca Center here, Ms. Manita Venugopal, the CEO, and last but not least, my fellow REC alumnus, NIT alumnus, Thiru Nat Malapillai, the Group CEO of IIT Madras Research Park on the stage. And then I see so many dignitaries, so many CEOs, so many university chancellors, vice chancellors, heads of innovation centers here. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for gracing this occasion. It is a moment of deep satisfaction for me because this is something I announced almost a year ago in the budget session of the government of the Tamil Nadu Assembly. And we have worked long and hard to try and put it together. Our ambition is very clear. We have said it multiple times. The Chief Minister has focused on growth and scale across the state. But for a state that focused on social justice and education as the means to progress going back almost or more than a century, the great pride we have is that we are about 6% of the population, about 10% of the economy, almost 20% of the educational institutions in the top ranks, almost 20% of the graduates in STEM around the country, and in fact, almost 20% of the patents that are filed, I think around 70%, 17% of the patents that are filed in India. So we have consistently shown that an inclusive approach with participation of all delivers superior outcomes, at least in terms of education, innovation, research, patents. What we aim to do through first the establishment of the iTNT hub a couple of years ago, and then events like this, is to find ways to leverage that research, leverage that innovation, those ideas, into commercial outcomes, into new companies. I used to be an investment banker for a while, and let's say from the 70s, 80s till about 2000, the richest industry with the greatest compensation was investment banking. But after the growth of the internet, between 2000 and now, let's say in the last 25 years, more wealth has been created in the technology sector because of more productivity, more impact at a global level by a factor of probably 10 than what was out of the financial sector. This is the sector that is the future, the kind of scale of our demographics in terms of the ratio of youth. It is not realistic that we'll find all of them becoming employees of other companies. We need innovators, we need growth, we need new institutions, we need, like in most good democracies, a thriving MSME sector, and technology is going to be a huge part of that. So I want to congratulate all the officers of the IT department and all of the people who are our partners across the state. I see many people we have signed MOUs with in the past. I'm sure we're going to sign some more in the future, including today. But our future is going to be determined by, first, creative ideas, and second, how we can find ways to implement those ideas, primarily for the sake of growth and development and progress and job creation. But as I saw today when we were walking around, so many of these are applicable to the government, to public society, to the improvement of citizens' lives. So I hope that today will be an opportunity to create a lot of interchanges, a lot of relationships. Creating ecosystems and cultures of innovation is not a trivial thing, but it requires a lot of sustained focus, and it requires a mindset that is developed over repeated opportunities. I hope today will be one of those, and I congratulate all of those who work to get this together tirelessly, and I welcome all of you and hope you have a wonderful day here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome our chief guest, a dynamic force behind Tamil Nadu's innovation and youth development, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin avargal, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Tamil Nadu, to deliver the chief guest address. மாண்புமிகு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை விழா பேருரையாற்றி சிறப்பிக்குமாறு பணிவுடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
Dr. Palnivel Thiagarajan, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Dr. Jayaranjan, Vice Chairman of State Planning Commission, Commodore Amit Rastogi, Chairman and Managing Director, National Research Development Corporation, Thiru Brajendranath Namnit IAS, the Principal Secretary, IT and Digital Services Department, Dr. Karthik AN IAS, MD of ELCOT, Mr. Josh Folger, President, Electronics and Zetwork, Mr. Nat Mallupillai, Group CEO of IIT Madras Research Park, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, CEO, iTNT Hub, Mr. Sivakumar Padmanabhan, Managing Director and Head of Global Innovations and Technology Center, AstraZeneca India Private Limited, Thiru Suresh Sambandam, CEO of KISFLO, Dr. Regina, Chancellor of JPR University, and to all our esteemed guests here, leaders from the industry, research, academia, students, startups, and most importantly, the young innovators across Tamil Nadu. Good morning to one and all who are present here. Anevarukkum iniya kaalai vanakkam. It is a privilege to be here today to innovate the Tamil Nadu Conclave 2025. The Dravidian movement has always promoted new technology. Whenever the DMK has been in power, it has consistently worked to ensure the availability of emerging technologies to reach and benefit every section of the society. It was the visionary leadership of Dr. Kalaignar that laid the foundation for Tamil Nadu's journey into the digital era. He was the first Chief Minister in India to introduce a dedicated state IT policy, which was a bold and forward-thinking move at that time. Not only that, Dr. Kalaignar also brought the computer education into schools and set up tidal parks, which have transformed and enlightened the lives of millions of youths in Tamil Nadu. Dr. Kalaignar's vision has empowered students and professionals and continues to shape the digital progress we witness today. Following in Dr. Kalaignar's footsteps, our Honorable Chief Minister has made Tamil Nadu a leading state in information and technology. Under his visionary leadership, our Dravidian model government is charting a transformative path by setting new benchmarks in the IT and Digital Services Department. I'm happy to share some notable achievements of our IT and Digital Services Department over the past 4 years. With the efforts of our Dravidian model government, Tamil Nadu has emerged as the third largest software exporter in country. Chennai is proudly called the SaaS, Software as a Service capital of India. Major IT companies are rapidly expanding into the Tier 2 cities like Coimbatore and Madurai. With the IT department's participation, the government is addressing skill gaps and equipping our students to be industry-ready through proactive initiatives like the Nan Mudalvan scheme. About 2,000 free Wi-Fi spots have been set up in Chennai, Tambaram, Avadi, and Coimbatore corporations areas to strengthen the digital access. To highlight these efforts, our Honorable Chief Minister launched the iTNT hub in the May 2023. Since then, Tamil Nadu has emerged as a leader in building a structured, statewide innovative model. This conclave takes place at a very important time. I congratulate the IT and Digital Services Department for choosing the theme, Intellectual Powerhouse, transforming Tamil Nadu into the innovation capital of India. I'm happy to note that this conclave reflects the aspirations of our state to transform Tamil Nadu into an innovation capital and an intellectual powerhouse. As pointed out by our Honorable Minister for IT and Digital Services, this conclave marks a milestone in our innovation journey. It not only aims to create intellectual property, but also to protect, scale, and commercialize it. I'm sure that this conclave will help researchers, startups, industries, and policy makers enhance intellectual property awareness. This will help to build a culture where IP is seen as both creative and an economic asset. Tamil Nadu's numerous intellectual property-based innovations could get a platform here. Most importantly, many MOUs are being signed between the government of Tamil Nadu and leading industries, global hubs, and premier academic institutions. These partnerships will help build a strong connection and a vibrant innovation ecosystem, leading to a co-creation, funding, and tech transfer. I am proud to announce the first disbursement of the Foundation Fund, created to support deep tech and emerging tech startups in Tamil Nadu. Our Honorable Chief Minister sees this as an investment in Tamil Nadu's future. The iTNT Hub leads these efforts with support from national and global partners, helping to move technology from universities to industries and turn research into real value. This conclave will give a clear picture of how we will align our strategies with global best practices and prepare for global competition. It will be remembered in the history of Tamil Nadu's IT journey. I hope our students will be bold in creating new ideas and protecting them. I urge our researchers to go beyond publishing and think about making products and startups. To our startups, let your IP be your edge, own it, and grow with it. To our investors, Tamil Nadu has plenty of opportunities for investment. Many reports show that Tamil Nadu tops in ease of doing business, I invite you to invest early in Tamil Nadu's innovation story and grow with us. This is about shaping Tamil Nadu's future as a global leader in innovation. I assure you that the government of Tamil Nadu is committed to empower this journey through policy, infrastructure, investment, and leadership. Let us move ahead together as one innovative ecosystem, one Tamil Nadu. I wish this conclave great success. Thank you. Nandri. Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir, for your powerful message of Tamil Nadu's IT journey. We will now play a short video highlighting the vision and impact of iTNT Hub's dynamic initiatives to strengthen the innovation and IP ecosystem of Tamil Nadu.
In the land of ancient wisdom and timeless creativity, a new future is being forged. Here in Tamil Nadu, innovation isn't just encouraged, it is protected, celebrated, and shared with the world. Guided by the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, M.K. Stalin, Tamil Nadu is building a $1 trillion economy powered by innovation and intellectual property. At the forefront of this transformation stands Tamil Nadu Technology Hub, iTNT, the first of its kind. Innovation hub for deep and emerging technologies, quoted as Model Hub by the India's Principal Scientific Advisor's Office, launched with support from the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Government of Tamil Nadu, and industry leaders. iTNT Hub empowers researchers, startups, and industries to tackle the challenges of tomorrow with today's innovation. To begin this collaboration, a unified platform was launched by the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Udayanidhi Stalin, Jigsaw, a launchpad that unites academia, startups, industry, and investors to accelerate IP creation, commercialization, and global impact. Through iTNT's flagship program, Beacon, an idea validation bootcamp, Pathfinder, incubation cohort, and iAccelerate acceleration program, iTNT Hub empowers deep tech innovators to be part of this thriving collaborative ecosystem that accelerates cutting-edge breakthrough. Tamil Nadu's Technology Hub, in collaboration with World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, and backed by the state government, empowers researchers and IP holders with strategic IP insights through its newly inaugurated Technology Transfer Office.
நான் ப்ராடக்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் பண்ணிருக்கேன், அதுக்கு நான் பேட்டன்ட் ஃபைல் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். பீக்கன் கோஹார்ட் 5 எனக்கு அது ரொம்ப ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருந்துச்சு. இங்கே டொமைன் எக்ஸ்பர்ட்ஸோட டைரக்ட் இன்ட்ராக்ஷனும் இருந்துச்சு, அதே மாதிரி ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஸோடையும் இருந்துச்சு. அது என் ஃபவுண்டேஷன் நாலேஜ் பில்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ரொம்ப ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருந்துச்சு. Thanks my university, ITNT, and Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu for making this opportunity.
Lona was a part of the first cohort of the iAcceleration program here at ITNT. Selecting the right kind of VC companies and investors, the industry professionals to interact with the right startup, that mapping was just outstanding. I'd like to really thank ITNT for the opportunity.
Tamil Nadu champions inclusive innovation by bridging grassroots creativity with cutting-edge technology, ensuring progress reaches every corner of the society. Tamil Nadu Technology Hub forged the path for the nation's first state-level deep tech set to be released soon. Over the past 2 years, Tamil Nadu Technology Hub has ignited a deep tech revolution, fueling startups with world-class infrastructure, catalytic funding, global collaborations, and unwavering government support. By turning bold ideas into real-world impact through strategic mentorship and industry-driven challenges, we are forging Tamil Nadu into a powerhouse of innovation and a model for an innovation-led economy.
With the spirit of innovation and collaboration, we now commence the Technology Transfer Facilitation segment, where promising research meets real-world industry applications. In the esteemed presence of Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, may I now invite representatives from National Institute of Ocean Technology, along with Mr. Varre Chaitanya Pradeep, Managing Director of Varre Oyustruck Ventures Private Limited, to the dais for the formal technology transfer of recombinant ectoin from deep-sea bacteria. May I request the dignitaries on the stage to kindly join them for a group photograph, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Dr. M.A. Bhagyaveni, Professor, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, College of Engineering, Guindy, and Mr. Sri Prakash Radhakrishnan, Chief Executive Officer and Founder, Acme India Medical Drones Private Limited, to the dais for this technology transfer of her innovation titled Medical Drone with Data Communication Enabled Flight Controller for Real-Time Tracking. Thank you, sir. I kindly request Dr. Bhagyaveni to remain on stage for the subsequent transfers, please. May I now invite Mr. Arul Jagannathan, Director, Mayura Aerospace Private Limited, to the dais for the technology transfer of Dr. M.A. Bhagyaveni's innovation. System and method for gesture-driven UAV titled Gesturefly. Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Mr. T. Arivuraja, Chief Executive Officer, MAPE IT Solutions Private Limited, to the dais for the technology transfer of Dr. M.A. Bhagyaveni's innovation, IoT-based handheld pregnancy monitoring device. Thank you to our esteemed researchers and industry representatives. Thank you. We now move forward to an important segment of today's event, the MOU exchange ceremony between iTNT Hub and its strategic partners from industry, government institutions, and innovation ecosystem. We gratefully acknowledge the gracious presence of Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, Chief Executive Officer of iTNT Hub, who's already on the stage. To begin, may I invite representatives from National Research Development Corporation, NRDC, to the dais for the MOU exchange with iTNT Hub. This collaboration will support iTNT Hub's incubatees through end-to-end technology transfer, licensing facilitation, global reach, and joint initiatives. Next, we may invite representatives from American Society of Mechanical Engineers to the dais for the MOU exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, this partnership enables joint outreach, mentorship, and access to ASME's premier hardware and product design programs. Thank you. May I now call upon representatives from Bosch to the dais for the MOU exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, this collaboration fosters co-incubation and applied research while connecting deep tech innovators with mentors, labs, and joint development opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please. Thank you. May I now invite representatives from Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, to the dais for the MOU exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the representatives from Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, on the dais for the MOU exchange. This partnership will drive joint research, product development, and support for startups in advanced technology domains. Thank you. May I now next... Thank you. May I now invite Indian Science, Technology and Engineering Facilities MAP, iSTEM, to the dais for the MOU exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, this collaboration promotes innovation and research through strategic partnership and shared infrastructure. Thank you to all our MOU partners for joining hands with iTNT Hub in this exciting journey towards innovation and impact. May I kindly request the dignitaries on stage to kindly take their seats as we move into the next segment. Finally, may I call upon representatives from Mahindra & Mahindra to the dais for the MOU exchange. Thank you. This partnership enables corporate-led co-incubation through innovation challenges. We now move on to the next important segment of this morning, the letter of intent presentation by the distinguished legal partners of Tamil Nadu Technology Transfer Facilitation Center. May I kindly request the dignitaries on stage to remain on stage, please. I now invite representatives from following legal institutions to the dais to join us for this special moment. Putran and Associates, A.K. Milesamy and Associates LLP, Kira Law, IP Dome IP Strategy Advisors. Ladies and gentlemen, this photograph marks a significant collaboration uniting legal vision and government leadership to enable seamless technology transfer in Tamil Nadu. Let's have a round of applause to honor these partners who will play a crucial role in safeguarding innovation and enabling technology transfer across the state. Thank you to all our LOI partners for your valuable support. You may now kindly take your seats, please. We now step into a proud and promising chapter, the Foundation Fund Sanction Ceremony, a key initiative launched by the Deputy Chief Minister during Imagine 2025. This fund aims to empower cutting-edge startups from Tamil Nadu, working in deep tech and emerging technology domains. These ventures incubated at iTNT Hub are shaping the future with bold ideas and scalable solutions. May I now respectfully request the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu to present the foundation fund checks to the selected startups. Let's cheer for the trailblazers who are transforming ideas into impact. Settler Ecopolymer Private Limited is on the dais to receive the check. May I now invite Space Tug Private Limited to receive their check next. Space Tug is building a satellite network to tackle space debris, enabling safe and sustainable space operations. Now call upon Likan Clean Cell Innovations Private Limited. This promising startup is developing eco-friendly aluminum batteries, a safe and sustainable alternative to lithium-ion solutions. Kudos to the team inviting our next innovation center, Acrofluidic Innovation Private Limited, to the dais. Acrofluidics lab-on-chip technology enables non-invasive rapid cancer detection, making healthcare more accessible and precise. Congratulations, team. Last but certainly not least, may I invite IM Robotics Private Limited to receive their check. IM Robotics is revolutionizing surgery with SurgiCort, India's first precision robotic handheld surgical device for minimally invasive procedures. Well done, team. You may kindly take your seats. Our next segment, we are proud to announce the expansion of iTNT Hub into Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. As a first step, we welcome the Government College of Technology, Coimbatore, for an MOU exchange with iTNT Hub. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to announce the expansion of iTNT Hub into Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Taking this expansion further, we now invite representatives from colleges across southern districts for the Jigsaw MOU exchange with iTNT Hub on stage for the group photograph with Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, and all the dignitaries on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to celebrate our emerging innovators. Let's celebrate with a big round of applause. They are presented with graduation certificates. Thank you all. It's time to celebrate our emerging innovators. We now are going to present graduation certificates to the teams who successfully completed Beacon Bootcamp cohorts 4 and 5. I invite the Beacon graduates on stage for a group photograph with Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and other dignitaries on the stage. I invite them in 2 successive batches. Here we have the first batch from Beacon graduates on the stage for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer them up with a big round of applause. Thank you. I now invite the next batch of Beacon graduates on stage for the same group photograph, please. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister is congratulating all the participants of the Beacon Bootcamp. Now we find the next batch of Beacon graduates on stage for a similar group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have another batch of Beacon Bootcamp graduates joining us on the stage. We would like to extend our gesture with a big round of applause. We appreciate Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for his gesture towards all the participants. Congratulations to all the participants. May I now invite Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, Chief Executive Officer of iTNT Hub, to propose the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the vote of thanks, we would like to take a group photograph with the Pathfinder. Ladies and gentlemen, we find the Pathfinder cohort participants on the stage. Our dignitaries on stage are kind enough to extend their gesture to take a photograph with all the Pathfinder cohort participants. Ladies and gentlemen, we witness Honorable Deputy Chief Minister at Digital Services extending their warm gesture to all the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the vote of thanks session proposed by Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, Chief Executive.
எல்லாருக்கும் காலை வணக்கம். It is my honor today to deliver this vote of thanks in behalf of iTNT Hub and the Department of Information Technology and Digital Services. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Chief Minister Thiru M. K. Stalin for his visionary leadership in building the future-ready Tamil Nadu to achieve innovation, youth, and entrepreneurship across the state. My heartfelt thanks to Dr. Palnivel Thiagarajan, sir, Honorable Minister for IT and Digital Services, whose policy vision...
Everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all. With this, we formally conclude the inaugural session of IN2TN IP Conclave. We extend our heartfelt thanks to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu for gracing us with his presence and his inspiring words. Thank you, sir. We thank all the dignitaries on the stage. As the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and other dignitaries are now departing the venue, we request all the delegates and special invitees to kindly remain seated as we seamlessly transition into the next set of high-impact sessions lined up for the day. Master classes are about to get started soon. May I request the participants to kindly move to the master classes, please. May I request all the participants who are to appear for the master classes to kindly move from the main hall to the master classes arena, please. I request the rest of the gentlemen, rest of the invitees, rest of the attendees to kindly stay back with us on this main hall, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly keep seated as we proceed to the action-packed sessions of the day. Next up, we have expert sessions, panel discussions, and fireside chats. Moving forward, we will now be witnessing the first in a series of expert insights at the conclave. I invite Ms. Devjani Ghosh, distinguished We would like to remind that master classes have already started in the respective arena. I would request the participants for the master class to kindly move to the respective arena, please. Moving forward, we will be having a video from Ms. Devjani Ghosh, Distinguished Fellow, Niti Aayog, who will be delivering a talk on lab to commercialization virtually.
Good morning, and thank you very much to the team at iTNT Hub for the very kind invitation to this conference. You know, the theme of today's conference, Intellectual Powerhouse, Transforming Tamil Nadu into the Innovation Capital of India, couldn't be more timely. Today, knowledge and intellectual property are not just the currency of competitiveness, but they are the very foundation of economic growth and even frontline of national security. I think a country's capacity for innovation is now the single biggest factor shaping its place in the global order. In today's world, your ability to create, to adapt, and to lead in technology, especially frontier technologies, determines your position in the geopolitical race. For India, building a world-class innovation ecosystem, building world-class innovation capabilities, I don't think these are any more negotiable for us. They have become a tremendously important strategic imperative. I would say they have become today a must-do for the country. As we chart our roadmap towards becoming Viksit Bharat, we have to first become a true innovation powerhouse. And in that journey, as we figure out how to navigate the journey, there are three facts that I want to highlight. I think all of these three are going to be extremely important in how we shape this journey and how we build our competitive advantage. First, the mindset, the R&D mindset. I think grounds up, we have to understand as a country that R&D is no longer discretionary, optional, or good to do. It is today the engine of power and prosperity. It is something that we absolutely have to prioritize and to invest in. Across the globe, countries are doubling down on R&D because it's driving economic growth, it's creating competitive advantage, it's playing a huge role in strengthening national security. The US invested nearly around 200 billion, 190 to 200 billion in federal R&D just last year, with a robust annual increase in double digits. Global R&D spending has tripled since 2000 to around 2.75 trillion. You know, history shows that these investments are these investments fuel the long-term productivity, higher wages, entire new industries. In fact, these investments in R&D is what drives transformation of nations. It is what drives transformation of nations towards becoming global leaders. And I think it's very important for us to take this into account, that if we want to play in semicon, if we want to play in biotech, we want to play in AI, and if we want to be seen as a leading frontier tech nation in these technologies, technological primacy depends as much on our ability to, in fact, I would say it depends much more on our ability to innovate and build than it does on our ability to consume and use the innovations. Both are important, but without the first, we can never be an innovation powerhouse. Fact two, if we want to lead the frontier tech game, if we want to become a true frontier tech nation, our R&D prowess has to be world-class, and there are no two ways about it. If we want to lead the next big engines of growth, be it the evolution of AI into superintelligence, biotech, quantum, clean energy, advanced materials, we have to treat R&D as a strategic infrastructure, not simply an important thing that has to be done on the side. We have made progress. Patent filings have crossed 90,000 last year, if I'm not wrong. and Indian, most importantly, Indian applicants now accounting for more than half. Research publications, the number of patents that we file have all gone up. We are now ranking 39 in the Global Innovation Index. But I think all of us will agree that there's still a long way to go. In fact, my dream is that by in the next 5 years, in 2030s, in the early 2030s, we see our R&D investment rise to a minimum of 2% by GDP, driving deep tech missions in critical areas like semicon, space, biotech, quantum, clean energy. And most importantly, it's not just about the number of patents and publications that we come out with, but the quality of our publications, the quality of their patents. I would love to see India in the top 10 list of the most cited publications. The fact today is that there are too few patents that become real products or successful companies. The valley of death between lab and market remains far too wide. And that brings me to the third point. To lead in innovation, we have to lead with impact, not just the numbers. And this means excelling in that lab to market translation. This is, I believe, the most critical process in R&D. It's what turns intellectual power into economic power. We must focus on quality by forging strong industry academia clusters where research institutes and companies co-develop solutions. We need robust tech transfer and licensing systems so that university innovations don't die on the shelf. They become real, they get to market. And commercialization has to stop becoming a bad word with academia. And I think one of the ways of doing it is to reward the right outcomes and not just the outputs. But measure success by how many products come out of the innovation of publications alone. Above all, we must mobilize private capital. I think that is so important for this lab-to-market process to become real in India, to carry its weight when it comes to R&D and to become active partners in building India's R&D ecosystem. And I think this is where states can play a very, very critical role. Tamil Nadu is very uniquely positioned to blaze this trail. You are in one of India's top patent filing states. You boast of a very diverse ecosystem. Think about sectors. You have automotive, textiles, aerospace, electronics, and then you think of services for SaaS companies, for startups. It's a dream come true. It's a complete 360 industry landscape that you are, I think, very blessed to have. And and added to that is the dense network of IITs, research institutions, good institutes. So everything is coming together, and I think it's a very envious position to be in. Now, I think the challenge is how do you leverage these opportunities to show how a regional ecosystem can take research and development from lab to the world, turning ideas into global businesses. And it's not just about becoming India's innovation capital, but become a true global model that the rest of the world can look at. What is needed, of course, is strong will, intent, right from top, to do this, to make this happen, the courage to place strategic bets rather than spending your resources on doing a lot of different things, identifying a few areas that's mapped to your inherent strength and making the strategic bets to go deep into those areas, whether it is advanced manufacturing or building the next level of autonomous AI, etc. And ensuring that you reward those who deliver real products and solutions and not just coming out with the publications. All of it is important, but if we want to move from lab to market, we have to ensure our incentive system is aligned to the right outcomes. If you cultivate a high-stakes, pro-innovation culture, I do believe that industry will join the game too. They will definitely step up. So I would love to see how the state, with its vibrant industry, startup, academia base, can lead this transformation and show how India can become a true intellectual power that delivers real impact at scale. So wishing you all the very best, have a wonderful conference, and looking forward to understand the key deliberations. Thank you.
May I request you all to kindly take your seats, please? May I request you all to kindly assemble and take your seats? We now have a video message from one of our other well-wishers, Stephen Ezel. He is a Vice President, Global Innovation Policy at the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pause for a moment. We have an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, we request all the participants and our well-esteemed invitees to kindly occupy their respective seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we request our attendees, our valuable guests, invitees to kindly occupy their respective seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we find people on the aisle. We request them to kindly be seated, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have lined up a series of interesting events. So we'd request all the audience to kindly be seated on their respective seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the event will be started anytime sooner. May I request all the participants, all the invitees to kindly occupy their respective seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting to start the event anytime sooner. We would request your cooperation in occupying their respective seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a list of expert sessions, panel discussions, fireside chats, and very interesting events lined up for the day. We would request all the audience to kindly occupy their respective seats so that the event will get started sooner. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an interesting video with one of our well-wishers, Stephen Easel, Vice President, Global Innovation Policy at the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation. We'll be playing a video message from him shortly.
Well, good day, and thank you for the invitation to speak at the 2025 Innovate in Tamil Nadu IP Conclave on the topic of commercializing research, challenges, and opportunities. I'm Stephen Easel. I'm the Vice President for Global Innovation Policy at the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, ITIF. We are a Washington, D.C.-based science and technology policy think tank with the mission of advocating for public policies, laws, and regulation that drive innovation-based economic growth in countries throughout the world. You know, in my work, I've had the fortunate opportunity to study the innovation ecosystems of countries around the world. And I've seen that what has truly made the United States innovation ecosystem the world's most distinctive is that we have succeeded like no other country has at turning our universities into engines of innovation. In fact, from 1996 to 2020, academic technology transfer out of US universities to the private sector has resulted in over 550,000 new invention disclosures, 140,000 patents, and 18,000 new startup companies formed. And some of America's most iconic companies, Google, Genentech, Cisco, have all resulted from a process whereby federally funded research, scientific research, has been funneled to promising young researchers at US universities. Through the Bayh-Dole Act, the universities can come to own the intellectual property and then license it out, often to small startup companies or to other research institutions. And it's through this process that many of America's greatest startups have been formed. So lessons for India from the United States innovation ecosystem include first, the need to implement effective policies to transition research and technology from universities to the private sector. Second, the importance of programs to help scientists and engineers become entrepreneurs. And then third, effective programs to provide money to help scale and provide seed funding to promising young entrepreneurial companies at a very early stage. For instance, America's National Science Foundation's I-Corps program is an entrepreneurial training program designed to help researchers translate their NSF-funded basic research into commercial applications. It has produced over 1,200 startups. Similarly, our Small Business Innovation Research Program, the SBIR program, provides $2.5 billion of seed capital annually to startup companies. In total, it's provided $41 billion of seed capital since its founding, leading to the creation of over 700 public companies. And again, many of the most iconic American companies, Apple, Amgen, Qualcomm, have all come out of government-supported programs initially. Now, if India is going to reach its aspiration to become a global science and innovation powerhouse, it is going to have to redouble its commitment to investing in scientific research. Unfortunately, India only has a national R&D intensity of 0.64%. That's well below other nations such as China, which is at 2.68%. India has to commit to investing more in scientific research. In that regard, it's very promising that the US-India Trust Initiative promises new research partnerships between our National Science Foundation and your IN2TN National Research Foundation in the areas of critical and emerging technologies like semiconductors. Lastly, for India to turn its universities into engines of innovation, policymakers should consider several steps. First, allowing faculty and students at universities the ability to take entrepreneurial leave when they're trying to launch new startups. Making entrepreneurship a stronger faculty in faculty tenure, a stronger consideration in faculty tenure awards, and even developing university entrepreneurship rankings. It's also important that Indian high schools and universities teach methods of entrepreneurship and innovation more broadly. There are wonderful books out there today, like the 10 Types of Innovation, The Invincible Company, The Value Proposition, and the Business Model Canvas, that effectively teach ideation and innovation methods. India should commit to making this literature much more broadly available to its population. The world is not producing as much innovation as is possible or as is needed. So as you proceed through your conference in the next few days, wish you all the best of success, and here's to more innovation for the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, we welcome Commodore Amit Rastogi, Chairman and Managing Director of National Research Development Corporation, to deliver his keynote address.
I think I'll... A very good morning to all of you. Or should I say, yeah, it's about to be good afternoon. Honorable Principal Secretary IT, and all stakeholders of this innovation ecosystem in the state of Tamil Nadu. A very, very good morning once again. It was indeed an honor and a privilege to be present today as part of this IPTNT's IP Conclave, a subject which is very, very dear to my heart, and our CEO, iTNT, having given us this opportunity, indeed very, very thankful to you that an RDC is present now as part of this ecosystem which you are building up in Chennai. It's indeed very heartening to see the huge presence of all stakeholders of innovation ecosystem. And in the context of that MOU exchange which has happened between NRDC and iTNT, it is incumbent on me to basically give you some idea regarding National Research Development Corporation, because we are a CPSE which was created in 1953, 70 years back, primarily for the business of technology commercialization. And with this legacy of the 70 years and the role of technology commercialization and IPR portfolio management, what we are doing under Department of Scientific Industrial Research and Ministry of Science and Technology, we are happy to be here to collaborate with iTNT and to take this mandate forward and to be able to contribute to this. So this is what we primarily do, and this is a cliche which we say that we must take the technology from lab to land. And everyone's effort is primarily this, whether a startup takes it from whatever R&D work he's doing to the market, or whether the research which is happening in a public funded research institute, and that goes to the market. So the effort is that the R&D must reach the society. Okay? So that is the effort what NRDC puts in this process of technology commercialization. It's a small organization. We are based out of Delhi with our footprints pan-India with Visakhapatnam, Pune, Guwahati, and Bhubaneswar. And now I can say that we are going to be present in Chennai too, along with you. We have our incubation centers which are operating in Delhi with CSIR NAL at Bangalore in defense and aerospace sector, and the one at Bhubaneswar, which is along with CSIR IMMT. This is the business what we do, briefly, just to give you an idea that we exist for the stakeholders of this innovation ecosystem. On one end of the spectrum, you have the technology providers, and then what we call it as the technology licensees or prospective licensees, which are entrepreneurs, startups, MSME in industry. So this is the bridge what we help cover between, I would say, the technology developers and the one who would need the technology for establishing their businesses. But there are many value addition activities which we do in that process. So I thought it is important because since we have the startups, MSMEs also present here, so they should also have an idea that technology commercialization is not the process of matchmaking between the licensor and the licensee. There are a whole lot of activities which are required to be done. These are the questions which you normally ask when you want to acquire technology. You want to have an idea about the market. You want to know what the engineering plant which I'm required to establish for the manufacturing entity which I have to establish. There are DPRs, feasibility study reports. So we arm them with the studies which are required to be done in the process of technology acquisition. We are technology agnostic. We operate in any domain. So idea of giving this exposure to you is mainly because we are a resource, and it's a resource of the central government, which is available to you for utilization. So it means we operate in all technology sectors, and anyone and everyone possibly can approach an RDC for utilization of the services what we offer. Majority of the activities what we carry out is primarily, I would say, the promotional schemes of Government of India. They are central sector schemes in which the financial support is provided. And I think this would be of interest to the startup community, mainly because there are two things what they need: technology and the finances. And both the things are possibly available from the portals of NRDC. Technology through our network partnered labs, and the financial support through the central sector scheme of Government of India. There are 2 programs, and I would say one of the program is very, it is popular among startups, mainly because it provides you the fund for technology development and also for technology commercialization. And I don't think so anywhere where in India you get this kind of funds through the government sources, 1 crore for technology development, another crore for technology commercialization. And right in Chennai itself, we have 3 beneficiaries of this TDVC program who have crossed first milestone, and happy to state that they are in the deep tech startup space. I'll be covering about them subsequently. Okay. Though there are very many incubation centers, everyone is primarily aiming to provide support to the startups who comes to them, incubate them, provide them the co-working space. But we have moved a step forward, primarily because we the service startups through the central sector schemes. But besides that, whatever is needed for setting up a business entity, everything is basically available at one place to them. So they need not necessarily venture out for some of the components of setting up their enterprise to some other source. So we have technology transfer and IP portfolio management services, indeed, we provide. But we have the facilities of the TRL assessment during the process of your technology development, design clinic facility. Can I have this? No. Okay. So, so all in all, it's a one-stop shop solution, 360-degree support to a startup through our incubation space. And we have a futuristic outlook, which I will share that, yes, we are looking at setting up an entity, not in Delhi alone, but pan-India, co-located with industry clusters so that it is easily accessible to all of you. Okay. Major collaborators, I think it should give you an idea that we have the technology sources available from DRDO, Department of Atomic Energies, ISC, IITs, NITs, CSIR labs, and labs of Ministry of Earth Sciences. I think you witnessed today that we licensed technologies of an IoT to the industry. So that the job of technology commercialization is made easy through the efforts of the NRDC. I normally say that the scientists should not be worried about the commercialization part of it, because that's a non-core activity. And that's an activity, that's the space in which NRDC exists to provide that support. Some of the success stories, some of it, I think you can relate to it. All old-timers would obviously know the Amul milk spray, Amul milk food, which came in early 60s, and also indelible ink, which we normally use during election. So that was these are those technologies which got commercialized through the efforts of NRDC, but in today's time, with the startups, we are operating in the deep tech startup space, the solid state, the batteries, your plastic waste to graphene. So many such technologies primarily are available through the startups who are seeking support from us and also taking technologies from our public funded research institutes. Various international collaborations normally say that whatever technologies we are making, primarily is it for Make in India, we say that yes, it should be, but I'm talking about made in India for the world. And through these international collaborations, and there is a platform which we are talking about, subsequently I'll discuss, is that we want to take Indian technologies abroad to the foreign market, and these collaborations primarily would help. The important one being the WIPO Green. We are part of their advisory board and the core committee. Through that, the green technologies are basically gets onboarded, and we have a strategy for commercialization of green technologies along with WIPO Green. We brought in a WIPO Green acceleration project that helps in taking Indian technologies primarily for the study which is being done. One such study is a carbon neutral, climate resilient food production study being done along with WIPO Green. Okay. Just to give a pat on the back, not to say that yes, but in this particular space, our work has been recognized, and RDC has primarily contributed for IP protection and commercialization both. So accordingly, some of these awards which we received. Now to tell you, I think this is nothing new to you because you are part of this space. I think number one in the country primarily in terms of IP filing. And the innovation ecosystem and all components of it are available primarily in this space. So what is that what should be done? I think one such effort, I think, is, as I look at it, we are talking about creation of an iTNT kind of organization wherein you bring in synergy in amongst all innovation ecosystems stakeholders. But at the end of it, are we happy with the scenario of IP filing itself? 44% rise in last 1 year. Indeed, a measure of as to how the innovation system is, ecosystem is growing. Global Innovation Index coming down. It's a positive, I think, feature. But somewhere, I think there is a requirement to do an introspection that we have done creation, we have done protection. But have we done enough primarily for commercialization? So that is one space we have certain thing to talk about. I think this is, all in all, you are aware of it. And I would say the kudos to the system which has been put into place primarily for the state of Tamil Nadu. And we also are engaged with the number of organizations in the state of Tamil Nadu. You can see it primarily from the slide itself. And these are those active engagements. It is not MOUs on papers, but all of them are primarily functional and in which we have provided the services. One such was with NIOT, what we saw. And with Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, with SERC, with SICRI, Karaikuri, Pune, and the lot more. These are the startups. So why I'm sharing it with you is that we are not centered around Delhi. We primarily have operated in this space in Tamil Nadu, and quite a few of the startups from Tamil Nadu have been the beneficiary of the services of NRDC, in which they have received this funding. And all of them, if you look at it, are in the deep tech startup space. And they have reached fruition. It means they have crossed that milestone of reaching the stage of TRL 6. And they have shown their strength in the development of the technology. What they need is primarily, as we were discussing today morning, was some kind of accelerator who can take them to the market. So some of the component gets provided by NRDC, and some of it, I think, through the synergy, we will be able to help them out. And we are looking after this capital goods scheme of Ministry of Heavy Industries. Under that, the industry accelerators, center of excellences of various institutions of Tamil Nadu have been supported by us. Now, I think the aim or the dream is to become, as I heard from Honorable Minister, Deputy CM also, is that $1 trillion economy for Tamil Nadu. So how will that happen? I think the important thing is that untilness we don't get satisfied with the technology commercialization when it happens to one industry. We generally say that my technology has got commercialized. It means it has reached one industry or two industries or maybe 10 for that matter. Is it sufficient enough primarily to feed 1.4 billion people? I'm not too sure about it. So there is a requirement, I think, to create technology by masses for masses. So there is a requirement of technology commercialization and mass. How will that happen? Do I have the bandwidth? Not necessarily at my end, but also at the technology developer's end. So what is that which is needed primarily to do technology commercialization and mass? So that is a point which I would like to leave. We have, the able or distinguished dignitaries present amongst us. We have IIT Madras Research Park, we had AstraZeneca, we have ZWork, right? So there is an innovation ecosystem which is in place. But you would appreciate that this is limited by the individual's bandwidth. So how can we improve upon that technology exchange platform which may have the various verticals and various facilities through which we can do en masse commercialization. So this is just to give an idea of the various facilities, I think, which have been created in NRDC. 1 minute. Okay. So technology exchange is what I was talking about. So in that technology exchange, intention is that instead of, we should make our technologies more visible primarily to the ecosystem. Since it is going to be on cloud, so it is not for the beneficiaries in India. So this is something which is going to be visible. But is it going to be a platform only for matchmaking? No. So we are envisaging a platform akin to, I would say, Stock Exchange of India, wherein we provide all services of technology commercialization through this, and we make things happen end to end. So in that, with that quest in mind, so there are certain verticals which we have created. TRL facility, this is Netra, TRL assessment facility. Your IP and technology valuation vertical, design clinic support. And So this is what I had said initially, that we will be able to provide, we are providing 360-degree support to a startup. And through the technology exchange, what we are envisaging is that we are able to provide synergy amongst the technology developments which are happening in tier 2, tier 3 cities, not so discrete colleges and universities. So that is the aim, that is the vision what we have. And with today's association, which has happened with iTNT, I'm very, very hopeful that we will be able to contribute in a more dynamic fashion. And we look forward to making more unicorns and successful entrepreneurs and startups in the state of Tamil Nadu through the schemes of NRDC and through our support. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now, I request Commodore Amit Rastogi to kindly stay back on the stage. We would like to facilitate him with a small memento. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to felicitate every speaker today with a certificate of appreciation. Each certificate symbolizes our pledge to plant and nurture a sapling of a native tree species on their behalf. Details of the plantation and its progress will be duly shared with the respective speakers. May I request the Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, to kindly felicitate Commodore Amit Rastogi. May I request the sponsors to kindly come to the stage, please? May I request Principal Secretary, Information Technology and Digital Services Department, and also Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, to kindly come to the stage to felicitate our sponsors. We would like to request our sponsors, Belur Institute of Technology, JPR, Kotak Mahindra Bank, and TVS Next, to kindly come to the stage, please. We thank our sponsors and collaborators for supporting this monumental conclave. We would like to request our sponsors to kindly stay back on the stage for a group photograph, please. We request you to kindly stay back on the stage for a group photograph, please. May I request Mr. Naved Narayan, Vice President and Head R&D Center, Bosch Global Software Technologies, to kindly give his keynote address, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and friends of technology in Tamil Nadu. It's truly an honor to be here at the IP Conclave, hosted by iTNT Hub and the government of Tamil Nadu. And this is a convergence of, I would say, intellect, innovation, and policy. And this is very well aligned to our vision at Bosch. We call it Invented for Life. I am not going to use any slides. I would like to talk about, in the conversation we have had today, we talked about importance of technology for the growth of the industry and the economy and the country as a whole. I would like to show you how a company like Bosch, which is technology-led in the world, present more than 135 years, and in India, more than 100 years. And in Tamil Nadu, in the R&D space, more than 20 years. What's our approach? What's our focus? How do we contribute to this ecosystem? That's the conversation today. Like I said, innovation is at the forefront of Bosch because we believe in technology-led innovation. And we are leveraging deep tech and emerging technologies from India for the world. And at Bosch Research, our experts work in different domains, be it mobility, robotics, energy, or healthcare, where we drive foundational and applied deep tech research. So this is the part of the research approach from Bosch. And in this whole research network, India is a large part of that. So we have teams working in the deep tech research from our centers in India, contributing to the global development. We have also a center for AI, Bosch Center for AI, conducts cross-domain research, bringing AI into every product and domain we operate in. And in the space of AI, we have more than 1,000 AI patents filing done in the last few years. So that's a focus we have in the emerging technology space. Tech disruptions such as agentic AI, multi-agent systems are finding, in fact, place in our solutions and products, be it mobility, be it in manufacturing, be it in consumer products that we develop. And India plays a key role in our innovation journey. We have the largest R&D setup outside Germany, that is in India. We have a strong R&D presence also in Tamil Nadu. Like I said, we set up our center in 20 years ago. And we are contributing to all the cutting-edge development of all technologies in Bosch products out of the center. So that's a contribution we have from this center. We have built deep domain and system know-how. We have centers of excellence in areas like embedded AI or edge AI, cybersecurity, advanced motor technologies, energy, hydrogen, electromobility, software-defined mobility. So these are the areas wherein our experts and researchers work in and contributing in solutioning. And this happens in the heart of Tamil Nadu, that is in Coimbatore. Our startup engagement programs, we have worked with 70 plus deep tech startups. Most of them are in the deep tech space. In areas like electric vehicles, energy, and deep clean tech space. So this is also the way the programs we run with startup engagement. I'm very happy to see that we have set up the next phase of collaboration with iTNT. And we are also happy that iTNT is now present in different part of the state, including Coimbatore. Looking forward to those collaborations. Let me talk a little bit about the technology space itself. What kind of technology space are we really in focus from our space? First and foremost, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is not really exotic anymore. This has become basic and foundational for anything we do. So we have centers of excellence in cybersecurity. We talk about how do we build capability in the talent ecosystem, how do we build capability with partner ecosystem, how do we industrialize, commercialize solutions that are coming from this development. So cybersecurity to me is at the forefront. We see that's a basic skills that is required, capability that is required for MSMEs to scale up and play in the global scale. We talk about advanced motor technologies, be it in electrification, be it for consumer products, be it for robotics, manufacturing technologies. Motor technologies are becoming extremely important. And we have exciting development happening there with energy efficient solutions, new materials that is coming into, new technology spaces which are being explored. So we also focus on advanced motor technologies as one of the core areas for future growth. Third is e-mobility, energy, and hydrogen. We have, if you look at the electric vehicle applications, we have an unfair share of battery electric vehicles. Though we have technologies like hydrogen, which has been in the market since some years, not since commercial penetration. So we see potential applications in the hydrogen, especially fuel cells technologies that's going to come up in some part of the industry market segment. This is an area where we work very closely with academia and startup ecosystem. We talk about edge AI. We currently talk about AI from the context of generative AI. People talk about ChatGPTs and all that with large language models, but we talk about the deployment of AI on edge, and with the computing becoming a lot more powerful, sensors becoming a lot more powerful, and our memory footprint of small language models become more effective. We see very specific applications in edge AI. This serves two purposes. One, of course, we make electronics a lot more smarter. We can process a lot of data at the edge. It also serves the purpose of reducing your memory storage requirement. As you can imagine, with the explosion of generative AI, we see huge needs for data centers. We see huge energy requirement just for processing the ChatGPT request. Now, this is not sustainable. If you imagine the AI is in everybody's hand. We see a need for edge computing to become a lot more powerful. So AI on edge is one area where we really focus on. We have experts working in this space to make every product solution a lot more intelligent on edge. Now, innovation culture is an extremely important element to fuel all these opportunities and capitalize on with our talent and expertise in the market. So innovation first is a culture which we start from when an employee joins organization. They are in fact encouraged to look for opportunities to file patent. Of course, like Mr. Rastogi mentioned, number of patents are not really the mark, but that is basically the first trigger for people to look for, I too can innovate. From there, the job of any leadership is to really help to commercialize, make it relevant, take it to market. And so solutionizing those innovations is extremely important part. So which means directed innovation in the areas where we really want to make an impact. We do have innovation challenges, hackathons we do together with academia, startups and industry partners in Coimbatore. And here, obviously, ecosystems like iTNT develops will be very fruitful for taking it further. Tamil Nadu has a vibrant ecosystem of entrepreneurs, academia, and research institutions, including startups. And we believe it's in our interest and also in our responsibility to nurture, build, and also leverage on this capability to bring solutions, solve problems, scale solutions, and help the ecosystems to flourish. So we are excited to continue this journey together with iTNT. And I hope this is building a lot more solutions, especially in this world beyond Chennai, because I believe Tamil Nadu has a lot more to offer if you go to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, where we have passion, and if we can enable to meet that with the purpose, I think magic will evolve. So looking forward to being part of this. Thank you. And wishing you all the best, wishing us all the best, and looking forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Request you to kindly stay back on the stage, please. We would like to felicitate with a certificate of appreciation. May I call upon the Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, to kindly felicitate our guest, please. Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Josh Folger, President, Electronics Network, to deliver his expert talk next, please.
Vanakkam. It's an honor to be here, especially in the Anna Centenarial Library. Me and the former Chief Minister Nadu share a birthday. And ever since my childhood, I've been told by my grandmom that, you're special, because you share the birthday. So it's definitely an honor to be here. And I'm very impressed with the setting and Secretary Sir, your dynamism has helped Vanitha quite a bit. I know how much work she had to put in to make this happen. And I know this is very important. I think what we're trying to do here in Tamil Nadu, in this space, is very important, especially at this time here. So, ladies and gentlemen, today I want to offer very few comments on something which is slightly different. It is IP in manufacturing processes. When I graduated from CIT in '92, I wanted to be a robotics engineer. And I came to IIT Madras, not too far from here, and it was not as evolved. So I actually went to University of Texas at Arlington, where they had a very specific program on industrial robotics. And one of the first projects I worked on there was a system which was called DRAS, Dynamically Reconfigurable Assembly Systems. It's a concept which is still applicable today. There are some papers on it. What I realized, that was a published paper, they didn't file any patents on that. I have not checked whether there were any patents. Now, what we did after that is me, my professor, the principal engineer, we started a company in robotics. And the first machine we designed was called T-Rex, fondly called T-Rex, because it looked like the dinosaur T-Rex. It is still working, I'm told, for Frito-Lay. And we filed a patent on this one. It was a truck loading machine, loading the boxes of chips, which went into trucks to achieve maximum cube, as we say in the truck. We filed it. I co-designed the machine. I don't have a patent. I didn't really care at the time for patents in my name. Now I regret, but we do have a patent. I think it's between principal at the time and one of the engineers from Frito-Lay. Now, what I realized at that time, and now I'm realizing even more, is that manufacturing processes is very important. I am not from the IT services side. I'm from the manufacturing side. Last 20 years, since I came back to India, I was a part of starting Nokia, then part of starting Foxconn, and now with this company called Zetwork, where we do also electronics manufacturing. What we are coming to realize is right from semiconductor foundries to OSAT to electronic manufacturing, the capital equipment, the jigs and fixtures are super important. It's very, very important. And I think you might have heard of this company, Dutch company called ASML. It is a spin-off from Philips, back when. It is so hard to get their technology. It's almost like the NVIDIA of equipment today, right? And but that challenge exists down or up the value chain or the supply chain. So today, what we see, I say today, but we actually are waking up to this, but 25 years ago, I saw China starting to replicate machines which are Japanese, Taiwanese, Korean, American, German, Finnish. They were replicating it. And it was half the price. So guess what we did? We all went and bought it. And so today, you go to any of our factories, except the chip mounters, rest of the equipment are of Chinese origin. And it's half the price. It's very tempting. It's a very tempting lure. And these machines are not necessarily easy, but not necessarily impossible to do. So my appeal today is as we explore in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is very ideally positioned. We are only number 3 in software services, so we don't have the disadvantage of being too software oriented. We have amazing industries, right from automotive to you name it, all across, from Chennai to Thoothukudi, we have amazing industries, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to get into manufacturing process, and register manufacturing process IP. It's very, very important. We have institutions here. I know a lot of your college institutions, you favor IT over mechanical engineering, guys like me. Of course, you'll say that that's what all the students want, a package. We give a package when people exit, the company, So I think it's very important that we get the guys refocused on hardware. Tamil Nadu is a great example of manufacturing across domains. And in electronics, the last 20 years, I've had the privilege to build this industry, starting with Nokia and the latest factory we inaugurated in Sungwachatram for Zetwork. But this is very important. We really want you to encourage the students. We want to encourage the institutions and the companies to really look at that. And when you build a machine, when you build a process, patent it, right? Make sure you patent it. This IP is super important. We, on our little part in Zetwork, we have started a group at this point in time, maybe soon a company called ZEAL. It's Zetwork Electronics Automation Lab. We started it for in-house needs, but we're gonna do this for commercially also. So, again, I wish iTNT all the best. Vanita, thank you so much for this opportunity to be here, share my some thoughts. Wish Tamil Nadu and iTNT all the best. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Request you to kindly stay back on the stage, please. May I request the Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, to kindly felicitate him with a certificate of appreciation, please. Next, may I invite Mr. Shivakumar Padmanabhan, Managing Director and Head of Global Innovation and Technology Center, AstraZeneca India Private Limited, to deliver his keynote talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this amazing opportunity to talk about a very important topic, which is about global capability centers and how they can be an important part of the innovation flywheel that we have here in Tamil Nadu and in India. So hopefully you can all hear me well. I wanted to kind of talk about four things mainly, right? One is about GCC's global capability centers themselves, and then about the startup ecosystem. So, we've all seen, I think in the headlines these days, you cannot go through a day without some headline about global capability centers or GCCs. So these, of course, are the in-house centers of multinational companies that are established in India, mainly catering to the needs of the parent company, right? Tamil Nadu, the state of Tamil Nadu was the first state to actually have a GCC policy, a specific dedicated GCC policy. Other states have then followed suit, but we have been a pioneer in that sense and recognizing the importance of these global centers towards, the overall value system in the state. Now, global centers, GCCs have been growing faster than the rest of the tech industry in India. And within GCCs, again, R&D and innovation-oriented centers have been growing even faster than the rest of the GCC ecosystem. The GCCs are obviously and very clearly shifting very rapidly away from, let's say, cost, which was a very old concern maybe 10 years ago, to capability, which was more about internally focused to build capability, to today about innovation, which is how do we actually create products for the world? How do we create technologies for the world? How do you create capabilities for the world from India? It's almost like from west to east, right? When technology and innovation came from the US or Europe to India, now we are talking about east to west, right? How does it go from here back to the rest of the world? So a huge space for GCCs, and there is a lot of expectations on the centers to innovate, right? To really change the track, right, into the next level of innovation. So that's one piece. And on the other side, you have the vibrant startup ecosystem that we have in the country, 100,000 plus startups, a very highly dynamic environment that we have in this startup ecosystem. There is lots of ideas, innovation that's coming out of the country, not just from the startups, but also from the academia, and also from centers such as iTNT, who bring together a number of these forces in the country. So you have on the one side the global centers who want to innovate for the world, and you have on the other side the startup ecosystem that wants to drive and grow and really achieve the potential that they have in terms of innovation. So that creates a really wonderful melting pot where I think if you can bring these two things together, I think that is where the sparks can fly, right? And it can really soar in terms of what is possible. So I think of it as a bridge, right? So on the one side, you have the GCCs, and what they have are very deep global domain expertise in these industries. So for example, AstraZeneca, we are life sciences company. So we specialize in a very high level of depth around discovering medicines, about developing medicines to reach the market, to manufacture and distribute these drugs around the world, right, these medicines. And so are several other GCCs right here in the city. So you have Ford in automotive, you have various banks and insurance companies right here. We have oil and gas companies such as Shell. We have electronics companies like Flex, all having deep global capability on that industry right here in the city. And they also have great mentors who have come from different parts of the world, resettled to work in these GCCs, who understand the power of the startup ecosystem. So you have that on this side of the bridge, and on the other side you have the startup ecosystem, which of course has huge ideas, huge momentum in terms of innovation and products, but also bring culture which the GCCs want, which is a culture of experimentation, agility, making risk-taking, making mistakes, and then recovering from that. So that is the bridge that we have a huge opportunity right here in Tamil Nadu to build. And so I would say that states today are competing for GCCs and for a lot of things in the country, but it's no longer the competition about ease of doing business, because ease of doing business has been a big thing in the past, right? I think now, there's a lot of reforms have happened, and the ease of doing business to some extent has been sort of addressed, right? So now the game is shifting towards speed of creating IP and innovation, right? So from ease of doing business to speed of innovation. So that's a shift that we are seeing, and a state like Tamil Nadu has an obvious advantage in sort of leading this wave, because I think the competition is no longer going to be about is a space available. I mean, some of it, yes, right? Is the basic talent available? Are the colleges there? Those are all important. and are there regulations that are facilitating the ease of doing business, to now the shift is going to be towards who can actually innovate fast. So in our own company, when we had to bring a product to market in record time, and I don't want to name any products, but what happened there was we absolutely completely reinvented the way we work, right? We had to transform into this agile organization that worked 24/7 with all of our global centers and the rest of our company to be able to get that product out the door. And that kind of gave us a taste of what this new world is all about, right? Which is the agility and innovation that's required. And that what we concluded is we need 3 capabilities, and this is also backed by a lot of theory in management research, is we first need sensing capability. So both the GCCs and the startups and the ecosystem needs that. Sensing is all about where is the shift happening? Where is that step change happening in processes, in technology, in industry needs, in customer needs? So that's the sensing. And sensing is something that we can, it improves dramatically, geometrically, the more people are involved, right, to coming together. Because you can't, sitting here all by myself, I can't sense as much as I can sense if I talk to everyone in the room. The next one is seizing, which is about, once you know there is something, can we move fast? And can we actually work on that? Can you actually build something on that? And that is where the ecosystem helps, right? iTNT and everyone is, how do I quickly gather all the jigsaw building blocks required to seize that opportunity. And finally, scaling. So that's where the GCCs can help, which is about how do I bring this product or innovation, not just commercializing in India, but maybe on a global scale, right? So that's really the third piece, which is the sensing, seizing, and scaling capabilities that I think collectively we have a huge opportunity to really develop. And finally, I would say that, as in the last 20 years, 25 years, it's been all about the Indian IT and ITES industry has been all about how do I bring an office-based process or something that happens in an office somewhere in the rest of the world to India and execute it seamlessly, right? Like talk about IT, software development, system support, accounting services, purchasing services, everything that happened in an office came to India, right? And we do it very smartly, we do it very fast. Now we are using agentic AI to really transform how that office runs. The next generation, and that's what some of my Josh and other speakers talked about, is when you see ahead, it's not just about bringing an office, it's about bringing a whole factory, a supply chain, and other things that can run out of here. And that requires completely different technology capabilities, right? It requires a metaverse or a virtual reality kind of capabilities that you can model that factory or that lab. It requires IoT capabilities so they can actually get real-time data on what's happening. So then you're really talking about being able to run something physical remotely out of a country like India, where we have so much expertise in standardizing and bringing AI into making these processes and these things smarter and smarter. So that's where the big, I think the big opportunity lies ahead of us, and that requires a lot of technologies, a lot of capabilities to come together, and I think that is where I think the iTNT and other hubs can really enable that, because there you need the academia to be there to talk about the advancement of the theory, advancement of the innovation, the basic innovation that's happening in materials or whatever that is. And you need the IT and ITES power to really digitize a lot of that's happening and be able to interrogate it, be able to control it, be able to operate it. And then you also need a lot of edge technologies. And I think states like Tamil Nadu with a rich industrial base have a lot of that foundation, right, in terms of how these different industries work, how these processes work. So I think that's an amazing opportunity that's ahead in front of us. And I think, with this kind of joining hands that we see here, I think there's an amazing opportunity to really shape that future and lead that future from a state like Tamil Nadu. So again, wishing us all the best, and thank you very much again for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Request you to kindly stay back on the stage. Again, I would like to request Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, to kindly felicitate the guest with a certificate of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on, we invite Professor Balaji Ramakrishnan, Director, National Institute of Ocean Technology, to deliver his expert talk.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, iTNT, for this wonderful opportunity to speak to this beautiful gathering here today. I come from an institute which is very unique, not just only in this country, but also in this region. And we are one of the very few institutions in the whole globe that involves in the marine technologies, development of marine technologies. So I head the R&D institutions, which is 31 years old under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. And what we do, if you ask us, it's very simple. We are mandated to do the indigenous development. When you talk about the living resources, we talk about the fisheries, and only NIOT, National Institute of Ocean Technology, from where I come from, is capable of demonstrating technologies that can take the fisheries slightly off to the deep oceans. We have developed open sea cage cultures. We promoted seaweed culture. We also promote seagrass. And whenever there is a talk about blue economy, I think it always synonymous with NIOT. We have been doing that in the past 3 decades of time. Energy, water, climate change, and health. All of this has been addressed by our institution. One is, of course, the living resources which address the food directly. I think today we have signed 2 technology transfer with the industry, potential and resources. And no other institution can really collect these samples in the deep oceans except NIOT. And other than that, when you talk about water, but then can you believe that past many decades and centuries of time, they've been banking on the drinking water supply from the mainland. It is shipped all the way to these islands. And it is rationed. Every single person will get 1 can of water every single day. That was the status scenario. This has changed the lifestyle and life status and the cultural integrity of this entire island group of islands. Thanks to NIOT's intervention, we have 9 islands working. It's called LTTD, low thermal temperature desalination plants have been working. And there are countries, other countries, island countries, similar to Lakshadweep is also aspiring to adopt this technology in the years to come. When we talk about energy, abundant, aplenty, renewable energy is available in the open ocean, and we are actually thriving, and we are actually dedicatedly working on to make use of and harnessing these marine renewables. And we already have demonstrated the wave powered. If you go to beach, you will see the waves keep coming, and they are tireless, relentless, the wave energy. We are trying to tap those energies and to see whether we can actually give some kind of electricity supply to the individual islands, again in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And when you're talking about the climate change, I think we do a lot of services to the nation. In case if you are wondering how these weather predictions being given by the Indian Meteorological Department, which is our sister institution under the same ministry, it is the data that goes from NIOT. We do this silently for the past 2 decades of time. We collect the data from the open ocean. It is being supplied to the various institutions, including IMD, and that comes as the forecasting for you later on. And we talk about the project that we are actually working right now, like the ISRO working on the Gaganyaan, where 3 of the astronauts are actually going to be sent to the space. NIOT is silently working on a project called Samudrayan, where 3 of our own scientists are actually going to dive to a water depth of 6,000 meters deep. My dear friends, 6,000 meters is 6 kilometers deep of ocean. I wish you Google what is meant by 600 bar pressure. 600 bar pressure is exactly 600 times of the pressure that you are actually enjoying in this auditorium. It's a crushing pressure. Not a single material, unless otherwise designed properly, will really sustain or be existing in this pressure. It will be crushed to powder. 600 bar pressure. And we are actually designing a manned submersible called Matsuya 6000. You can see the yellow picture out there. And it is happening as we speak in Pallikarna, just here in this town. 3 of our own scientists are going to go inside in the Indian Ocean. And when we speak about, what is the big deal of designing this? There is a huge amount of investment of the R&D in terms of the material, in terms of the electronics, battery, control systems, and the entire sphere in which 3 of our scientists are going to be sitting here. It has to be having life support system as well. This whole project, the expedition could be of the order of 12 hours, but then there must be supply of oxygen for these 3 people, removal of carbon dioxide, maintain the humidity, temperature, all of this inside the sphere. There is one black color picture that you can see. This sphere, very interestingly, is made out of very special material, titanium. And I would like to tell you, my dear friends, in this part of the world, this is the first time a welding of 80 mm thick titanium sphere is actually happening. And as we speak, it's happening in Bangalore. The first set of welding is done. And in this process, we also create capacity. We develop a lot of industries. And these are now internationally certified industries capable of actually doing this welding with the titanium material. And we are talking about special batteries, lithium-ion batteries, to support all the electronics as well as control system, including the life support system. And we do that, of course, in-house in this campus. And we are talking about the communication system. These are individual autonomous system. Once you drop from the mother vessel ship, they will be on their own. They take a dive, go to the water depth of 6,000 meters, collect the samples, and come out on their own. And how do you communicate to the scientists? In the 6 kilometer deep of water. My dear friends, again, NIOT has developed and patented a technology, and we call it as underwater telephone in local language. We can speak to each other, hello, saying hello to each other, with no cables connected, pure acoustic transmission. And just a couple of weeks ago, our team has demonstrated this in the Idiki Dam, where 2 hydrophones were actually kept apart 5.5 kilometers from each other. And I think we have posted already in the social media. You can check that out. You can crystal clear, you can hear the voice from one boat to other boat. 5.5 kilometers, no cable connected. We develop actually technologies that also helps us in harnessing the ocean energy. And today we have signed a TOT, and these are nothing but the drugs from the open ocean. And we strongly believe as a scientist that for every single human being's disease as we speak now, there are certainly some medicine from the ocean. It's just that we don't know yet. It's just a matter of time. We strongly believe that our team can actually explore the opportunities to make medicines from the ocean resources as well. I think it's a very surprise actually information for me to have this talk. So I brought just only one slide. Otherwise, we also have helped the society in developing a small saltwater lantern. That is also a low-tech that is done in-house. The design is done in-house. Just with the 250 ml of salt water, sea water for that matter, you can have the lantern actually helping us with the glowing us for 500 hours of time. So this would be of great use to those who are actually fishing for 15 days or 20 days, the fisher folks, or it could be very useful for the coastal communities during the disaster time where the power supply may be a challenging factor and so on and so forth. I think that's all from my side. Thank you so much for the opportunity once again.
Thank you, sir. Request you to kindly stay back. May I request the Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, to kindly facilitate our speaker. Next, may I invite Dr. Shankar Venugopal, Vice President, Mahindra & Mahindra, for an expert talk.
Friends, very happy to be here. This very special place, which is translating technologies to innovation, right here. I'm Shankar. I come from the Mahindra Research Valley, which is about 50 kilometers from here. That's where we build new technologies and pursue innovations in the automotive and the farm domain. So my primary job is to drive innovation, build new technologies that goes into enabling sustainable mobility. That's what we do. So I can very well relate to the aspirations that iTNT has. And today I was also here to sign a MOU, which would basically help us to collaborate very closely with iTNT and leverage the very strong innovation and startup ecosystem that is here in Tamil Nadu. So that's the reason why I was here. So now, as I was sitting here, I was wondering, what does it take? We saw that, I don't know how many of you saw the chart of patents, and we saw Tamil Nadu right at the beginning with close to 8,000 patents. That's a phenomenal achievement, actually. It's a very long journey to build a portfolio of that many patents. Now the obvious question is, how do we translate all those patents, the strong intellectual property that we have, how do we commercialize all of them and translate them to innovations that can impact lives of people, that can become a source of revenue, and that can be used to further strengthen the innovation ecosystem? So I think this is going to be a very interesting phase for all of us here. I come from the automotive industry, which has gone through very wide variety of disruptions in the recent past, both technology disruptions and also business model disruptions. You all witnessed how the IC engines are now being replaced by electric vehicles. So you have the electric vehicles out there in the market. We do see many of them on the Chennai roads today, and many of them were designed and built right here at the Research Valley. And now the next phase of development is even more interesting, what we call as a software-defined vehicles, where software will play as important a role as the hardware. Very similar to what happened to our phones, you will see them happening in the cars too. With all these exciting developments, it becomes very important for us, the industry, to come and work very closely with the academia and the startups. And how do we do that? Because these three worlds are very different. The industry, the academia, and the startups are three very different worlds. And it becomes very important for an organization like iTNT to bring these three players together so that these three can leverage on each other's strengths and pursue ideas and build products that can really make an impact. I think iTNT is very uniquely positioned to do this sitting here in Chennai. From this perspective, I'm very confident that this kind of collaboration can very quickly help us to translate those 8,000 patents into really products and businesses that can make a huge impact. When we try to do this, it's important for us to keep three things in mind. It becomes very important. The first thing is what to focus on. There is so much of interesting developments happening all around us. It's very tempting to work on multiple things, but it will be really good if we can identify our true strengths and focus on a few areas at a time. Maybe after a few years, you can shift and focus on newer things. But to start with, it will be really good to focus on a few areas which are our core strength, where we can, what we call as a low-hanging fruit possibly, to make a quick success and create visibility around them. And I strongly feel automotive is one such focus area, because Chennai has been an automotive hub for a very long time, so it becomes very easy for us to leverage that ecosystem that exists out here to choose automotive, or what we call as mobility, as a focus area to drive innovation here. Once we do that focus, the next part is leap. It's very tempting to hold on to current technologies and hope that they will have some more extended life and try to pursue certain incremental innovations, which will keep us happy for today, but in the long run, we may miss great opportunities if we try to do that. So the leap is all about letting go all those tempting ideas and innovations that are good for today and intentionally focusing on what's important for tomorrow. That needs a lot of discipline, and it needs a very unique mindset to let go of what is working today and really focus on what we need for tomorrow. I think this is very important for us to take that approach. What is good for tomorrow? Think about it. Today we have vehicles that are not really perfect or ideal for tomorrow. There are certain areas where significant improvements need to be made. For example, there are cities which are known for traffic jams. But today, we have technology which can help us to overcome these problems and make sure that there are absolutely no traffic jams, and we'll be able to achieve zero traffic jams even with the technology that's available today. And with electric, we have seen it's possible to build vehicles that have zero emission. So zero emission is possible, zero traffic jam is possible. Can we also aspire for manufacturing these vehicles in such a way that there is a zero carbon footprint? Possible, definitely. With today's materials and manufacturing technologies, that is definitely possible. And more importantly, can we build vehicles that have zero accidents? Absolutely. Today we talk about level 3 and level 4 autonomous navigation, which gives us the confidence that many of these accidents can perfectly be avoided. So I think it's very important for us to become very bold in setting these kind of ambitious goals where we say we will have mobility which will have zero emission, zero accidents, zero traffic jams, zero carbon footprint, because today technology allows us to aspire for these kind of big goals. Maybe 10 years back or even 5 years back, this was still a difficult goal. But today we are lucky to be at the convergence of multiple technologies that allows us to pursue these kind of very ambitious goals today. I think the iTNT has to focus on certain areas where they can leverage the power of convergence of technologies and pursue this kind of ambitious goals and create a big, big impact. I think clean energy is one area, sustainable mobility is another area. These could be the focus areas for us to start with. I think there is a lot of excitement around that. So you have focused, then you have intentionally left and let go of today's stuff and really focused on tomorrow's stuff. The third is to orient. How do we take these ideas in the right direction so that these really take us to where we would love to go? We don't have a lot of time. Today, we are talking about new technologies and products in 2 to 3 years time frame. Gone are those days when we used to take 5 to 10 years to build new products. Today, everything is 2 years around, not more than that. So orientation becomes very important. The kind of incubation that iTNT should provide for new technologies to quickly orient these new ideas and innovations in the right direction, primarily provide a lot of incubation support, mentoring support, and connect them with the investors community so that all these ideas get oriented and start moving in the right direction. I think this is very important. So we talked about focus, we talked about leap, then we talked about orient. The last piece, which is very important for iTNT's success in the long run, is what I call as what's next. iTNT should always keep an eye on what's next in terms of new technologies, new business models, new opportunities to pursue. And there should be a pipeline which continuously keeps moving the focus areas from what's important for today to what's important for tomorrow. I think it's very easy for all of us to remember these 4 critical stages which will ensure iTNT's success, which is focus, leap, orient, and what's next. I think I wish iTNT all success on this auspicious occasion. I really look forward to working very closely with iTNT to realize sustainable mobility by the year 2030, which will have zero emission, zero traffic jams, zero carbon footprint, zero accidents. This is my personal interest in collaborating with iTNT today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. May I request you to kindly stay back on the stage, please? I request Mr. Srikanth Venkatraman, Chief Executive Officer, ICT Academy of Tamil Nadu, to kindly felicitate Dr. Shankar Venugopal. Vice President, Mahindra & Mahindra. Moving on, we have a panel discussion on investment in IP and IP-led innovation. May I invite the moderator, Mr. Manu Iyer, co-founder and general partner, Blue Hill VC. Welcome, sir. Oh, yes, sure, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing today? From all these conversations around the IP ecosystem, we've heard from multiple people in the industry. We'll now transition into a panel to talk about the real capital being deployed into IP and into Tamil Nadu. So historically, Tamil Nadu has always been at the forefront of leading India's innovation charge through progressive policies around R&D, through startup policies and, dedicated policies around IP. We have always been a champion in this area. We've set ourselves apart by blending, strengths in academia, strong industrial base, and a dynamic entrepreneur base to lead our charge towards being the forefront of being India's innovation champion. And that brings us to today. There are multiple initiatives that the Tamil Nadu government is doing, one of them being iTNT and today's event around the IP Conclave. So my name is Manu Iyer. I am a partner at Blue Hill VC. We are a deep tech focused fund. We invest around the IP innovation ecosystem and have been very active investors in Tamil Nadu. I'm now happy to invite our panelists for the day. First up, I'll invite Vignesh Shankar from Artha A99 VC. Yeah, please come this way. Second up, I would like to invite Ms. Anju from Ivy Cap Ventures, and then Ms. Navina from Lead Invest, please. Please join us on stage. Round of applause, please. So good afternoon again to everyone. We have now a very interesting panel ahead of us, people who are actually writing checks based on IP-based themes. And it will be very interesting to hear their thought process, anecdotes, ideas that they feel we can improve upon. So I'll just start with asking everyone to briefly introduce yourselves, your fund, your investment thesis, whatever you feel appropriate. Please.
Sure. Thanks, Manu, and thanks to iTNT and Manita for having me here. So I run A99 VC. A99 is a manufacturing-focused venture capital fund. We are into our third fund now. We are about $100 million in size. This theme is very relevant to us because it's one of our pillars of our thesis to back IP-led manufacturing. So not calling it deep tech, not to go into Manu's core, but IP-led manufacturing. So we believe that the day of value-added manufacturing is here. So we believe IP will play a critical part in that. So happy to be here.
Hello everyone, I'm Navina Reddy. I'm Vice President of Operations at Lead Invest. We are a full stack financial services company for startups. We are a category 1 angel fund. We have invested in approximately 130 companies right now. A large part of our thesis is we back or we're the first check for category creators in any startup which is setting a trend in the market. that's where we would like to look into, and that's where the entire IP thing also comes into play for us. We are talking about AI now, but we have been backing AI from 2018 from its nascent stages. Right now, many of our portfolio companies are also in advanced stages, so we are doubling down and backing them at Series B level through our CAT2 fund. Yeah.
Great. Afternoon, everybody. My name is Anju Gupta. I'm a partner at Ivy Cap Ventures. We invest in seed to Series A. At seed, we look at deep tech startups. Proud to say we are India's largest homegrown fund, so all domestic capital. We have about 50 portfolio companies. And what makes us different is that we work through the institute alumni ecosystem, so work with almost 50 incubators across the country. We also work very closely with corporate partners, so helping to connect early stage founders to our alumni network for mentoring, for growth, and also to corporates to help them grow and scale. So thank you for having me here.
Yeah, and finally, myself as part of the panel, we run a 400 crore fund focused 100% on deep tech. So this theme, behind us is extremely relevant to us because we are investing in IP-based innovation around engineering and science. And so we do pre-Series A to Series A type of investments, anywhere from about $750,000 to a couple of $1 million in a first check. So broadly, I think investing around IP today has become a very relevant, hot topic. There is investing in space, investing in defense, in semiconductors, in so many areas. There is interest from and support from all the governments as well. I just want to maybe start off the conversation by hearing from each one of you about one investment that you have done in an IP-led company. You want to start off, Anju?
Sure. So one of the investments we made is an IISc-founded company, Morphing Machines, yes. Which is in the semiconductor space. That is actually one of our first deep tech investments. And I think one of the things we look at, obviously, very closely is IP. What is the IP? What is the founder background? What is their experience in that when we look at deep tech?
We have...
Do you also want to go into what, if there's just for the benefit of the audience, what the IP was or what it is that you guys looked for before investing in this company?
So the IP was in terms of building virtual semiconductor chips that can be kind of adjusted to very different situations rather than, creating separate chips, and it's very low power consuming, which is the other important IP of it, because the minute you get into computing, semiconductors, electricity consumption and power consumption becomes very high. And a lot of times we look at, so we've also invested in, health tech, deep tech, like in terms of using AI for brain surgery. So the whole idea is to really look at IP that is going to, like has been talked about, have an impact on the industry, on the population in large. And that is a very core piece of what we look at. We've also invested in space tech, for example, Dhruva Space. And a lot of these have come through our partnerships with these institutes, because that is actually where the IP, the research is happening.
Yes. In our portfolio, we do have a lot of consumer tech, commercial sort of propositions, but though they were very financially profitable for us, the one I tend to talk more about is IP-heavy investments, because it's very interesting to share those anecdotes as well. So in a way, they make us very proud. Actually, we have of that Dhruva Space as a common portfolio company. We were the first check into the investment. Now, another investment we have is AI Stet, or AI Health Highway. They built this company in 2019. Now, AI models are a lot more democratized, but earlier building an AI model was not that easy. So they made this automated Stet to detect any heart anomalies, right? Given India, its vast geography and inaccessible to the healthcare for so many sections of folks, neonates, that is newborns, don't have proper screening for heart diseases. So this AI stat has automated the newborn heart disease screening. Apart from that, right now they have built another layer over it where pneumonia can be automatically detected. Even an ASHA worker can just use the stethoscope and detect pneumonia or any congenital heart disease. So that's a very big impact in a large scale. We have invested in a company called MedVolt, which is again a drug discovery platform which is accelerating the drug discovery by almost 7 years, right? If you know, drug discovery takes anywhere from 10 to 12 years to get commercialization. So now with MedVolt, you can go to market within 4 years by condensing your development phase. That's another thing that we are seeing, which we are still to see how it plays out in the market, but we are very proud of that investment.
Great. Vignesh?
At the expense of boring you, Manu, I'm going to talk about Avartan. So rare earth is a big challenge now, right? Everybody from Trump to our Honorable Prime Minister, everybody is talking about rare earth. So we did an investment into this business that makes motors without magnets. So using a technology called switch reluctance motor, it's a very IP protected business. So today, in a way, we are solving for a strategic crisis that most countries have got, right? So they make motors not only for the automotive space, they are more into, your air conditioners, your fans, everywhere. And with Indian efficiency standards set to kick in now, the power that we consume, that comes to the point where we switch on and switch off our fan, is largely controlled by the regulator, right? So the efficiency of the fan depends on how the effective the regulator is. So the motor and controller need to be in sync. So they have built this technology without any magnets. So, so hopefully I'll pay off my investors with this investment. So that's the plan. But so that is one thing, and I bored you enough about it already. So the other very interesting deal that we have invested in is this specialty chemical business based out of Orissa. They make super absorbent polymer chemicals for the metals and mining segment. So today mining, you can't stop mining. It is nature's necessity now. So half these mines are shut during your monsoons and it's high in moisture. So this polymer absorbs all the moistures around that space and it enables better, ore quality, right? So, and this has got applicability not only in the iron ore side, now they're taking it to bauxite and others. They also have a process plus chemical IP for extracting rare earth called scandium, which is used for defense applications globally. It's an expensive metal. So these are a couple of it where we think. So we see a lot of this trend coming up where, there are IP defensible businesses that we are looking to put money in.
Great. And to add from my end, me and Vignesh are co-investors in a Chennai-based company called Rapti. They are building a high-voltage drivetrain-based motorbike. And the great thing about that is, the one thing I can say without any, without hiding it, is the fact that the Tamil Nadu government has been extremely supportive of them through all the different avenues available, through iTNT, through guidance, through TIDCO, so they've been very supportive. So I would like to transition and ask, what is it that you guys think the government needs to do additionally, right? Whether it is from the state or whether it is from the center, in order to support innovation around IP, in order to support entrepreneurs who have ideas in this space. What is it that you think, maybe one or two takeaways that you think are potentially lacking or could be done better?
I'll go first. I think a couple of things that are important is making sure that the ecosystem is there, right? It's one thing to have the funding, but it's an entirely different thing to have access to the domain experts, support for all the regulatory issues, support for creating the patent, filing the patent and doing, but that's where a lot of cost and time goes in. So simplifying those processes for one. I think the second aspect is, whatever can be done to create better industry-academia connects. Because where a lot of deep tech startups struggle, there's a lot of funding when you're going to TRL level 1, 3, 4. But the minute you go to 7 and 8, that's where you really need industry partnerships, not only have the government as your first adopter, but the industry as the first adopter. Because if you look at something like SpaceX, right, it has really done all those parts. It's partnered with ISRO on the testing, the subsidizing. It's partnered to get all the regulatory permission. So health tech is another thing, streamlining the regulatory and making that easier. So those are a couple of things I would suggest.
Sure.
See, the technology is going obsolete at mind-boggling space right now, right? Like we were talking about AI models less than a year ago as a novel thing, but now they are so democratized, anybody can add an AI model to their technology. So at the same pace, you will also have drastic developments in vehicle evolution. Like if you see, IC engines are going to become obsolete. We don't know what is the lifespan for electric as well going forward, right? We're talking about air taxis. There are so many changes that are happening. Now is the right time to create the entire ecosystem, like Anju said, right? The bridge between academia and startups and corporates have to exist. There's no way around it. For every business, the survival is for next 5 years is hinged on developing IP defensible modes. So that facilitation is very important. That being said, running a private limited company in India is still a very tedious process. There are so many nuances that many founders don't know about and sometimes make mistakes unintentionally. I think that also have to be eased a little more for startups, because you can't expect a founder to be a scientist, a businessman, and also a certified company secretary. So and especially in I have primarily observed this in tier 2 cities, not probably in Chennai or Bangalore. The main scene is availability of good chartered accountants and company secretaries who actually know their stuff is also very rare. So if incubation centers or any other ecosystem can have a Rolodex of trust toward the people, right, that would help a lot. It's a very small thing to do, but that makes a very drastic difference in the operations.
So I agree with most of the stuff the lady said. Except for one thing, she said chartered accountants don't know their stuff. As a chartered accountant, I take umbrage to that. But yeah, I understand where she comes from. So to answer your question, Manu, I think there are two aspects we can look at. One is from the industry side, other is from the government side, right? I was recently listening to a couple of FII calls on Indian markets, right? So someone who was looking at the IT, information technology space in India, said IT is dead in India, okay? But he gave very relevant data points. He says that for the last 15 years, if you see the kind of investment that's gone from IT companies, the large ones, TCS, Wipro, Infosys, into IP protection, IP creation or R&D is 2% of the money that they have, okay? And 2% is more a lot of it went towards creating facilities, right? So with that, they're saying today they don't have an IP that actually defends their business. And with AI coming in and with other aspects, the global economy being in doldrums, extra focus on US and Europe, not others, they're saying it's going in for a dip. So this is true not only for IT, it will become true for manufacturing on other spaces as well, if you don't invest in your IP protection and R&D, right? So I think that is something that everyone, if you to increase your budget to your R&D. So from the government side, right, I think we need to fund, you need to create a fund. You need a fund that goes into IP and R&D. I think there is a 1 lakh crore R&D fund that the government is setting up. But the trickle-down effect is going to take a lot more unless you have state governments setting this up also. So through iTNT, I would like to request the state government to set up a fund of funds for IP-protected companies here as well. So I think these two main areas I wanted to highlight, apart from what they said.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just have a point. Sorry, I missed it
You're
earlier.
going to say chartered accountants know their stuff? Oh, no.
So fund of funds is a good idea, but also I think the 8-year life cycle of fund of funds is something,
Yeah,
I
you
think
need
that
to have
has to be a
larger.
little longer than 8 years. 8 years, especially when we are talking about
Agreed.
IP startups, that's not sufficient. We need to at least have like 12 years.
No, see, while, I mean, and there's a little technical debate, see, the trade-off is between getting an investor to invest first and then later talking about the timeline around the funds. It's hard enough to get an investor to invest, but the thing is, no, the takeaway is I think Tamil Nadu has gotten a lot of things right. The industry academia collaboration around, the IIT Madras ecosystem or multiple other ecosystems has been fantastic. The government has been extremely supportive. There is a manufacturing ecosystem which is, willing to collaborate with a lot of these startups and companies. What I do think needs to happen additionally is, the HNIs and ultra HNIs of Tamil Nadu also need to open up their checkbooks. I think there needs to be a lot more risk capital.
I'm raising, so I'm raising.
You're
so-
raising money. So through Vanita and through iTNT, I think that's a thought process that we should also catalyze, is getting potential investors, not just funds, but also HNIs, ultra HNIs, family offices, people who have built a large organization around and benefited from Tamil Nadu to now start giving back through, the likes of iTNT and through, contributing back into, that would be my wish list. So flipping it from asking what a government can do to, an entrepreneur standpoint, right? What do you look for in an IP startup, right? What is it, maybe what is a definite no-go? Like when you look at a startup, okay, this is something I wouldn't touch with a barge pole. What is it that you like when you see something in an IP-based startup? Maybe you can connect it to the markets, is there an IP, I mean, if there is a company that is building an IP, do they have a market in India, or are they always outside of India? So if you can just think through, let's say, a brief takeaway package for an entrepreneur from here, and maybe Vignesh, if you want to lead that.
So this is very recent, right? Last week I was pitching to my own internal IC, okay, about our award thesis and about IP and everything else. So one of them told me, do you know the number of, the chairman of the IC told me, do you know the number of patents that have been filed in India versus actually getting commercialized? It is a minuscule 1.5%, okay? So he says, we are all intelligent, we are all scientists, we create IPs, we don't do anything about it. Okay, so from any IP-backed startup, the first thing you need is to know how to commercialize it, right? You may be extremely intelligent, come from the IIT, you'll be more capable than a chartered accountant, but still if you don't know how to run your business, it's going to be a problem. So commercialization is a critical aspect. Just having an IP is not going to help. So the path to commercialization, how you're going to take your product, is very important. And largely the other takeaway should be that IP shouldn't be there for the sake of being an IP. You should actually be able to do something out of it, right? How relevant can you make it to existing problems? Instead of just being scientific discoveries is very important. So only these two things.
So when we invest in, seed stage deep tech startups, you're making a larger bet on the founder, right? So because these are typically pre-revenue startups that are getting there. So the biggest bet is on the founder. And what I mean by that is that the founders really need to understand the technology. Like if they cannot explain it to you in simple terms, right? If they get too techy, then they don't understand how it can be used. That's one. And I would add to what Vignesh said, like just simplify it a little bit in terms of commercialization. They have to be able to explain what is the problem they're solving with that, and why is it valuable. And third is they need to understand, the adjacent technologies and patents. A lot of times they'll come up with a patent, but do they know what other patents are out there? Is it really kind of different? So being aware of what solutions are in the market.
I echo with the thought shared. One other trend that I generally see in bio or life science startups in particular is it's okay to be an impact startup, but you have to be aware that you are an impact startup. Many a times an impact startup come and pitch as a commercial proposition, whereas it is very clear that there are impact startup and there are organizations which fund such startups as well. So that knowing your audience is a very key thing. And also, going to what you already shared, see, just probably making a 10% efficiency to an existing technology might not be enough. It has to be disruptive enough for you to form a company and commercialize it. Many of times what founders do is they just make slight tweaks on the existing technology and think they have an IP. But it's generally, it has to be a lot more than what that is there to get the market to pay for such product.
No, I think that's a great point, because there are a lot of people innovating on existing technologies that have been built outside, adding, like you said, 5 or 10% to it, versus ground up IP that is also being built, but maybe not seeing the light of day in a commercial angle. And so I think there needs to be a lot of focus on commercializing some of that. I think as we get to, kind of wrap it up, I will just leave it with one more question, right? So, I mean, in my conversations to my own investors, when I say I'm an IP, investing in IP-led ideas, the question always comes back as, hey, is the gestation time enough? Doesn't it require much more capital than investing in SaaS or a brand, right? So how are you thinking about this idea? How are you convincing investors, LPs to want to invest in this? Navina, you mentioned a 12-year fund, right? I have investors who have balked at talking for an 8-year fund, right? And people have said, why so long, right? And then now convincing them to do 12 years is, going to be a whole different ballpark. I mean, convincing a government, it's a lot more patient capital, a private investor, much less so. So how do you think about this?
Yes, the patient capital is actually the missing piece of the puzzle, in my opinion. But I think what I have observed so far is market also appreciates a unique technology. This is very misunderstood that, people think IP is not enough appreciated, but if the technology is unique enough, market will definitely appreciate it, or disruptive enough, right? That's where you can. And also most of the funds who used to earlier invest only in tech propositions are also now looking into deep tech, because there's no moat left anymore in only information technology or IT technology. Everything is democratized at this point. So everybody is looking into either a capital moat or they're looking into a IP moat, right? So I think that's where we are at a transition phase. We will slowly realize that. And also the technology is, obviously because of the democratization, gestation cycles for development are also decreasing a lot, right? Like I told earlier, medicine used to take 12 years, 15 years. Now it is probably 6 years, 7 years. So, yeah.
So I think also from an investor perspective, right? Success breeds success. You want role models. A few years ago, till we had unicorns, till startups went IPO, there were still investors who didn't want to do it. Now that you have so many successes in Indian startups, that success has won. Same thing with deep tech startups, especially in the AI phase, in the biotech phase, in the space phase. Drone space, people are seeing the success of these Indian startups. So that is allaying, reservations. And I think talking about it from a fund perspective, if the fund in its past things has given returns to the investors, they're going to trust you to make future investments, and kind of you set that expectation with them.
I think that's a great point, because the minute an exit is achieved, it gives confidence to the next investor. So an IPO like Aethers or an IdeaForge would automatically encourage more people to take bets in the space. Vignesh.
See, Manu, I think you know this as well as me. Convincing an investor is not a science. So there's no perfection in it, right? So what convinces an investor, no one knows. But the point being that, see, like to the others' point.
Maybe transition it into how an entrepreneur can convince you then.
I mean, you show traction, you show revenue, and then the IP is defensible. You have won 3 of my 5 filters is already done. So that's one. But I think changing, I mean, keeping pace to the trends is something that investors actually look for, right? Because most of them tell us at least that, you know, if you're going to look at tech or AI or SaaS, we don't know what's going to happen. I'm sure you also don't know what's going to happen. So we don't want to give you money there. Right, I think trends is going towards more capital intensive businesses. So I think it's a trend that they all see in the newspapers or what they hear. And if you look at markets also, right, if you see Nifty manufacturing, for example, 62% return over what Nifty IT is giving you at 22%. So they all look at the market, whether we say we are private and all, they all look at market and say, this is giving me so much, how much will you give? So I think a balance between these two is what is going to attract an investor. So.
No, super. Thanks, guys. I think this was a very interesting discussion. So I think, you know, just as a final takeaway, I think, see, Tamil Nadu has a fantastic ecosystem. We have great academic institutions, you know, which are supporting the idea of IP and innovation. Additionally, we have the corporates, like Mr. Shankar from Mahindra, or, you know, the whole ecosystem around Bosch, or, you know, the ecosystem is very receptive to the idea of doing R&D here, Saint-Gobain or a Titan or Daimler-Benz. And then institutions around, research institutions, we had Sir from NIOT, we have Samir, or we have CSIR. So there are other R&D institutions as well, which then form the foundation of, you know, what we would want to invest in. So I think it's great that we are at this panel today and at this event, IP Conclave today. So congratulations to the iTNT team and to Vanita for putting all of this together. I know how hard it is to talk about this type of topic, right? It's so easy to do a generic startup event. To do something around IP is a whole different ball game. So congratulations to all of you guys, and we are around, you know, if you want to have a chat with us. Thank you.
May I request the panelists to kindly stay back, please? I would like to request Mr. Nirmal, AVP Investments, iTNT Hub, to kindly felicitate our panelists and moderator. May I also invite Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, Ms. Manitha Venugopal, to the stage, please. It is a privilege to recognize and honor the thought leaders who graced our panel today with their expertise and vision. Thank you. Next, may I invite Dr. Bhavya Manjira Patruni, Head in Charge, National Research Development Center, Technology Innovation Support Center, Visakhapatnam, for an expert talk, please.
Am I audible? Yallarukkum vanakkam. I thank iTNT, Vanitha ma'am, and all the esteemed guests here to be present. Already our CMD, National Research Development Corporation, Ministry of Science and Technology, DSIR, has given his presentation and allowed you to go through the journey what NRDC has gone through from 1953 to till date. Already, as our CMD has given his vision, like what we are doing, there are different verticals we are working on, but we need a lot of awareness about how we have to convert this innovation idea from idea stage to impactful commercialization stage or to launch the product in the market. So what we are working through this 7 decades of our NRDC from inception to till date is that we have identified the gaps and how to fill the gaps. We are working on that because knowledge is always like dynamic, technology is dynamic. So I would like to give some examples because my topic is like IP-driven innovation and commercialization, taking the examples of the global strategies or relevant to Indian ecosystem. I have done my international PG diploma in Copenhagen Business School, Denmark. So I have seen their ecosystem. So what they have actually incorporating is they are integrating the research centers, industrial centers, investors, and all the stakeholders of innovation, this innovation ecosystem together in a single incubation center like Sky Park, like how iTNT model is now, I think, working together like that. Like as we go towards this Indian global ranking, I have taken the statistics from the Indian global ranking only. So India is performing much more better. This is the statistics from 2024. So India is ranking 33rd in this innovation outputs. Now, IP is no more assert or a legal assert, I have to say. It's like a strategic tool for business and for innovation. So in that, I think our India has recognized that, and there are more number of filings, more number of grants, not only filings, grants are also taking place, and more research is going on into the real-time innovations, not just research and we are just investing on it. So these are some of the gaps, influential gaps we have identified. How we can identify the gaps is like swapping or mapping, we call it. Like SWOT analysis, everyone knows. So when we map the SWOT analysis with the pestle, this is a new topic where I have got it from the Western countries, where, of course, it is there already, but strategically, framework-wise, it has been incorporated as pestle. As you can see, political factors, economic factors, socio-cultural factors, tech factors. Tech factors means technological factors, innovation factors, legal factors, and environmental factors are also involved. Many innovations or startups will develop the technology, but to go into the market, they will even face the environmental or statutory clearances issues. So how to deal with them is also one of the aspects to be taken care of while initiating the research itself. Till TRL4, any academic institute will develop the technology. But from translating that or from the TRL4 to TRL9 is what is the much difficult aspect. So how to do that is what actually we are trying to bridge the gaps and connect the right stakeholders for the right innovation. As you can see, Chennai has been nominated by this thing only. Only 4 clusters in India have been highlighted in the global India rankings. So Chennai is for engineering. So this is like innovation key players. This is just output, like how it works. Is a usual common model in India or anywhere for any innovation ecosystem. So what are these different R levels? Everyone knows about TRL level, but not TRL level is enough for especially deep tech innovations or marine innovations, what we are talking about. So we need not only TRL, but we need MRL, that is market readiness level, IPRL, IP readiness level, CRL, consumer behavior or consumer readiness level, or customer readiness level, we also call that, and society readiness level. I can take a small example, like when, since we'll relate to a little bit of easy manner, like, some films will come. They come with a very good concept. But why can't they get hit in that range? Because society is not ready for it, or your customers are not ready for the film. But that film, again, released after 10 years, that's why I think re-releases are taking place nowadays in our system. So in the same way, when a product you're trying to give or you're trying to actually invest on the product or on the development of the technology, you have to check whether the the technology is having the market or not, whether the market is ready to accept the technology. So that who will do? That needs a expert assessment, which our NRDC will do. The TRL or the technology readiness level and IP valuation, what our CMD sir was actually, mentioning in his presentation previously. So is that what we are offering? We are actually acting as a one-shop stop. From idea to launch of the product, what all the different verticals we can work on. So we are working on all the verticals where I can give some example from the Chennai technology only. What our director NIOT has also mentioned, like cell and water lantern. I can take the technology and explain you how the technology strategies we have developed from stepwise procedures. So this is a dual layer innovation system, ecosystem, which is available in India. And most of the business or most of the, it requires two layers, macro layer and micro layer. How to integrate or intersect both of them is what any industry or any organization will be looking upon. What they actually visualize is that the IIMs, for example, IIMs and the technologists, means business and technologists have to work collaboratively as a team for the success of the organization. But not only that, they need some more, not only R&D, industry, and management students or management officials or executives, whoever it may be, whoever the stakeholders may be, but you also need the intervention of the teamwork between them. If you go to an industry, there will be always a maintenance meetings on Monday. Every Monday we used to have, I came from the industry only. I used to work in the titanium dioxide plant. So there always used to go for the blame games. There is some shutdown in the plant. There is some issue in the plant. Then the mechanical head will be saying that it is a maintenance problem or it is a process problem. Process person will be saying it is because of the management, marketing targets. You are giving us so much targets, so we are running overrated the plant. So the plant maintenance or the disruptive maintenance we couldn't able to conduct. So these were the, how to mitigate these challenges. Organize a brainstorming session between all of them. Organize a workshop between all of them together. Come together and say that what are the ideas you can, tell or you can put forward to the committee where they can take it forward for the benefit of the organization. So this is one model also we have tried in very reputed PSUs as well, where we collaborated all the people, all the officials of different categories at one place, and we have organized a brainstorming workshop, including the IP officials. And it was a very successful model, very successful workshop. We have achieved results from the big PSU, that is steel plant, Vizag steel plant. Design thinking process. I think nowadays, each and every sessions in the colleges are going for the design thinking process. But design thinking process ends at the testing only. There is one more step where we have to go forward is that, again, reiterative. That step is not being thought in the design thinking, but it will be thought in the real-time inventions or real-time innovations. Startups may find it very imperative or very useful because whenever you go forward, it's obviously done by the Stanford D school only, but they will only tell you empathize, ideate, or go into the market, how to improve the idea. But the algorithm has to go in a loop. You have to reiterate as well. All the research cannot take place only the positive thing. It may go for the failure as well. What you have to do for the failure? Is your organization prepared for the failure? That has to be assessed. So that part also we can provide. How? Let me tell you this. First, everyone says that successful technology transfer. What are the critical factors for the successful technology transfer? This one we have conducted surveys with n number of institutes, including PSUs, including startups, including the organizations, software organizations as well. So this we have found out, these are the main factors. Though we got so many critical factors, suggestions to be considered for the improvement of their company. Every organization will see that our organization has to see what are the gaps, and we have to, gap analysis method, we have to do it and go forward for the assessment. Go forward for the improvisation. So we have done this unit, and you can see what is the major factor you can see here. That is the market size. Your market, you should check about your market trends when you're actually launching a product or you want to go forward with the product what you have developed. So these are some of the strategies. In NRDC, what we do, as per the analysis we get it, each and every step we will be involved. Not only mentoring the startups or providing the technology, our services doesn't end there, or our mentorship doesn't end there. We will see through it, and we'll ensure it that they require all the requisite gaps, and they get the support what they have to get from different stakeholders from our networks, what we have from our 70 years of experience, and we go for the facilitation of the TOT and also launch of the product as well. Because here, not about taking the technology, developing the technology, but acceptance of the technology in the market is also very important, which usually doesn't have that much of weightage what we have for the research and innovation or for the funding. So I can talk about a few gaps in the technological innovation. These all models were developed on the practical real-time problems what we have faced while transferring the technology or also bringing the technology into the market. So in the technological innovation, this is the Death Valley, commercialization valley, or innovation funnel is a very theoretical topic which was spoke about by many speakers, many IP speakers, I have to say, or innovation speakers. But they don't know the strategies what we are developing. So how we have to do the framework, first of all. So from the initial stage, if you see, this is a simple example. We try to map the things from the beginning onwards. Because we are doing so many technology transfers, still we are not understanding like why some technologies we could able to transfer, why some technologies we couldn't able to transfer. So for that, we thought that we have to actually understand. Maybe by luck some technologies are happening, or we seriously putting some efforts. What efforts are we putting forward for? So for that, we have tried to map this in a simple flowchart for most of the technologies. Of course, some technologies will have the negotiation issues and all. Some technologies need the joint ventures, where especially the pharma technologies. They cannot develop all the human trials and all. They can do only till the TRL levels 5 or 6. After that, we have to take up to the next level of commercialization. For that, industrial intervention is important. Then what we do in such cases, first we file the patent for the technology developed so that the inventor will not lose his ownership. And then we will start the negotiations. Where the negotiations, we will involve the industry partner in this, and what all the shares or what all the equities will be discussed during those negotiation issues and all. They don't even IP filing. We involved in the IP scaling. What is IP scaling? Means we will check whether whatever the developer technology or the institute is doing, it's available in here, in India, or in abroad. That we conduct freedom to operate, usually. So once we do the freedom to operate, we understand in which regions that IP is having value, or you have to protect it. So practically, we will give that information. And not only that, when we do the IP landscaping, then we will understand like what all the competitive technologies, in which area or in which region. Then we'll try to get that incorporated in this. We'll try to throw the challenges. These are the challenges we are facing. Then we'll get the ideation stage, where many students of Chennai also have participated and given us ideas, like we can do this and all. It is like a reward basis ideation process what we'll go through. And we will conduct this roadmap, and we'll get the ideation, and we'll try to implement it. So for that, again, we have to go for the proposals, for the funding systems and all. So this is a cyclic process, and it requires a lot of stage gate processes, we call it. What I already told, like what we do propose is like TTOs. TTOs means Technology Transfer Offices with pan-India presence is what NRDC is representing. But NRDC is not only TTO, but it is also a complete technology framework institute where it has a strategic policies. It is also involved in the standardization of the technologies also, and we'll give the certification for the TRL assessment, means at what TRL your technology is readily available and all. We'll help you or mentor you to go forward, like what are the next steps. We even let you know what all the statutory clearances you have to make, you have to take, and how you have to take also. So we'll connect you to the right, organizations, not only institutes or the national organizations, even the international level also will promote your technologies. So some of the recent success stories, as I told you. So we are involved as a standard committee members or the board of studies members from the institution level. So now this type of, for example, one of the technology motors have been developed, that automation motors. But it cannot be transferred in the international level. Why? Because it has not been developed as per the IEC standards. So that means the initial stage of inventors or the initial stage of research institute doesn't know what all the standards. If you go for the oil sector and all, you know API. How many of them knows like what standardization you have to follow for the development of the technology? You will develop the technology, but it will not get transferred in the national or international level. Why? Because you're just going through the research stage, but you're not even keeping in mind that you have to understand what are the standards available. You have developed a quality management or a done. Okay. So you have done for the a water treatment plant or something. But what are the standard qualities you have to follow for the distillation column or for the filtration column or for the bioremediation column? So that you should aware of. So this is a, I'll end with this. This is a saline water lantern what Director NIOT and our Director CMD was also talking about. So this is a small technology where you will be using the salt water. This is especially designed for the fishery coast areas where they will have only salt water around them. Nothing else, in the mid of the ocean. When they have a disaster issues or when they have a natural calamity, they cannot give the signal to the coastal areas. So what this technology is about is, they can use that saline water and they can not only lit the light, but also they can charge their mobiles, where GPS would be installed and they can give the signal to the coastal guards that they are in danger or their location especially. So this is the main idea of this technology, and this was patented by NRDC and also been transferred to 7 industries, especially women entrepreneurs. So you can call it as a woman-led technology. The inventor is a woman, the technology transfer and the IP protection person is a woman, and also an entrepreneur is a woman. So this women-led technology, how it has been beneficial. Now, as I told you, social readiness level. So we have even conducted the societal impact of the technology. This has been distributed to all the fishery coasts of about 3 tribal areas where more than 300 people have been benefited, all fishermen. They are using it practically and they are giving their reviews as well to us. Now, recognizing this, the Green Technology Book, because since we are already uploading this in the WIPO, World Intellectual Property Platform, so they have recognized this in the Green Technology Book and they have published this as a green technology and also women-led technology in the, Baku, November 19, 2024. They have launched this in the from national level to the international level. This is one of the strategic model. So this is one of the technologies only what we have transferred, Waypoint Navigational Buoy. Our NIOT scientists are also available here. So this also we have transferred, and how our supporting systems like Adivu and all. So this is a medical device in Chennai. It is based in Chennai. How we are actually, obviously our CMD also spoke about this, how we are actually funding the Chennai startups for the development of the technologies and all. So this is under our TDVC program or the scheme, which I'll talk about in the masterclass what I have later on. So this is actually that wound. So they'll have a tissue oxidization wound recognition. This device will do it. This will help the doctors to understand to what extent the infection has been spread, and the operation can be performed accordingly without any excess operation or cut of the skin or any extra infection and all. So for this, we have already funded it. 1 crore we have released and they have entered into the phase 2 stage. This is the Inventus batteries. This is also from Chennai only. So they are developing the solid lithium-ion batteries. So they have developed a cascade, which is cascade anode, which is very innovative. And they're already completed their milestone yesterday itself. And they have done their, phase 1 process completed. And now we are going for the phase 2 for this technology. This is a capital goods scheme. This is a high valuable technologies for the automation and robotics, which we are doing in the Coimbatore. PSG College, and we have many other beneficiaries in the Coimbatore and Tamil Nadu itself. We are almost involved with the Ministry of Heavy Industries, and we are managing their funds. We are mentoring the completely stage-wise. We are funding almost 46 crores to 50 crores for each and every project. And Ministry of Heavy Industries is funding this, and we are managing all their technologies and IPs. We are even into defense sector. I think my time is up, so I'll just fast forward this. Samudriyan project. I think NIOT has already spoke about the Samudriyan project. Their IPs, we are only filing. NRDC is actually evaluating the IPs and filing the IPs as well. We are involved in this. So we are into the standardization process. So thankfully, have been nominated by BIS. And at the international level, we have represented India in South Korea, where we have seen their advanced technology in wave energy. And this is an example of that, where we have given some, taken some inputs and which can be implemented or developed in India. So these are some of the examples only, yeah. Our international collaborations already are, yeah. So key takeaways. So one thing I would like to say that, the collaboration with iTNT, Anita ma'am, so we are actually doing a lot of works in national wise and even in the international wise. Once we have this collaboration to take forward, we would like more startups to incubate here and take our services on the, ages of our visionary management, and even Anita ma'am can also be explaining that in later on stage. So we are looking forward for more collaborations from here onwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. May we request you to kindly stay back on the stage, please?
Oh, okay.
May I request Nikhil, Vice President iTNT, to kindly felicitate Dr. Bhavya Manjira Patroni, Head in Charge, NRDC TISC. For lunch before we come together for the exciting sessions for the second half of the day. We invite the special invitees, guests and delegates to join us at the respective lunch halls mentioned in your passes for the lunch and assemble back at 2:30 p.m. in the same venue. Thank you. Mahalakshmi ma'am, Assistant Registrar of Trademarks, Copyright and GI. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all participants. Thank you for the invitation. So the topic for today's discussion is copyright and trademarks protecting branding and creativity, and also the trademark registration process. So before going into this topic, let us understand what is copyright and what is trademark. So before understanding what is copyright and trademark, we should know the basic concept, that is what is intellectual property. So intellectual property is a category of property that includes intangible creation of the human intellect. So what is intellectual property? Any work, any invention, any logo which is created out of the human invention, human thinking, and human ideas, they are categorized as the intellectual property. So what are the forms of the intellectual property? Main types of intellectual property. So intellectual property, trademark, patent, designs, trade secrets, geographical indication, and copyright. These are the main types of the intellectual property. So copyright and trademark are the forms of intellectual property. So now we'll understand the basic points about copyright and the basic points of trademark. What is copyright and what is trademark? So copyright. Copyright is a type of intellectual property that protects the original works of authorship. So copyright is a form of intellectual property. As I told you earlier, copyright is a form of intellectual property. It protects the original work of authorship. So the work which is created by a person which is original. So such works are protected under the Copyright Act. So it is a legal right granted to the creator of the original work, giving them exclusive right to use and reproduce the work. So it is a right given to a person, the author, the composer, to exclusive use of right over that particular work. So what is original? Original means it should be new. It should not be one which is copied from someone. It should be the real work of the author. It should be the real work of the composer. So for example, you might have seen in many books, you might have seen this copyright registration. The person, the author of the book might have obtained registration for copyright. So this is a thing, copyright. So what kind of work does the copyright protects? Copyright protects literary work. The basic categories are literary works, dramatic works, musical works, artistic work, cinematograph films, sound recordings, and broadcast. Under this literary works, what kind of works are protected under the literary work? So books, articles, software code, etc. Under dramatic works, all plays, scripts are protected under dramatic work. Musical work, all compositions. What are the compositions which are given as a music? Those are protected under the Copyright Act as literary work, as musical work. So artistic work, painting, drawings, and architecture. The next category is cinematograph films, movies and videos, sound recordings, sounds, audio files, and broadcast, televisions, and radio. All these are protected under the copyright. You cannot seek. So when you author any book, or when you compose any music, or when you create any article, or when you have any paintings, you can get protection for these works only under the Copyright Act. So there, as I said earlier, there are many forms of intellectual property. So when you create this work, you cannot go for this patent right for this. Of course, for software, there is something, but basic right is, copyright protection is available for all these kinds of rights. So what does the copyright owner has over his work? So what are the rights of the copyright owners? The copyright owner has the exclusive right to reproduce the work. So as I said, once a person got registration, he has a copyright protection over that work. So if he has a copyright protection over that work, he alone can use his work. That is an exclusive right. He can prevent, he can restrict the other person from using this right, and by enjoying this exclusive right, he can reproduce the work, issue copies of the work, perform or communicate the work to the public, make adaptations or translation, and he can authorize others to do these works. So when a person enjoys his copyright protection, he can enjoy all these rights. He alone can reproduce the work. He alone can issue copies of the work. He alone can perform or communicate the work to the public. He alone can make adaptation or translation. He alone can authorize others to do these works. When you authorize others person to these work, the other person can enjoy all these rights. These are the rights conferred by the Copyright Act. So a person enjoys the copyright protection if another person, without his consent or misuses his right, it amounts to infringement. So without his consent, if a person uses the book, contents of the book, it amounts to infringement. So infringement, in what cases the infringement occurs? If the third party or if the person who is not the owner of the work copies the music or movies without a license, it amounts to infringement. And if a person republishes the content of the book, so it amounts to infringement. So if the person uploaded the content, copyrighted content online, it amounts to infringement. There are many cases which amounts to infringement, but these are the main examples of infringement. In recent days, with the advancement of technology, this thing, copying music without the contents, without the consent, without license, republishing the content, uploading copyrighted content takes place in recent times. So what are the remedies available if the copyright right is violated? So the person, the real owner, the author, the composer can approach the court for grant of injunction, praying for grant of injunction. And next is he can claim damages. And the second remedy available to him, he can pray for seizure of infringing copies. And he can also initiate criminal remedies. He can also seek criminal remedies by approaching the appropriate court of law. So what is the duration of this copyright? So what is the duration of the copyright? The duration of the copyright depends upon the type of work. So if it is a literary work, the duration of the copyright is life of the author plus 60 years. If it is a cinematograph films and sound recordings, it is 60 years from the publication. So if it is other work, it is 60 years from the publication or known author's date. This is the duration of copyright. I think when compared to other intellectual property rights, copyright enjoys a more duration. Others, for example, if you take trademark, it is for 10 years, but it is perpetual, it can be renewed. Once it is not renewed within this 10 years, it gets lapsed. But that is not so in case of the copyright. It is 60 years from the life of the author. So these are the basic things about copyright. And next is, what is trademark? So trademark in layman's language means it's a mark which is used in the course of trade. So in everyone's life, we start a day with the brand, with any brand. So that is trademark. So for example, if you get up early in the morning, you'll have a cup of coffee or tea with some brand, Brew, Narcissus Coffee or something, that is the brand. That is trademark. So you brush your teeth with a toothbrush. So with the brand, Oral-B, Pepsodent, and so and so. That is the brand. That is trademark. So trademark is any brand which identifies the product in the course of the trade. That is trademark. So it is a legally recognized sign symbol, word, phrase, logo, or combination that helps identify and distinguish the goods of one person from those of others. So it should be, what is the main purpose of the trademark is to distinguish the goods. So this goods comes from this person. So there will be some quality. So it distinguishes the goods from one person from those of others. So as I said, it is also a form of an intellectual property that protects the brand identity. So trademark must be capable of distinguishing. That is, what is it capable of distinguishing means? It should be distinctive. So as I said, this intellectual property is one which is created out of the human intellectual and human minds. So the trademark should be unique. It should be created by the applicant. It should be created. It should be creative. It should be invented. So trademark, what you apply can be either it can be applied on proposed to be basis, or it might have user before the date of application. So what all can be trademark? As I said, in copyright, what all work protectors of the copyright is literary work, dramatic work, music composition, recordings, all this. Likewise, what all constitute a trademark? What all can be applied for trademark? Any word, for example, Tata. Any device. So for example, Amazon, Flipkart. So all these devices can be trademarked. So any label, any logo, any name, any signature, letters, numeral, shape of goods, combination of colors, and sound marks. All these can be granted trademark rights. What is the purpose of a trademark? The main purpose of the trademark are to create a unique identity or brand. So you might have seen some person who use only the branded items. So it creates a unique identity for a brand. So this brand will give a comfort or convenience to a particular person. So it will assure some quality. It will assure some life. So all this creates a unique identity for a brand. So another purpose of trademark is to prevent confusion among the consumer. So there are similar goods in the trade, similar brands in the trade. So copying, that is, we call it as infringement. So similar, one brand might have acquired reputation and goodwill. The other person may copy the same brand and use it in the course of trade. So in such cases, the people should identify, people will be able to know which is the original brand and which is the duplicate brand. So it prevents confusion among the consumer. It protects the brand reputation and goodwill. So very well-known brand names have a good reputation and goodwill. So when a person gets a trademark registration, it protects the brand's reputation and goodwill. As I said, in copyright, the person has an exclusive right to use that copyright. Likewise, the trademark owner also has the exclusive right to use the trademark. It guarantees the unchanged quality. It creates an image for the goods. These are the main purpose of the trademark. So examples of the trademark, you might have seen many, all these trademarks like TVS, Archie. They have earned goodwill and reputation, and they have created a unique brand identity for these marks. So the people will associate this mark with that particular person only, and it indicates a source of origin. So in trademark also, there is if a person uses a mark which is similar and identical mark without permission, so causing confusion or misleading consumer, then it will amount to infringement. So if an infringement occurs, what are the remedies for this trademark infringement? It can file a civil suit for injunction and damages, and it can apply for this criminal penalties. So now coming to the main topic, how copyright and trademark protects creativity and branding. Of course, copyright and trademark protects creativity and branding in the commercial aspects of innovation and branding. How it creates. First, let us take this copyright and trademark, what they protect. What copyright protect? It protects the creative expression, original creative expression. And what does trademark protects? It protects the brand identity. So together, in this business world, the marketing tool, business world and marketing tool, brand identity and creativity are the essential tools for business growth. So copyright and trademark together create this creative expression and protects the brand identity. How this copyright protects the creativity? First, it encourages the original work. How it encourages the original work? The copyright protection assures the creator that their work is legally protected from unauthorized work, unauthorized use. It means a person is authoring a book with his full efforts and everything, out of intellectual creativity, all this, he's authoring a book, or he's composing a music. So the third person, without his permission, may use this book and reap profit out of this. So in such cases, the real owner of the work, real owner of the logo, can restrain this third person from unauthorizedly using this mark by approaching the appropriate court. So next is, it encouraged them to innovate and publish without fear or theft. It encouraged, so when a person has, imagine a situation, a person is creating more work, authoring a book and composing a music with his own work, with his own intellectual thoughts and everything. The other person is taking the profit out of it. So imagine if there are no copyright law, if there are no trademark law, there is no copyright protection, and there is no trademark protection, what will happen to the real owner? What are the repercussions? He will stop from creating new work. So if he is not getting any protection, he will not create any new work, he will not compose any music, he will not create any new brand. So he will stop creating. Only when his work is protected, only when his work is legally protected through some laws, he will come forward to innovate and publish without fear or theft. So the importance of creativity is it encourages the owner, the author, to innovate and publish without fear or theft. Another importance of creativity, it rewards innovation. So the real owner, the real author, the real composer can monetize their content and earn royalty through licensing or sales. This is the importance of creativity. What is the importance of branding? So as I said, it builds brand identity. Any mark which has very good, long-standing reputation, which has goodwill, it definitely builds brand identity. The people, the consumer will associate the mark with that particular person. So it definitely builds brand identity. It establishes customer trust. So people will have a trust in that product. People will have a trust in that book. If a person, many examples are there. So if you take like soaps or soaps like Hammam, people will have a trust in that product because this product gives a good quality. The producer gives a good quality soap. So people will have a trust in that product. Next is, it prevents brand imitation. So by having this copyright protection, the real owner, the true owner, can prevent the others from making the use of the similar logo by approaching the court. Next, it increases the business value. So strong reputation and the strong goodwill is an asset of any business people. So obviously, it will increase the business value of a owner. So I'll give you examples where many companies and people have obtained trademark registration and also copyright registration for their marks. Some examples are, first, the company Disney. If you take this company Disney, they obtained trademark registration for the mark Mickey Mouse, Logo, and Disney. At the same time, they also obtained copyright protection for the film characters, for their film characters, which was originally created by them, film characters and songs. So the logo is Disney. The next is, if you take copyright, the Mickey Mouse and logo is protected under the Trademark Act. The films, characters, and songs are protected under the Copyright Act. Next example is Apple. If you see Apple company, they obtained trademark registration for the logo Apple and also the word iPhone and also for the word iPhone. At the same time, they also obtained registration for their software code and their documentation. They obtained copyright protection for software, ads, and documentation. Next is Microsoft. So if you take this Microsoft company, they have registration for the mark Windows Office as registration as trademark. They trademark their Windows and Office as names. At the same time, they obtained copyright protection for their code, interface, and training videos. Next is Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola obtained trademark registration, this is the word, obtained registration for the name Coca-Cola and also for the design, the artistic work they have applied trademark registration, and also the shape of the bottle. That is also trademarked. At the same time, they also obtained registration, copyright protection for their ads, jingles, and their packaging artwork. So the companies obtained both copyright registration and also trademark registration for their marks and for the artistic work to protect their rights by preventing the others from using these rights. And next is Chennai Silks. Chennai Silks label is Chennai Silks. So they have obtained this trademark registration for the word mark Chennai Silk and also for the device. At the same time, they also obtained copyright protection for this artistic work, Chennai Silk. So this is a way how a big company and a people protect their right through trademark and this copyright protection. Assume, as I said, if there is no copyright law or if there is no trademark protection or copyright protection, what will happen to the real owners? What will happen to the real authors? What will happen to the real composer? What would be the repercussion and what would be the consequences? So I'll explain this with an example. Imagine you are parking your bike in front of your house. Someone has stolen it. So what will you do? You'll try always to get back the bike. Like you'll file a complaint, you file a police station, and you'll try to take back your bike. Same applies to this also. Your vehicle is also property. This copyright is also property. If any person uses it without your knowledge, without your consent, without your license of the work which he has created with his own efforts, with squeezing his brain, everything he has created this work. If another person steals it, will you be silent? No. So here needs a law. Here needs a protection. So the copyright law and the trademark law protects the work of the real owner, work of the real, logos of the real owner. So why it is important? So today in today's technology there is a tremendous improvement in the technology. So online piracy of music and videos takes place. Fake brands and look-like on e-commerce platform brands appears on the e-commerce platform. And deep fakes and AI generate content complicating authorships. So all these are existing in today's world. So how to protect this? Only when you have this copyright protection, only when you have this trademark protection, you can protect your creativity and you can protect your brand. Otherwise, the other person, without investing any efforts, without putting any money, without applying his mind, he'll take away the property, or he'll take away the rights of the other person, misappropriate and earn profit. So copyright protects your creativity and trademark protects your brand. Both are essential to thrive in the knowledge-driven economy. So the next session is the trademark registration process. Next slide. After presentation. Next slide. Next representation, trademark registration. You want another presentation? Yes. I've given 2 presentations. Sure. So the next topic is this trademark registration process. Now I'll clearly explain you how a trademark is getting registered and who is responsible for granting registration of this trademark. So this is the administrative step. The trademark registration is granted by the Trademark Office. So it is a Government of India under this Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. So under this controller, this is the office, Controller General of Patent, Designs, Trademark. Under this controller, CGPDTM, patents, following patent, design, trademark, GI, NIPM, and copyright. All this office functions under the CGPDTM. And what are the branches available for this? In trademark, there are 5 branches: Ahmedabad, Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and Calcutta. So what are the territorial jurisdictions of the TMR office? Mumbai, 5 branches, as I said. Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Kolkata, New Delhi, Chennai, and which all areas covers under what jurisdictions is given here. So Mumbai MP Chhattisgarh, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Union Territories, Daman, and all this. So just to refresh, what is trademark? It is a mark capable of distinguishing the goods of one person from those of others, and it must be used or proposed to be used in relation to goods. So what are the benefits of registration? Before going into the registration process, I'll tell you what are the benefits of registration. Registration is prima facie an evidence of proprietorship of trademark, evidence of ownership of trademark. It means when you get registered, it proves that you are the owner of that mark. So it is a prima facie evidence of proprietorship of trademark. It gives the exclusive right to use the trademark in respect of goods and services and take legal action in case of infringement. So you alone will have the right to use the mark. You can restrict the other person, you can restrain the third person who misappropriates your brand by taking legal action in case of infringement. So the registered proprietor may assign or license the trademark as any other property. The registered proprietor enjoy the goodwill associated with the registered trademark forever if the mark is renewed for time to time. So the duration of the trademark is 10 years. So it is extended by every 10 years if you file the appropriate request. So now I'll start with the filing procedure. Who can file an application for registration of a trademark? So Section 18(1) of the Trademark Act says, any person claiming to be the proprietor of the trademark, used or proposed to be used, who is desirous of registering it, shall apply in writing to the register the prescribed manner for the registration of his trademark. So any person who claims to be the proprietor, it means any person who creates a brand, who creates a logo, who creates a device, can apply for the registration of trademark. The registration can be done by filing the basic form, which is TMA. So what the form should contain? The form should contain the name of the proprietor, his address. The main thing, the form should contain the mark for which you are seeking for registration. So how to select a mark? So first you select a good mark. It should mention the class of product. And the appropriate form, as I said, it is TMA. The TMA should contain the mark and the class. So there are nearly 45 classes. The class 1 to 35 deals with the goods, and 1 to 34 deals with goods, and 35 to 45 deals with services. So you first choose a service or class, so service or goods. You categorize it under which class it falls under. Then mention the class in the form, application form. So we follow this NIS classification. As per the NIS classification, the goods are classified. So what are the steps involved in the registration process? As I said, you should for the basic registration form is TMA. TMA should contain the applicant's name, address, mark, class, goods, and the user date. All the details should be filled in the TMA. So after preparing this TMA form, the form should be either can be filed physically or through online. If you file it physically, if you file it online, there is a concession in the amount or the fee amount. Yes, concession in the fee amount. For example, for TMA is 10,000. If you file it online, you have to pay 9,000. If it is physically, then the fee amount is 10,000. Now let us see what are the steps involved in getting the registration process. Once you file this application, the application form should be submitted before the branch office or online. Once it is submitted, the office will take the application and allot the application number. So receipt of application. Once the application number is allowed, the next step will be data entry will be done in this application number. After the data entry is done, the Vienna codification, we call it as Vienna codification. If the mark applied for registration is any device or anything, so appropriate code should be given in this for proper examination. So Vienna codification will be done. After Vienna codification, the mark will be examined. So how the mark is examined? It is done as per the provisions of the Act. There are some provisions in the Act which prescribes the criteria for registration of mark, for mainly Section 9 and 11. So if the mark which applied for registration fulfill the criteria which are laid down in the Act, it will be accepted. It will be accepted and it will be published in the journal. So published in the journal, there is a time period of 4 months given to the other person to oppose the mark. If there is any opposition in the mark, the person can file opposition. If the opposition is succeeded, then the mark will be proceeded for registration. In case, if there is any objection in the examination, so the applicant has to file a reply to the examination report. The reply to the examination report will be considered. If it is satisfactory, if the reply to the examination report is satisfactory, the mark will be proceeded for publication. So again, the same process. Again, publication, 4 months time period is given for opposition. If there are no opposition, the mark will be proceeded for registration. If there is opposition, the opposition procedure will take place as per the provisions of the Act. If the opposition is concluded, the mark will be registered. So if there is objection made, and if the objections cannot be weighed at the reply to filing stage, the mark will be refused. So if it is not refused, it will follow, and the final stage is the application will get registered. This is the basic steps involved in the registration process. Yes. This is about trademark, copyright and trademark protecting brand identity and creativity, and this is a trademark registration process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for the masterclass training. I request you to kindly stay back on the stage, please. May I now invite Mr. Nirmal, AVP Investments iTNT Hub, to kindly felicitate Mahalakshmi, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next in our lineup, we now open the floor to a powerful discussion on navigating the legal landscape of IP protection, a critical theme in today's IP landscape. Please join me in welcoming the moderator, Ms. Shubhatra Mailsamy, Managing Partner, AK Mailsamy and Associates. And our panelists are Ms. Elizabeth Putran, Founder Partner, Putran and Associates, Dr. Sudhir Ravindran, Founder, Altaset Global, Ms. Swapna Sundar, Senior Partner, IP Dome. May we all give them a big round of applause to welcome them to the stage, please.
Good evening, all of you. This is Subhadra Mailsamy, Managing Partner of AK Mailsamy and Associates, a corporate law firm, and for about 60 years in existence. And with that, I think it's been a power-packed entire morning with great dignitaries and MOU signing. And of course, after a heavy lunch, we'll make this panel extremely interesting for all of you. We would not bug you, promise on that. So, to start off, the topic given to me today is navigating the legal landscape of IP protection in deep tech space. Now, before we dive into the subject, I am happy to introduce the eminent panelists here. Panelists, I have a time frame, so I've made it very brief of all your introductions out here. So, first, Elizabeth Putran, the founding partner of Putran and Associates. And she brings over about 29 years of experience in global IP advisory. She's widely respected for her strategic insight and commitment to enabling innovation through robust IP frameworks. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
And to my right, I have Swapna Sundar, who's a legal strategist and senior partner at IP Dome. And she also comes with an expertise in international law and policy, a former academic, and she now leads strategic legal initiatives across regulatory and ethical domains in India. Welcome, Sapna. And of course, we have a gentleman among the ladies, Dr. Sudhir Ravindran, the founder of Alticet Global, accomplished and an attorney at law and a solicitor from England and Wales. He comes with a rare blend of engineering and legal credentials. Welcome to the panel. So together, our panel will bring you a wealth of legal expertise, policy perspectives, of course, global insights and challenges and opportunities which you're facing in deep tech today. So let's directly dive into the questions today. So the first one, Elizabeth, out for you. In the context of Tamil Nadu's emerging deep tech ecosystem, what are the most common IP mistakes made by early stage startups, and how can they build a solid IP foundation from day one?
Thanks, Subhadra. First of all, I'm really happy to be here, and I'm happy to see that there are a lot of people. I was very worried that there would not be that many after the brilliant lunch we had. And Tamil Nadu state government is doing a brilliant work with the iTNT team. Amazing leadership I see as well. So I'll straight away dive into the question that was asked to me. I work a lot with startups, and one of the biggest challenges that I have found with startups is a delayed filing of IP. They are so busy, and rightfully so, innovating, trying to find funding, doing everything possible to make sure that their business or their startup is up and running. And they're pitching their decks for investors for whatever reason, and their product is out there. So they've actually killed their patent in that process. So then they are not able to file any more patents. Another thing I find is the lack of IP strategy. Yeah. That is something that seems to be missing, because IP strategy is something that has to actually go with your business. You have to be sure that you have a strategy in place that takes your business goals forward. One fantastic thing I found with a lot of startups is they have amazing products, but they do not actually have customers because they've not studied the market. It's very unfortunate, and I'm hoping there are a lot of startups here who are actually going to take cues from it. And there are very many more things, agreements not being looked at, legalities not being looked at, which comes to bite you back at a later stage.
Thank you.
With that, I will let it free.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was very enlightening. Swapna, the next one is addressed towards you. So, of course, Elizabeth had spoken about the IP strategies and things. So for you, it is on how do you think the deep tech startups from Tamil Nadu structure their IP strategy, in fact, to protect their own innovations, in fact, on a global perspective, especially if you see when your resources are limited and the development timelines are also pretty long, right? So what's your take on it?
Right. Thank you, Subhadra. And I thank you for inviting me to this forum as well. The crucial aspect of the deep tech and emerging tech technology background across the globe is this, that it cannot be covered by one IP alone. You cannot have a single patent covering the entire solution. So I think the core way to look at it is to have different modules of it protected in different ways. Copyright is cheaper than getting a patent. Trademark is necessary and definitely not as difficult or as expensive as getting a patent. But at the same time, I think one of the things that Tamil Nadu deep tech entrepreneurs should do is to leverage our traditional ties across the waters, for instance, with Singapore, with Malaysia, and Korea. These are the countries that are working on chips. These are the countries that help the deep tech convert to hard tech. And it's important for us to realize that IP is not an India game. IP is a global game. It's not possible to create a product or a market for the entire range of products and solutions that we can come up with one deep tech output.
Of course.
And it's important to look at how far we can take it. Africa is a great market. So when we look at protecting the IP across the globe and protecting the IP in consonance with our deep tech partners across, say, in Korea or Taiwan or Malaysia, that's the way to do deep tech. It's not possible to just do it in one jurisdiction.
Of course, and of course with the whole world being digital and data,
absolutely.
and of course with AI coming in, I think the challenges are pretty much multifold today.
also, I think we have to understand that these are deep tech challenges globally.
Of course,
German
yes, I
entrepreneurs,
understand.
Indian entrepreneurs,
yeah.
Korean entrepreneurs, they're all going
Yeah.
to face this. So working together with deep tech entrepreneurs across the globe would be the way to go.
Yeah. And thank you so much. Mr. Sudhir, for you. So with the initiatives like the Jigsaw Connecting Academia, as well as the industry in Tamil Nadu, what legal structures work the best for managing IP ownership in multi-party deep tech collaborations?
Thank you, Subhadra. Before going into the legal structures, one has to get to the basics. There's a metaphor of the three legs of a stool. Okay, when it comes to deep tech or tech transfer, the three legs of the stool would be, first will be the contractual framework, which is the legal framework.
Yeah.
Many a times we see there is a lack of contracts, basic contracts, essential contracts. So for example, in ITNT, under the leadership of Anita, we have been helping them put all the MOUs in place. All the MOUs which you signed in the morning are vetted, checked for rights and liability as to who owns them. So that's the contractual framework needs to be there. The second leg would be the compliance, which relates to the institutional policies.
Of course.
Correct? Academia, industry partners lack institutional policies. Okay, many a times we see that they have rip-off policies from the web, which actually doesn't suit their culture.
Yeah, we have Google ready-made templates today available.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the third is the commercialization, the business aspect. Elizabeth touched upon it, Swapna also touched upon it, is there a market for my invention? Correct? So once this tool stabilizes, the form of entity is something which would be a very easy choice to make, correct? Yeah. If the academia policy says that all the revenue which I earn will in turn be plowed back to research, a Section 8 or a non-profit entity would do well. But if you look at the US model, where tech transfer offices of universities, in fact, today fund universities, with the Trump's administration canceling Harvard's grants, if you look at it, the Harvard Technology Transfer Office gives them back millions. Yeah. So a profit entity would be required. But before you take into any such partnership, it is essential that the three C's, the three legs of the stool are there.
I completely agree with you. I do understand. Thank you. In fact, that is actually for every organization, the foundation are your documents, and that has to be pretty much clear right from the beginning. And of course, compliance is not merely a checkbox or a checklist. Definitely, I agree on that. Thank you. Coming back to you, Elizabeth. So this is something regarding on the areas of patents I would wanted to understand. So when should you think a startup, especially if it is in AI or semiconductors or biotech, kind of begin filing their patents versus relying on the trade secrets or their copyrights, and how do they balance the timing with the budget?
Thank you. So once you have an idea, when it becomes a bit concrete, immediately jump in and file in a provisional, because you will be working on the idea and you get your 12 months time to file the complete specification. So that would be the start. And then I would definitely say that file a patent. You cannot file a patent either too early. If you do that, you will miss out on a lot of things. If you're too late, then somebody else would have taken your patent, or it would have been out in the public domain. The other thing that I find is, I'm not going to go in detail about the whole thing, but I think it has to be a hybrid system. Maybe patent what is essential to you, what is your core competency, and which is something on the surface that the rest of the world can see. And for the rest of it that is hidden behind file, just have it as a trade secret. I just want to quote an example of something, how critical it is and at what stage. We had a startup that we were working with. They were really good from the beginning. They listened to us and we filed a lot of patents for them. But their investment was never coming through. The day we took the first patent that was granted to them and gave it to them. The next day, their VCs came and gave them a huge funding. So I think you have to give a lot of importance to investment. And also when you are giving, it shows your investors that you are serious about your startup if you protect your ideas on time. The final thing is, TN government, the central government has a lot of funds for startups. I don't know how many of you here or how many of them are aware of the number of fundings that you have.
Yes.
Please use that. It's very easy. It's very easy. There are several facilitating schemes available. Use that and file under the government scheme so that all the startups can benefit from it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it's just to add on to that, Elizabeth, I would say it's not just about filing and getting our registrations. I think it's also time for each startup to understand that if there is an infringement, they should voice it very, very vocally and fight for their babies.
So that's the reason why I was saying trade secrets difficult to monitor.
Of course, yeah.
But if you have a patent, we can straight away jump in and file for an infringement.
Thank you. Sapna, this is something on the jurisdictional challenges I would want to understand. So are there any particular jurisdictions where you find that Indian deep tech companies especially face greater enforcements or filing challenges? And how do you think they can prepare them to kind of navigate on this terrain?
Thank you for that. I think what we need to understand is that deep tech technology is not particularly risk prone. It's more important to understand that the specific risks are different.
Yeah.
So, of course, they have financial risks like all of us, in any entrepreneur has, but they also have specific risks because the R&D expense is high. And most of the time, the technology is in an initial stage, and you need to put in a lot of money to see that the product enters the market. There are also multiple technologies that are involved, and all of them are new. You may have nano, neuro, or and standard technologies, chemical technologies, and so on, all combined together. So the risks that deep tech and emerging tech face is, considering other incremental innovations, is significantly higher. But given that position, one of the areas of challenge that I find is in filing patents and trademarks in countries which require translation. So one of the advantages that we have in India is that we can file a patent in English or in any of the Indian languages. But when we get down to translating technology language into Chinese or Korean or Arabic, it is very expensive. So straight away there is an expense involved. Secondly, where there is a dispute or an infringement case that we have to file, whether it's an arbitration, mediation, or a straightforward litigation, filing it and fighting that case for enforcement in an expensive country is very expensive. A typical UK or European lawyer charges not less than $600 per hour just to look at emails.
Right.
That said, there are also interesting aspects about deep tech which I find very refreshing, which is that it's difficult to copy in many jurisdictions. It is difficult to copy highly well-developed emerging or deep tech technology in countries which are not as good as us. So interestingly, we are the 4th out of 7 in the deep tech technology development landscape. So we are among the leaders in deep tech. So to that extent, we are probably better off fighting our cases in some of the Asian countries or probably in Africa. But if we are fighting the case in Germany or Switzerland, then I would definitely be concerned about the financial implications.
Definitely. I think the budget is the biggest,
huge
hurdle for most of the startups or any organization, in fact.
Absolutely. Technology-wise, I think we are as good.
Yeah.
I think technology-wise, it's a really close race between Indian deep tech companies and, say, a Swiss or a German deep tech company.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sudhi, this is for you now. Something to do with the government and the corporates, on that angle. So how do you think you can advise the startups to kind of protect their IPs when kind of sharing very early research or prototypes, especially with government bodies, accelerators, or corporate partners as such?
The question has to be seen in the perspectives of the times we are in now. Yes, an NDA is essential and early filing is essential. But what is happening with AI around and with all of us have toyed with ChatGPT and Perplexity being free.
Yeah.
I can see Suresh Samadam sitting there. I remember 20 years back when we filed his first patent, actually it was his second patent, we took around 45 days to draft the patent. Yeah. Okay, we filed, got it granted in the US. Today there are tools which can do it in 5 minutes. Correct? AI tools, LLM tools, expensive, but they will get democratized soon. A patent draft can be generated in 5 minutes flat. And the input it requires is 2 lines.
But we are also giving a lot of data for it inside.
No, not really. Look, when you come to proprietary models, you don't have to give it away. What also will happen is that patent offices will catch up. For example, the Saudi Arabian Patent Office has adopted AI for examination. Yeah. So the battle of patent grants is going to be between AI and AI.
The machines versus machines.
The machine versus machine. Then where is the human element to startups? It will come in the enforcement of patents. Correct? How good is your patent? How is the quality metrics? Yeah. And when we evaluate financial assets, we know that, okay, your CIBIL score is so much, your financial score is there. There is no patent quality index in which we can measure whether it is human generated or not. So the challenge for startups is not protection anymore, correct? Yeah. It will become largely such. DIY, correct? So you can go in, generate your own patent document. Yeah. Look, very frankly speaking, we thought it was a threat. My 25-member drafting team today is 6. Okay, aided by AI tools. Correct? Course. So we don't need what used to take us 10, 12 days to generate a draft will take depending on the queue. So what is interesting for startups is to have the broad canvas and understanding that my patent, look, the numbers don't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, the number of filings is obviously set to increase.
True.
So filing will become an essential requirement. It will become like each startup we will see will have 40, 50 patents very easily as we move forward.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Apart from that, we do have some more time left. So I would like to know whether we have any questions from the audience. The floor is open. So we'd be happy to take any questions for the panelists. If you all have any questions, please do address.
Just one question there.
Somebody at the back. Sir, can we have a mic there, please?
Check. Hello. Good evening, ma'am. Should I speak in English or Tamil? It's comfortable to you.
So who would you like the question to be addressed? Who do you want it to be answered from?
Ms. Swapna Swanda.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
You said about the African market and South American market like that.
Yes.
For filing IP in any state or any country like that, if example I'm saying, if someone is developing a device which is prone for internet or anything like that, a new device for any new generation of tech, how one should file an IP in India or else for other countries like Africa, China, or even Southeast Asia like that?
Yes.
What would be the procedure and whom should one person or one entrepreneur to approach?
What would be the procedure?
What would be the procedure and what else should he ask you or do?
Thank you very much for that question. So it's an interesting continent. Africa is emerging as a place which is also a technology hub and a market, particularly for India. We have 53 countries there. We often forget that. And 50%, almost 27 countries in Africa speak English. Or they have been colonies of England, so therefore they do speak English. Some of them, a smaller majority or smaller number of them speak French. So interestingly, again, I'm talking about Africa, but then this is a similar procedure there. We have to use a local attorney there who's registered to file patents in those countries. And you can approach an attorney in India, and they will associate with an attorney in whichever country you want to go to. But interestingly, in Africa, the African Region Intellectual Property Office helps you to file English language patents in, I think, about 18 to 20 countries. And then there is their French counterpart, the Francophone office, which speaks in French. There you can associate with one associate, and they can get you patents in about 7 to 8 different countries. So by doing this, by filing a single application, which gets examined in different offices, we can actually reach out to quite a large market. Similar situations or similar collaborations exist also in the former USSR countries, which are now called Commonwealth of Independent States, like Lithuania, Georgia, and so on. So these countries also have a common office. So by reaching a single associate, a legal associate there, you will be able to file patents in several different countries.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that answer.
Subhadra, can I just add to that? So for the person who asked the question, the easiest way for you to do is file a patent in India, file a PCT application. Most of the European countries and African countries are members, so you save. If you're a startup, you will definitely save on that time.
Sorry, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. So I hope this discussion and this panel has been interesting for all of you, and you have got enough sufficient inputs. And I think from all our panel experts here, the suggestion is to file your copyrights or your patents or IPs at the earliest, and it has to be a global phenomena is what we understand. So thank you once again, and thank you all for being part of this conversation. And let's keep this dialogue ongoing and continue building with clarity and confidence. Once again, thank you to iTNT Hub and our CEO, Vanitha, as well. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I
Thank you.
request you all to kindly stay back on the stage, please? May I request Mr. Nirmal, AVP Investments, iTNT Hub, to kindly felicitate our moderator and other panelists. May I invite the Chief Executive Officer of iTNT Hub, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, to join us on the stage, please. May I request you all to kindly stay back for a group photograph with our Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, and Nirmal, AVP Investments, iTNT Hub, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We now move on to a special fireside chat that celebrates inclusivity, leadership, and the critical role of women in technology. Please welcome Ms. Kayalviri Selvarajan, Director, Operation Excellence, AstraZeneca India Private Limited, in conversation with Ms. Geeta Ramamurthy, Managing Director, KBR. Welcome you both to the stage, please.
Hello all. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I hope you're all having a wonderful time listening to all the great lineup of speakers and about the wonderful conversations about innovation in Tamil Nadu. My name is Kayalviri, and I lead strategy and operational excellence at AstraZeneca's Global Innovation and Technology Center. I have Ms. Geeta Ramamurthy, Managing Director, India of KBR Inc. With me today. And I look forward to the next 15 minutes to have a wonderful conversation talking about operational excellence meets IP. It's not often times that we relate operational excellence and IP, and that's exactly what the next 15 minutes will unpack. And in addition to that, we will also talk about the emerging role of women leaders in the technology space and the growth of women innovators. So first things first, Geeta, you have had a very illustrious career, starting in the finance domain and moving on to digital operations, and now as the Managing Director, India for KBR Inc. So how has your diverse background contributed towards innovation and disruption as part of your role?
Thank you, Kyle. First of all, such an honor and pleasure to be here at this event today. Thank you, iTNT, thank you, NASSCOM, and everyone else who has given me this opportunity. Being a NASSCOM EC member is also a privilege. And yes, coming to your question, I think, Kyle, my journey has been rather unconventional. So I come from a chartered accountancy and a CMA background. And for the first 15, 16 years, I was working in the finance domain. And when I pivoted to taking on that big shift, moving from a finance-oriented role to leading a business, with the push that came from my boss and with the support that came from a couple of my male colleagues in particular, I think that was the turning point for me, wherein there are a few things that it taught me. One is to step out of my comfort zone, because to be able to move out of your domain after so many years of experience of having done different things, to doing something which is not inherently your basic strength or doesn't relate to your basic qualification was new, because I had to lead a team, a business with 600 and odd engineers, most of whom had an average years of experience of about 25. So that was a big step forward for me, and it taught me also to not have fear of failure. I do remember asking my boss, is there a safety net? What if I don't do well? But then he said, look, you take a step forward and don't go back. And third thing was belief in a growth mindset. Till then, I wasn't exposed to that, but when I looked at Carol Dweck's philosophy, which talked about growth mindset, which is, do not think that your future prospects or your growth is limited only by your initial years of experience or your initial qualifications. You become a lifelong learner, continue to learn and evolve. So these attributes have actually helped me to drive the innovative spirit in my business, in my organization, where I create that enabling environment for my colleagues to come out of their comfort zone, to raise their hands when they see a new idea, and then share it without fear of being criticized. And thirdly, also enable, or encourage innovations. Because if we don't do that, people are normally driven to delivering their day job, and they think that success is measured only by how many projects they delivered or how many assignments they completed. But this is not about that. This is about constantly looking at what can I do better? Can I come up with a new idea that will actually give better value for the business? So I think that way, that career shift, or the fact that I was able to do a diverse role across my career, helped me to pivot to a more innovative-oriented way of working.
Okay, I think that was very insightful, right? Stepping out of the comfort zone, and to all the innovators and entrepreneurs here, I think you've all surely stepped out of your comfort zone to get wherever you are today. And the same kind of context applies to the corporate space as well. The next question is probably, it's around the operational excellence space that we're talking about. When we speak about operational excellence, we generally talk about streamlined operations, a set process, and that's the thought that comes to your mind when you talk about operational excellence. But when you talk about innovation and IP creation, there is a radical shift. You are talking about risk-taking. You're talking about stepping out of your comfort zone. So how do you relate these two, and especially if in your organization and in your experience, can you give us some examples where focus on operational excellence has led to innovation or IP creation for that matter?
Yeah, that's a brilliant question, Kyle. I just want to start off by sharing a small anecdote or an incident, I would say. In one of our management classes, there was this real-life story of DBS Bank, which was the first bank to be named as the world's best digital bank by Euromoney Awards for excellence. Piyush Gupta, the CEO of DBS Bank, when he was asked, how did you make it happen? He said, it's not going to be easy. It's like running around a closed room whilst you're changing your clothes, but you have to keep running and not stop. So your day job, your business has to continue. You can't drop the ball, but at the same time, you've got to innovate. You've got to get better and better. So I think for me, that's why I was able to, consciously, whilst focusing on operational excellence, by looking at the near-term goals, you do have a plan to deliver it. But at the same time, you've got to create that space. You've got to create that environment where people are consciously encouraged to look at ways of improving, how they do things. And not only that, it's also about being fit for the future. Because as an India, head, one of the things I realized was we don't have dearth of talent or ideas, but it's giving that support and giving that platform for people to come out and share the ideas. One of the things we did was, apart from, ensuring that the projects were continuing to get delivered as per schedule, cost, and quality, we also had hackathons where, we gave some problems to the team, real-world problems, which were going to help the business get better, like sustainability-related problems or problems related to AI application in our business. And there was enormous amount of response from the India teams, and they also emerged as one of the winning teams across the globe. Now, that didn't happen automatically. It happened by design. And I think that is one of the examples where, I've been able to relate the fact that operational excellence can also lead to innovation and value creation for the business at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful statement. Even at AstraZeneca, when you look at innovation, the way we started off was how we can use AI to improve productivity. You make baby steps, you start off small, and then you will hit something really big. So that was, that's how we also adopt AI into our ways of working as well. Shifting gears a bit, right? We are in Tamil Nadu, we are in part of the Tamil Nadu IP Conclave. So when you look at Tamil Nadu, I mean, as per a report in FY23, Tamil Nadu has the highest number of patent filings in India as compared to all the other states. About 9% of the total patent filings come from Tamil Nadu. So you have worked with several, global organizations, especially from your government engagements in the West, defense-related assignments, or especially where you are working with the government. Is there anything that you feel we should adopt in Tamil Nadu to be able to nurture this environment, the startup culture, and the innovation in the state? Any thoughts from your work experience, Geeta?
Sure. So Kyle, I think like you rightly pointed out, Tamil Nadu is doing exceedingly well in terms of driving that awareness with respect to startups, with respect to incubation, and also fostering an environment where industry and academia are collaborating. However, when you look at the potential, there's still a lot that we need to do. One of the things that we need to probably do more of is, if you look at the number of companies that are incorporated in Tamil Nadu, I mean, they are close to 12,000. And the ones that are truly innovating and truly focusing on, the products of the future, or the solutions of the future, it's still a small percentage. And MSMEs are a segment that is often not really able to do that more effectively. Talking at another event earlier today, that was one of the things that came through, where MSMEs said that they do want to also, grow and, add more value. Actually, even today, as we speak, 30% of our GDP for India comes from MSMEs, and there's still there's few of those which are doing very well, but majority of them still need that enabling environment and the impetus, to really come up with new product solutions, and therefore IP generation and commercialization. So I think the awareness has to still be more. There are 30 plus facilitation centers, IP facilitation centers in Tamil Nadu, and we have come a long way, no doubt. But I think the potential is immense, and we are on the right path. Events like these with, iTNT is doing, these are all going to be very pivotal for the future, because it's bringing together the thought leaders, innovators, startup founders, and large corporates. So I think we are doing a lot of things the right way, but more of research and development. Organizations themselves have to, I think, prioritize research and development more, because we are many of them are still in the here and now. Only a few that are looking far ahead are spending more focus on innovation. And at this juncture, what are your thoughts as well, Kyle? I mean, as far as AstraZeneca is concerned, I think you said you're really far-sighted in terms of that focus.
Yeah, of course, in AstraZeneca as well, when you look at how we are, so the way we started off this GCC, right, we started off as an IT services organization. Predominantly, most of the work we do were IT services. But over the past 10 years, we've kind of moved away from being an IT services center to driving innovation for the global enterprise. So it's a long journey and we've come a long way. And we also pride ourselves in being part of several cutting edge and breakthrough innovations and technologies coming out from the GCC in collaboration with our global counterparts. So that way we've come a long way, and we constantly encourage our employees to be able to innovate, to be part of hackathons. We run those innovation events so that our employees can also generate those ideas and solutions for the global enterprise. So there is a constant focus on innovation, and we rebranded ourselves from a global technology center to a global innovation and technology center back in 2022. So, the rebranding also speaks for itself in terms of how we focus on innovation consistently.
That's brilliant. It's brilliant to hear. And one of the things I also wanted to add in the context of what Tamil Nadu can do more is, one of the largest institutions in Tamil Nadu, I think when I just met with the, head of that institution, what he was sharing was the students they're bristling with ideas, but they do not really have the wherewithal to take up their initial idea into a startup, venture and then carry it through to success. So something seems to be lacking after that initial alliance is set up and the initial connections are made. So maybe there's some fact finding we need to do and unlock that potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe finally, we also spoke about when the the Master of Ceremony introduced us. She also spoke about inclusion and talking about the diversity and inclusion. So maybe a question around that, Geeta. So. What do you think, looking at the opportunities available in this space for innovation as well as the growth in the career space, what do you think are the opportunities and challenges available in front of women techies and women innovators today? And what would be your advice for them?
Yeah, I think today the opportunities are still there. They are tremendous, Kyle. I mean, compared to maybe 5, 6, 7 years back, there is greater awareness in terms of the thrust and focus that states like Tamil Nadu have, particularly, and few other places as well within Tamil Nadu on diversity and inclusion and bringing in more women and people from underrepresented sections into the workforce and providing the right platforms to them to succeed. There are opportunities for them to access the right education, courses. They have access to, forums like, for example, CII's Indian Women's Network and, Madras Chamber of Commerce, Women's Business Council, and so on and so forth, which bring, aspiring leaders together, provide them guidance and support and mechanisms to unlock the potential. So there are opportunities out there. But I think I want to talk more about the challenges because I, as a woman, can say that one of the challenges is we limit ourselves. We as women, we set very high benchmarks for ourselves and we try to tick all the 10 boxes or we try to tick more boxes than are required. So we don't raise our hands when there are opportunities. I think we should come out of that. We should really be bold enough to take those steps forward and ask for help when we need help. So I think the challenges inherently are there in the society. There are societal conditioning issues, no doubt. But more often than not, I think women themselves have to first realize, that they have the potential. They should figure out what they want to do and then ask for support, ask for help. But I think today we are in a much better space than we were 10, 15 years back. And I think it would be great to see more leaders in tech, more women in tech everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for the women out there, don't reject yourself before someone else rejects you. So I think there is a lot of self-doubt that we carry as women in, at some parts of life. I think we just have to come out of that and, go for it. So that's what has helped you. That's what has helped me as well in my career. So with that, maybe I'll just open it up to the audience for any questions. Do you have any questions? Anyone wants to, any question for Geeta or for me? Yeah, I see a hand there.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
Yeah, ma'am, my question is to the both of you. So I hope you both have extreme expertise when it comes to software. And when it comes to software, I think we have very less protection in the intellectual property subject. And what do you think about it? And how can we go about it? And currently, we are, in order to accelerate the process, we are using various APIs, including the large language models APIs. So with that being said, the total arena of IP changes entirely. So what's your take on it? And since I am in the software front, in health and wellness sector, I'm unsure of how to go about it.
Okay. I don't know. I'm not an expert in IP, but one thing that is a big challenge today is that, as you rightly pointed out, if your focus is on software and your products are around it, today there are a lot of tools and software available which can generate code for us, right? So even amongst our teams, we are actively encouraging our employees to look at these various AI tools available that can be used for software generation, software testing. So it's actively used. So the human plus AI is going to be the future, right? It's not just humans like what it was earlier. So it's humans plus AI. So if I were to, give you an advice, my friend, so it will be how you are going to leverage AI as part of your solution to address the problem at hand. That would be my advice for you. But maybe Geeta, you can add as well.
Yeah, I think I would like to just address the question on the IP part. Please do consult specialists, because IP can be a do or die. I mean, if you don't do it right, you tend to lose out a lot of revenue potential and monetization opportunity. Do consult the experts. And today there are multiple avenues available. The previous panel had, all the legal and, counsel and experts there talking about this very aspect. The second thing is have a clear game plan in terms of your roadmap. How are you developing, when are you developing, and when do you have a time plan, game plan to generate return on your investment. So have a more methodical and organized approach to it and consult the experts. That's what I would say.
Appreciate it, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are at time. And it was, can we take this one question?
Yes. A quick question from anyone else?
Wildfire, I'm on the solution. The California, last 6 months before, they lost 15 lakhs crores. It's a strategy. So I'm developed wet-end on product. I developed a promo strategic lines. Even ONDC, I applied government through Tamil Nadu. I'm more influential person with the government, state government and central government. I am from IPS family also. Even though this kind of startup, giving the global solution, it's not converting in that area where we have to work strategically. You understand, ma'am?
Yeah.
Ma'am, you know very well, the California, 15 lakhs crores is lost. If my technology is used 3 months before, I can allow only 1 lakh crores. It's a matter of loss prevention technique. My model, I am working like that. I'm making all disaster management solution in safety engineering. So like that model I'm developing out. So it's a human life. Money is different. I can save the environment. I can save a lot of money. In this something, and one more thing is, my product, my client is always supposed to be government. You know very well. So how we have to tackle?
Yeah, I think...
you understand, ma'am?
California
means
so,
that volume
no, I
of,
understood. Sorry, I think we're already running on time, so I'll just briefly address this. I think that's why we have forums like these. Please get in touch with, the organizers, as well as we at NASSCOM also are providing that intersection of, policy and government and basically, corporates and startups to see how we can unlock that potential, enable monetization and commercialization. So please reach out separately, and I think we'll be able to assist. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am. It's wonderful listening to you
Well,
both.
lovely talking to all of you. Yeah, thanks for your time, Geeta, and thanks to ITNT for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. May I request you to kindly stay back on this dais, please? May I request Mr. Nirmal, AVP Investments, ITNT Hub, to kindly felicitate our guests. It was wonderful listening to you both on inclusivity, leadership, and critical role of women in tech. Great listening to women in tech from women leaders themselves. Thank you. Now it is my pleasure in inviting Mr. Suresh Sambandam, founder and CEO, Kestflow, for the next expert talk.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to talk about impact of AI, especially in the IT industry, as well as the implications of that and in the IP space. Before I get deeper into that, I just wanted a little bit talk about a small personal background that may be a little relevant to this. I grew up in a family where my father is a communist person who used to be a huge trade unionist. So at that time, I actually learned programming. So this, you can imagine the dinner conversation at my home. My father used to talk about how he used to go get onto the streets and fight against automation and computerization because it's going to take away millions of jobs. And on the other hand, I am his son, actually hardcore programming 24/7 in his own house. And that conflict is very relevant here because we are in this AI era where there is a lot of scare that's coming because of AI and the impact of AI. In my view, if you fast forward, this was when this happened, this was in 1991-92. That's the time I started learning programming. At that time, I never knew I will create patents. I have 3 patents now, but that was much later, okay? But if you fast forward 20 years from 1990s, what really happened in the computerization era is that, yes, my father's scare was true. Some people did lose jobs, but for every job that was lost, maybe 10,000 more jobs got created. So that's really what really happened. So there was an explosion of opportunities that happened because of computerization or software as a technology that came in. So I think, then what really happened was people who are not willing to change are the people who really lost the jobs. Or people who are not willing to learn are the people who really lost the jobs. But people who are willing to learn and adapt actually gained a lot. I think that to my best of my knowledge, that story is going to be repeated one more time. This time, what's going to happen is software or technology is going to be democratized so much so that everybody is going to be a software developer. The era of people who are learning to program as specialist programmers is going to go away, and everybody, all of us, like 20 years ago, none of us probably thought everybody will be using computers. Today, we are not able to imagine that everybody will be able to program. But 10 years from now, most people will be able to program. cutting across disciplines. And that is the kind of impact that AI is going to bring to the software, to the industry in general. But not just industry, I think it's going to make a huge impact on the society in general, because AI is going to cut across every single segment. You take it, there will be AI in it, whether it is retail, lawyer, doctor, content writing, designing, movie making, software making. You tell me genetic engineering, genetic sequencing, predicting models, routing flights, booking tickets. You give me any example, in every example there will be AI. Every single use case there will be AI. So I think that is the massive opportunity in front of us. If you get scared by AI, you will be among those hundreds of people who lost the jobs. But if you aggressively embrace AI, you will be the one that will ride the wave. எங்க அப்பா வந்து சின்ன வயசுல சொல்லுவார், if you have to ride the tiger, புலியோட பொடரிய பிடிக்கணும் அப்படின்னு. So if you have to ride the AI wave, you have to catch it by the chest. You can't catch it by the tail. If you catch it by the tail, you will miss it. You have to ride the tiger, right? So if you have to ride the tiger, catch it by the chest. So that's really what's going to happen. But as far as IP is concerned, we are in a very delicate situation with respect to AI. I think one student, somebody asked about a software IP question in the previous panel. I don't know whether we answered that well. I don't know how many of you know, software as a standalone is not patentable in India. You can't patent software as is. So software has to be combined with some hardware combination to be able to patent in India. Pure software is actually not patentable. And that is something that I discovered very early on. As Sudhir was mentioning the panel before, that was the first time I was patenting in India. My first patent was in the US. The second patent was in India. And Sudhir came back and told me, you know what, you can't patent software in India. I was like shocked. You can't patent software in India, what is this, right? So, but then we have to create a device and embed the concept of a device and embed the patent in the device and then go for the patent. And we did get the patent. So this is something, this is a challenge as far as software patents is concerned in India. The other challenge with respect to software patent is most of the software patents are actually not enforceable. Very difficult to enforce software patents. Because a lot of times the traceability of the invention back to the source is very, very difficult, and enforceability is very difficult. You can change an algorithm, tweak the algorithm a little bit, and then create a new variant of it. So there are a lot of challenges around it. And in patent, there are two fundamental concepts. One is called novelty. The second one is called inventive step. These are the two fundamental concepts around patents. And when it comes to AI, while novelty can be somewhat achieved, the inventive step, what is called the inventive step is something called, like an average person, if they could have figured out on his own, then it is non-patentable idea. Which means if it is a trivial one that anybody in the natural course of knowledge can come up with that idea, that is actually not a patentable idea because it lacks what is called as inventive step. Most of the AI extensions will lack the inventive step, and that will actually throw a lot of challenges around patenting AI-based inventions. The other question is also about what is IP? See, a lot of times we think IP as, like in software terms, people think their code as IP. But if you're building a business, the biggest IP that anyone can create is the brand. We rarely think about it. For example, I have my good friend who runs a salon in Chennai, which all of us probably know. It's called Naturals. Now, what is the IP of Naturals? What prevents you or me to go and get a shop or a place and buy 5 or 6 salon chairs and infrastructure, put the people and start it. Anybody can do it. But what we won't get is a logo which says naturals in the board. You can't put that. Everything else you can do. But what you can't do is put naturals on your logo, because in an industry as competitive, as copyable as salon, there is IP. And the IP is accrued in the brand of the company. The biggest defensibility that anyone can get, for example, I run a software company called KissFlow. We have a very unique name. And our brand is the one, people cannot copy KissFlow. We can copy the software, but they cannot, even if they copy our software and put the name, they can't put the name KissFlow on it. And that actually is very, very defensible. So if you are building IP, in addition to the underlying invention, you have to think about building the brand around that invention, because that is the one that is in the long term tremendously defensible. And there are other AI impacts that's happening. For example, recently 12,000 of TCS employees have been laid off. And I'm not specifically talking about TCS here, no, nothing. I love TCS as a brand. They have done a phenomenal job for the country, but this is not just going to be in TCS, it's going to be every IT company is going to go through this. I have hearing news like they're withdrawing. A lot of companies who have given campus offers have started withdrawing the campus offers. So that is going to be a huge impact. What this really means is AI is changing the IT job market as a whole. So what we are seeing is that, for example, in services, I coined this term called full stack consultant. Previously, consultant will be like one layer, and then below that there will be a technical lead, and then there will be a developer, and there will be a tester. But if you now go into an IT services engagement, there will be a full stack consultant, which means you go talk to customers, they will do requirements, and then they will have a prompt system. They will go take the requirements, put it in the prompt system, and they will produce the software. They themselves will test a little bit using another AI, and then deliver the software, and then come back. So that's the new definition of the job description that's going to happen. And we are not preparing ourselves for this kind of a transformation. And we also saw like Ola founder started an AI platform, and there is layoffs, 100 people have been let go. There, my view is India actually already missed the AI platform wave, like a LLM, creating LLMs and those kind of waves. But what India should not miss, specifically Tamil Nadu should not miss, is building applications on top of AI platforms. There is a huge, huge opportunity there. The opportunity is as big as a single person can build $1 billion company. It's called the 1% $1 billion companies is the vision that is evolving in the AI. A single person using AI technology can build $1 billion. It's not yet happened, and it is most likely to happen in our era, because already there are single person $10 million companies are available with AI. There are a handful of people who have made 100 million already in 8 months. In 8 months, there is a small company which is having a handful of people who have made $100 million in 8 months in the US. So from here to getting a single person stitching everything to AI and building $1 billion company is really not far away. So that is kind of the challenge as well as the opportunity in really front of us. And combined to this, there is this Gen Z mindset. It's also going to add on to this. The Gen Z mindset is really not having a boss and not thinking work as a permanent thing. Work as something much more temporary. Like in my father's time, people used to think they work for somewhere and retire in the same company. At least in this era, we are thinking about working in a company for 2 to 3 years. The Gen Z mindset is like 6 months to 9 months stint and then go for a 3 months vacation, come back and then try some other stint. When you combine AI with the Gen Z mindset, you get something very radically different perspective. And all of this is going to play into the next 10 to 20 years, right? And I want to leave enough time for people to ask questions if they want. And I wanted to talk about one last point because we're talking about deep tech. I always had this question, how many investors are here? I know Gautam is here, 2 investors, nobody else, 2, 3. I went to many, I meet all the investors in India, like all the VCs in India, pretty much I know most of them. I run into them every often. I mean, many of these things, they always say, we are focusing on deep tech. And I always ask, what is this deep tech? Can you tell me this deep tech? And I honestly tell you, nobody explained me what is deep tech. I'm telling you honest truth. Literally, nobody explained me what is deep tech. And then there is one guy who explained me what is deep tech. And he said, if somebody talks about something that you don't understand, that is deep tech. Okay. If you don't understand it, and that is deep tech. And actually, it happened to be true because in the same event, I met another guy who came to me and talked about quantum physics and quantum computing, and he's building a quantum computer. And then I'm supposed to be a computer engineer. I never went to computer science. I don't know how many of you know, I never went to college. The last formal education I had was school. After 12th standard, I started programming myself. But I still consider myself as a self-made computer engineer. I did assembly programming, C, C++, and all that nonsense that you can imagine. I was trying to understand what the hell he's talking about, this quantum computer. I just didn't get it. Then I called the other guy and said, yeah, now I know what is deep tech. Somebody comes and tells me all these things, it is deep tech. But the reason I'm talking about this, deep tech is one place where IP enforceability is very high. Like in software, IP enforceability is very low, but on the contrary, in deep tech, the IP enforceability is very high because often deep tech ends up solving some more fundamental scientific, science-related fundamental innovation or breakthrough. Often they will crack something much more, like quantum computer, for example, or quantum encryption. So when you do that, then the IP enforceability becomes much more better. So what I want to leave with, the final thing I wanted to say is don't get scared with AI. Yes, AI is going to make a big impact. A lot of people are going to lose jobs. But if you are geared up, you will understand the job descriptions and the skill sets are completely going through a transformation. And if you catch on to the wave, you will be the big winner. And who knows, you may be that 1% billion-dollar company. And thank you very much. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer some. Anybody? Yeah, lady out there. I'm glad some lady is asking.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So you were saying there is an AI platform where we have a lot of opportunities. Could you please elaborate it? What do you mean with that?
So when you say AI platform, I mean like there is a core platform services that is already available. That is, if you look at, there are 4 or 5 LLM platforms. You start with OpenAI, then you have Claude, then you have Perplexity, then there is a Chinese version of DeepSeek is available, then there is a lot of open source versions are available. So these are all core large language model platforms, but they are very generic. They can't really produce benefits to end users directly. So they are meant for application developers to be using them and build applications on top of them. For example, I can use OpenAI and build a tool which creates a blog. Let's say automatic blog creator could be an application. So you basically build an application on top of OpenAI where you give a prompt, give you some keywords, and then optimize it to some, I'm just giving you a trivial example right now, right? And then it can produce a blog as per certain standards. Maybe it can produce something on Tamil. And then you can actually typically this blog takes like say 2 hours or 5 hours to write, but then using AI, you can do it in 1 minute, just with a simple prompt. And this is an example of an application. Sorry? Yeah, of course. There are companies who are specializing and monetizing on this. For example, I use a tool called 11 Labs. So 11 Labs is a tool I have fed 2 hours of my Tamil audio speech recordings. I just fed it as input. And using that input, it created a clone voice of me automatically. So now I have my own clone voice. So நான் தமிழில் வந்து ஒரு பேராகிராஃபை வந்து இன்புட்டாக அடிச்சுட்டு என் டீம்லேருந்து கொடுக்குறாங்கன்னா அவங்க they want to create some clips out of my voice. Now they're using that now. So they just type it in Tamil and give it to the clone. It comes out as a speech exactly like the way I speak. And believe me, I can't recognize myself. It is so identical. So identical, like 99%. 1% only if I carefully listen. You can't identify at all, only I can identify. If I very, very carefully listen, I know there is some AI in it. But if I send it to you, you think I'm the one who's speaking it. And 11 Labs is already monetizing it using that underlying LLM is what they have built this application, for example. So I already pay money for them. And there are millions of people who pay money for that. So there are many, many such applications, hundreds of applications already out there. And there are many such use cases that we can build. And the beauty is all of us can build it. And the opportunity is open now. Now, all of us can become software guys. That is the democratization AI has brought in front of us. Instead of getting worried about it, all of us can take advantage of it.
Yeah, but I'm wondering that, if anyone can make it, why they are going to buy it?
No. I think there will still be like, not every time you want to do it, right? For example, இப்போ நீங்களே வீட்டில் சீக்காய் அரைச்சி தலைக்கு போட்டுக்கலாம். டெய்லி உட்காந்து சீக்காய் அரைப்பீங்களா? ரெடிமேடாக என்னது இன்னொரு சீக்காய் விற்கிது இல்லையா, வாங்கி போட்டால் ஈஸியாக இருக்கு இல்லையா, உங்களுக்கு டைம் சேவ் ஆகுது இல்லையா. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி தான். ஸோ ஈவன் இஃப் யூ ஹவ் டு, ஸோ இட் டேக்ஸ் சம் அமௌண்ட் ஆஃப் எஃபர்ட், பட் இன்ஸ்டெட் ஆஃப் லைக் taking a year to build, it will probably take a month to build. But still, for somebody who just want to write one blog, even that 1 month is a significant effort. So they would still use it. Yeah, there is still a huge advantage.
Hi, sir. My name is Niroshan. One final last question, and it's really an expert talk, and thanks for coming and sharing your knowledge here. My question is related to the current software engineers, those who are into the software fields, right? What do you think as an advice that how they need to like position themselves to face the future challenges in the job market? And
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. What is the question?
The question is how the software engineers of today can position themselves in the future markets to face the challenges of AI, and how they should adopt, or improve their skill set to adapt to this challenging trend.
I will talk about that.
Thank you.
So what is happening in the software space is that the 0 to first 4 years is actually becoming little challenging to justify. A technical lead can use Claude Code. Claude Code is one of the tools, right? So as a co-pilot and completely generate the code without a team of 4 to 5 people, which he used to work before. So that is the challenge. So if you're a today software engineer, your job is to go up this ladder rather than be just a coder. So you have to be like a solution architect who can understand customer requirements and directly translate it into software using something like Claude Code. And if you're not able to go there and you are at the entry level, that job is gone. Okay, guys, I think we are out of time. Thank you very much.
One question. Sorry, very sorry.
May we request you to kindly have this discussion off the stage, please. Mr. Suresh Samandam, sir, kindly wait. Request you to kindly stay back. May I request Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, to kindly felicitate Mr. Suresh Samandam, Chief Executive Officer, Founder, Kissflow. We now open the floor to a panel discussion on evaluating patents and commercializing IP for deep tech innovations. Please welcome the moderator for the session, Mr. Bhaskar Verma, Director, NASSCOM. And the panelists are Mr. Mani Kumar Krishnamurthy, Global Head AI Virtuosa, Mr. Anand Barnabas, Practice Head, Patent Attorney, Deepening and Deepening.
Good evening to all of you. Before I start, I just want to understand how many students are here. If you can raise your hand. Okay. How many startups are here? Okay, fantastic. And I will tell you the reason why I've asked. I'm going to make their life little difficult because the way I'm going to ask the question is more towards which you can relate as a student and startup. So, as my role in NASSCOM, and we love numbers. If you will see any NASSCOM forum, we always talk about numbers because definitely we see numbers as something which are the real facts. And in the context of IP, if I will give you some very fast facts, currently India, if you will see, and the current report of WIPO, which it talks about India is at the number 39th, which is a huge jump. If I will go back in 2015, it was, if I'm not wrong, 89. So that's the huge jump. And the place where we are sitting right now, any guesses which position Tamil Nadu is at in numbers of filing the IP and filing IPs? Within India? Fantastic, and that all credit goes to the lady sitting here, Vanita ji. So that's the role iTNT is playing, and if we can have a big round of applause for her. So I will go to a few basics while we are talking IP Conclave, and I will start with you. In context to a student and in context to a startup, because I generally meet everyday large enterprises, startups and students, why IP? Or even if you can say, why patent?
I just wanted to start with that because it's we can learn a lot of things from Tirukural. Innovation is one, and that's the reason why I brought that. And it's a interesting question, right? In enterprise innovations, really, we don't think about filing IP or patent and everything. The moment it is a deep tech, we need to be thinking about it. The reason why deep tech and innovation is always, deep tech and IP is always combined is somebody is innovating something. It's in the, I will put it this way, right? This is what I learned as a deep tech. When a company has a strategy or a thought process, they put in to solve a business problem with a radically changing technology. Probably I will call that as a deep technology, because it is going to be giving them a longer term investment. That's what it is all about. In the course of the longer term investment, they need to be filing an IP and protect that. That's how I'm looking at it. And for your question, and definitely for the deep tech, I need to be looking at when I'm solving the problems, how will I be able to protect it if I don't? Because if I don't protect it, I will not be able to monetize down the line. That's the reason why we need to do that. And again, because if I am identifying I'm getting an IP, it doesn't mean that I'm getting a commercial success. That's a different discussion. But definitely for us to protect it, we need to have an IP.
Fantastic. So now from the large enterprises to legal, why you see and why anybody can think about IP or a patent?
Yeah. You know, there's an author who said that innovation without protection is philanthropy. It's charity. So innovators, researchers, startups, corporates are actually building a bridge. And I would like to make a metaphor, connecting your product, your idea, and the problem that you're solving and the market that you're reaching. You are building a bridge across the problem where your idea is being connected to the market. Now, why do I have to build a bridge? Many people have this question, why IP? And Bhaskar, thank you for that question, because sometimes we feel that it's not important, it's not necessary. I can do it, publish it differently, and go across that river without an IP. But basically what you're missing out is creating a monopoly, a bridge that only you can access. Anyone else who tries to cross that river, cross that problem, using your bridge, you can charge a toll. You can charge it what we call as either a license fee, a royalty, so on and so forth. So think of it like a bridge. And the many bridges that you can make, that much secure your product becomes, because now you're trying to find 4 or 5 different alternatives to solve a particular problem, thereby blocking your competitor out in the process. So that's the legal side of why we can think of IP in startups or even deep techs. And here's a small statistic. The probability of a startup succeeding by having patents is 30%. The probability of startups failing is, succeeding without IP is 8%. So the patent premium is about 22%. And this is something that you will not know today, because patent is a commercial tool that makes sense only for tomorrow and the future.
No, fantastically you have put in the context to start with. And I will go in a very practical manner, and this is completely based on my conversation with startup ecosystem and VCs and all that. One of the question which everyone asks is, I will file a IP, I will file a patent, that's not an issue. But whether it's going to help me in building or monetizing. And many of the organizations, they are doing in a very fantastic manner. So any real life example that you want to share, Mani, from Virtusa or from anywhere else?
Great. So probably I will provide this, right? And when I'm really looking for an IP, definitely the previous gentleman and the CEO was talking about there is a novelty needs to be there, and the uniqueness, right? The uniqueness is with which you are able to create that solution. And it on its own, it's not that it's an application of something else. That's where the evolution starts. But if you really look at that industries where software, and software is definitely going through the patents, right? Google has, can you guess how many number of patents they have? Probably you'll be thinking, sorry? 1 lakh is a little bigger number. It's 21,000, I think. 21,000 is what they have. And the second one is NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a player in AI right now. They are ruling the world in AI, and they have a 2,100 IPs. There is a reason why they have those IPs, right? Because as part of the process, when they are having a product mindset, they'll be continuously evaluating the kind of a patent what they need to have. And you all know about Tesla? Tesla is the EV vehicle, right? What do they have as an IP there? Even if they have a manufacturing industry, if they have the way how they are manufacturing their batteries, that is IP. So when you are looking at a manufacturing industry, also there is an IP, and they need to be continuously evaluating what they need to be doing in IP. Right? The another one is the pharmaceutical industry. The AstraZeneca, the spokesperson we were listening to, and that is also having so many IPs because they wanted to patent the kind of a medication that needs to be provided to the patients, right? Those are the areas. So as part of that, while they have the product first mindset, the patent first mindset of how they need to be continuously evaluating the patents and then taking to the industry is very, very important. That's how I'll probably put it with some of the examples, what you see day in, day out.
No, and absolutely, and very, I think in last 7 days, I was having conversation with one of the organization. I will not name the organization, you can guess it. And I was asking how many patents you have filed, and still I am not able to digest that number. They have said I am filing 11 patents every day. Still, I am not able to believe it. It's a global organization, and why they are doing it? It's more towards, obviously, they want to protect the technology, but the other piece is also from the monetization, because I don't know how many of you heard about, one of the conversation happening in many large enterprises is, what is your IP portfolio? It's like your bank. So that is going to play a very, very important role. But moving to you, Anand, what are the different parameters you see? Because it's a very complex kind of subject, and also from the legal standpoint. So what are the parameters that you see people should follow when they're moving towards even the journey of IP?
You know, being a patent attorney, I always joke, I say, I'm paid to learn, because I interact with a lot of scientists and inventors who are on the cutting edge technology. And there's a lot of excitement in building it and patenting it or commercializing it. There are 4 or 5 aspects I would like inventors to focus on. One is, this old adage which said, do not reinvent the wheel, which means you need to know where to start. You need to know where the technology currently is, not just in India, but all over the world, because novelty, one of the parameters which our previous speaker spoke about, is a universal concept. It has to be novel around the world. So that's number one factor, is start where your competitor or the technology has ended. Start there. For that, you need to know, you need to search, there are a lot of free database available for you to explore where the standards are, where the prior art ends. And then look for your novel idea. Now, a novel idea basically is an idea that solves a problem a particular way. A couple of sessions back, there was a gentleman who asked, what is, in the context of software, an applied software is patentable. So if your software solves a technical problem, if it's got a technical effect, technical character, as we call it, then that is a patentable invention. So you need to find out what we call as the pinch point. Where can you hold your invention and say, this is where my novelty resides? And that's one aspect. The second aspect is non-obviousness or inventive step. It was already spoken earlier, but the person who is skilled in the art, who is just a regular Joe, should not be able to arrive at your invention naturally. There needs to be a leap, a step that no one would have taken except you. That's number 2. Third is detectability. And I want you to focus on detectability of your invention in a competitor's product. Let me also re-emphasize here that patent is not a positive right, it is a negative right, it is a defensive right. Just because you have a patent doesn't mean you have the right to manufacture. Doesn't mean you have the right to sell. You got to have other compliances to do that. But what it does give you is a right to prevent someone else from using, selling, copying, importing your invention. And so there needs to be a detectability in your product, in your process, and the higher the detectability, the higher your score is. That is a good point to make note of and say it's easily findable in a competitor's product. If it's going to take a lot of interrogations, investigations, then probably the detectability value of your invention is very marginal, and we probably have to do more iterations to make sure that your product is visible in a competitor's market so that you can actually go and enforce your patent against them.
Sure, and I will just add on, and why this is important and why we are having IP Conclave, and even 2 days back, we had an Executive Council meeting in Bangalore, and this is a pan-India thing, and everyone was talking about the role of IP and the important pieces as a country when we are talking about, can we become the epicenter of innovation? And that's the question. And if you go a little backwards, and I was reading a few of the articles, when we talk about the innovation, we always talk about Israel, keeping aside your geopolitical condition and all that. But why this is happening? And the simple reason, if you go into a little detail of it, kid, his or her mother, the first thing she will ask from that kid is, can my son or daughter can win a Nobel Prize? And that's the aspiration. So what we are doing from NASSCOM, and we are definitely working very closely with iTNT in supporting how we can go towards the journey of IP. So in NASSCOM, we have created an IP enablement program, and we are working very closely with iTNT. And in terms of not only the filing and what are the process, but how you can create a complete army who can think about the innovation. So that's the model what we are going to work on. And we are not limiting ourselves to a startup or an academia, but we are thinking about going towards the schools, because that's the mindset we want to create. So with that, maybe if you can speak about, if I compare India and global, so how you see India is positioned in the innovation journey or in the IP journey, if you can share your thoughts. And before you respond, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. I don't want to waste any time in passing on the mic, and they will pass on the mic. Yeah.
So probably I will take the journey in two ways, right? Rather than just making it as an IP. India is in a developing country. Compared to the West nations, it's all developed, and India is a developing country. With that being said, probably I will take it 50 years back or 60 years back, when we were venturing in space program. People from the West were looking at us, is it really? You guys are spending money there to make progress in the space? And that's how they were looking at. 20 years, 30 years down the line, we started launching PSLVs, and GSLVs started doing that, right? And we are kind of coming into that map of space map in the world. Still, we are just catching up, right? The second thing is, it's when Chandrayaan was launched, there was a difference we showed to them, that it's not that we do launch rockets, we do that economically. People started looking, you are making a difference. Now, as of today, July 30th, there is a rocket is being launched from ISRO. That is NISAR. It is in a collaboration with NASA. And NASA and ISRO combinedly putting 2 payloads and launching a rocket as we speak on July 30th. That's the kind of evolution we had gone through in innovation. Why I was saying that kind of an innovation is this has taken 50 years of time or 60 years of time. But right now, if you look at it, in the AI side, it's one of the deep tech, what we are talking about. 2 years back, people are all catching up on the LLMs, how do we create LLMs and all these things. But I'm pretty sure that we are catching up very fast. In fact, I'll provide one example, right? If I put up AI in multiple layers, right? The first layer is energy infrastructure. The second layer is probably what we are talking about, creating models. The third layer is kind of creating platforms. Fourth layer is software application. And fifth layer is a consumer who is going to be coming in. And probably it's going to be taking a little bit of time for us to catch up on the semiconductor and LLM creation, but we caught up on, right? It's probably, the reason why I'm saying that is, semiconductor is it's going to be taking a little more time, but LLM creation, probably you must have heard Servam.ai, that's a startup, right? It has been funded by Indian government. They are creating their own LLMs. Probably in the next 6 months that is going to be out. While they are doing that, we are in a collaboration with Google. They are in a collaboration with Google. They are also modifying and fine-tuning the existing LLMs in Gemma. Right? These are all the things are happening. With 50 years, what I had seen, now it is happening at much, much faster pace. And I would not be wondering in the next few years, from the West, people would be following us. That's how I'm seeing it.
I think I have 1 minute, 48 seconds for the counter says. You have to respond in 1 minute and maybe 40 seconds for one question. India versus global, how you see not only from legal standpoint, but also from the journey of innovation.
Yeah, so let me give a quick example, and I probably within 1 minute, but this is not an Indian example. In 2011, there was a Californian Silicon Valley company called Blue River Technology. Some of you may know this. Blue River Technology were cutting-edge technology. They came up with computer vision, robotic technology, and ML, machine learning, combining these three to solve a problem in the farms, in the agrotech. What they did was they were able to identify, using robotics and computer vision, distinguishing crops from weeds and releasing chemical herbicides selectively towards the weeds, thereby reducing the use of chemicals in the farmland. Now, they were a startup company. They had this cutting-edge technology. No one had come up with this. They did not know how to market this or make it commercially big. John Deere, a 180-year-old company who always was innovating and or acquiring technologies, they stumbled upon Blue River and they kind of experimented with that. And they said, okay, after iterative discussions, they said, we're going to buy the technology, and they did for $305 million. Collaboration is the path forward for India if we really have to catch up with where the West is today. Large corporates desiring to change but don't have the R&D or the investment. They don't want to take that risk, but there's already a startup who are agile. Startups are always agile. They want to take the risks. They have the solution. All it requires is these two to come together and use their strengths to go forward. So that's an example, I would say, for us to follow in the future as well.
Sure, thank you. But by the way, you have exceeded 1 minute, that I can tell you. That's perfectly fine. But in the interest of time, I know other speakers, they are waiting. So time is up, but we are all here. And if there are any questions, we can take it offline. And you can reach out to any one of us. And my request is, if you need any help from NASSCOM, you can reach out to us. We can help you, whether it's the process, whether it's a journey, whether it's VC Connect, anything. I'm confident I will be able to help you out, and my team is here. Thank you very much. And thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind gesture. May I request Mr. Nirmal, AVP Investments, to kindly felicitate our guests. May I also invite Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, Ms. Manita Venugopal, to kindly join us on the stage for a group photograph, please. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have the Chief Executive Officer of iTNT Hub, along with our moderator and panelists. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sirs. Up next, we continue the conversation with a fresh lens in our upcoming power-packed panel discussion on government and intellectual property. Please welcome the moderator, Kevin George, GCC Head Expeditors, and panelists, Mr. Rajeshwar Singh Janwar, Director and HOD, Software Industry Promotion Division, MeitY, Government of India. Mr. Sivaraja Ramanathan, Mission Director and Chief Executive Officer, Startup TN. Dr. S. Vincent, Member Secretary, Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
Right, finally we are here. Still the hall is not empty. Thank God. Thank you guys for keeping us motivated. There you go. I have a fan there. Okay. From the morning, how many of you counted the word IP till now? Make a guess. How many times the word IP has been mentioned? 200? Few hundred, okay. Huh? Not 1,000? Any other guess? Infinity. It was 3,999. We're going to call one more time and make it 4,000. Yeah. Yeah. Again, fantastic panel I have. Pretty mix of people, right? Government of India, state government representation, as well as academia and state government representation, right? And they have variety of experiences on this field. IP creation, IP facilitation, and also driving a lot of startup innovation around that, right? So, and thanks for the anchor. No, she actually helped me to save a few minutes of the introduction. Thank you very much. And before I start, I want to give a huge round of applause to the iTNT and the team. And I've been helping them as a steering committee member. I want to tell you that this is kind of the second best event after the Imagine, one of the Tamil Nadu government's event. This is the second best event, Vanitha. Kudos to you and your team. Huge congratulations. I'll start with you, Rajeshwar. You've been in the frontal phase of the country in the innovation while driving through the METI. Can you share some thoughts about what is METI is into, particularly on the software innovation and the IP creation for the country?
So, MITI has been, first, we have to, like, as panelists have been, distinguished panelists have been talking about, IP, before IP, there has to be an innovation, and that we are protecting through IP. So, MITI have been promoting innovations, and there are multiple programs which we have been doing from early 2000, which promote and even support international patents, domestic patents, but it's a whole ecosystem, and there is a journey. So first, there has to be innovation, so technological support to those projects where innovation is happening, and then there is an awareness, and then there is a techno-legal part comes in play where patent has to be filed and then have to be protected. So we have a lot of program. Earlier program in this country was CPIT, which started in early 2000. It is support for international patent, where 50% of the patent fee have been supported across all the stages and all the fronts. And then we have a lot of awareness programs where we support academia and different R&D institutions where they can hold workshops where students are aware about their rights and innovation. And iTNT is doing a good job. It is our partner, and that's why we're here. Thank you.
If I can nudge you there, Rajeshwar, you talked about some of the collaborative stuff being done from the MIT. And you also spoke about one example when we were chit-chatting, right? Can you share that example about how the company went ahead of doing it?
So there is a one startup whose revenue is 20 crore plus, and they do not have any patent. They applied for income tax exemptions, which DPIT provided. So I was just guiding them that I just went through their innovation and found that they are very innovative, even without realizing that they are very innovative. They are thinking that they are into services, and they have filed for the patent, and it was like their first hearing have been done, and most likely they are going to get it granted. And then under 80 IAC of Income Tax Act, they will get income tax exemptions also.
I think fabulous to know the story, right? I think that gives me a good segue to the man who created the startup ecosystem for the state, my good friend Shivaraja, from 2000 to 12,000 today. I think huge round of applause, because when he took over the mission director, it was 2,000, now it is closer to 12,000. And clearly he talked about, right, in a company, they are closer to 20 crore of transactions, but they started their IP creation at the fag end of their journey. They didn't do it in the start of their journey, right? And we also heard a lot of panels talking about the IP literacy is a very important aspect for the startups, So Sivaraja, from your perspective of leading the state's startup ecosystem, how are we empowering the startups, particularly in the space of the IP literacy? And also you can talk about how are we supporting as a process and approach in terms of the IP creation?
Yeah, so thank you, Kevin. Like most of the audience here aware, the Startup TN is a broad objective. The objectives are very broader to create an ecosystem rather than going deeper like iTNT in specific areas like deep tech and IP, commercialization and all. But with the understanding of this broader perspectives, we have initiated some programs to provide the literacy and also the awareness and also connected support. So I just quickly throw upon some light on what we are doing. So one is that, we have onboarded, we have a concept called Smart Card, where the Smart Card will have number of partners. Partners meaning, starting from the accounting firm to legal firm to, like server providers to, and also people who provide this kind of IP facilitation services. So we negotiate with them and we get the best price, and we continuously promote these partners to different startup companies through various events. So that is one area. Then if a startup company wants to personalized service, then these companies are connected for a very, very lower cost, and some companies are also providing at no cost, meaning for example, if they are supporting 10 startups, 1 or 2 startups they are providing no cost as they are, like CSR or something like that. This one thing, and we've got reasonable number of interactions in the past 1 year. The second thing is we have a Mentor TN portal. There also we have some of the mentors who are experts in IP facilitation and the legal aspects. So they also conduct regular programs. We very often, we run cohorts mainly with the objective of IP creation. We run several programs with with different topics. This IP creation and facilitation and allied information is one thing. This is also, I think in the last year, last single year, 2024-25 itself, we've conducted somewhere around 30 plus sessions around this concept. The third is we have our own, recently last budget announcement, there was a budget announcement. Startup TN will launch a technology transfer facility because, we also wanted to help all the incubation centers across the state. So what we are doing is, we are, there are number of IPs or commercially viable, commercially potential researchers are there in the institutions. So we will announce the potential entrepreneurs who may not have an IP, but they may have an entrepreneurial interest. So we will take them to different institutions and expose the available IPs. And if they want to transfer or get the transfer of IP or the license fee, whatever the fee that they negotiate, we will provide, the government of Tamil Nadu through Startup TN, we will provide 50% of the cost of the technology transfer up to the ceiling of 5 lakhs. So this is also one scheme that we've recently launched. So these are some of the awareness implementation aspects that we are currently working on.
Absolutely. I think very good to know, and a lot of information coming in, kind of the subsidies and approaches and the plan the Startup TN is actually embarked in. I will come to you shortly with a few more questions, Shivaraja. And Dr. Vincent, I think you've been the epitome of academia and in the policy making. And as part of your current role, and also in the previous role, you have created a lot of IPR cells in the universities and academia. Can you share some of your experiences of how you went about creation of those IPR cells and how those cells are evolving today and how that is accelerating and facilitating the IP creation for the ecosystem?
Yeah. Thank you. In fact, I am today happy because in the year 2010, we initiated IPR cell in the state, 5 major universities. I visualized how our state can be in the process of innovation. I should thank Dr. Vanitha that iTNT done a wonderful job today, because today I'm not seeing it as an event, it's a path, how really we can take it to the greater height and keeping our state as an innovation hub. And in fact, the Tamil Nadu is the first state I should testimony to all of you. In the year 2016, the national IPR policy came into the process. There, 7 components are important. That is...
Sorry, Dr. Vincent, no, I'm not sure if anyone knows what is IPR. If you can also tell what is IPR, then expand it further. Yeah.
So intellectual property rights, that's what we call as IP Conclave. So the IPR process initiated in the year in our state, 2008, in fact. Then the first IPR cell established in 5 major universities. But the Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology done a mere extension activity, creating awareness. And today I could see most of the institutions are present here, all exposed in the process. So that was the first initiative. Today I am seeing that because of this greatness and effort, and our Tamil Nadu standing number 1 in the whole country, registering 5,000 the patent the whole country. So we are number 1 because of the process which he initiated. It's a very great integrated process done into that. Second, whenever a person like me or Dr. Vanitha attend some program in Government of India, invariably they acknowledge our state. One is our state publishing more research articles. Then we are also top in the whole country geographical indications. And the copyrights. If you could say that most of the innovative activity which you initiated on the base of the national policy of IPR. So even I am telling you, and in this forum, I think iTNT and Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology should jointly frame the IPR policy for our state. Because the IPR policy for specifically the state is asked to do it. In fact, Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology initiated the process. But we are ready to join because I have the confidence to interact and collaborate to venture. Matter of 6 months, this policy can be ready and which we can submit to even Minister of IT, though we are higher education.
Yes.
But we will jointly do it. And if we could make it, and I tell you, matter of few years, our state become a manufacturing hub in the whole country.
Yeah, that's a good takeaway and a segue, right? Creating an IPR policy. So one other, along with you, on the deep tech policy that you're working on. And also, I think you talked about the manufacturing, right? I proudly say that I think 39,000 manufacturing facility in the country. I think the country, state stands the second largest manufacturing prowess in the country. So pretty much, we are proud in the manufacturing space as well. So I just want to again connect with you, Mr. Rajeshwar, because you are now working in the government of India, but prior to that, you had experience in working, hands-on experience in working in some of those top global companies. I think Samsung and Cisco, you worked there, and you worked in that patent creation process. That environment is maybe slightly different, I do not know. Can you share some experience about how the environment, conduciveness from the private institutions, and how that can be transcend into the public institutions?
Yeah, so that environment is, I think panelists before were talking about Google, that Google was doing it, and many people might not know, but even Android was not owned by Google before, but it was in community effort, and Samsung was also part of it. So there was a culture there, even today also it's in Samsung, that 20% of your performance appraisal is based on how many patents you have filed. And in Cisco also there was a lot of awareness. But surprising fact here is that even though we are filing a lot of patents, only 3% of our patents gets into commercial value. And that is where what Dr. Vanitha is doing is more appreciable, because she is linking it to the deep tech. Deep tech is a very long journey, and that is where protecting it is more important. In Cisco, what environment we had, that we had our full grown platform. You file an idea there itself, and it will tell the commercial value. Even though idea can be a novel, then you will get a decline award that your idea is novel, we recognize it, but we don't want to take it further because the commercial value is involved around, if you are filing an international patent, the cost will be around more than 15 lakhs, 20 lakhs. I don't know what is the figures right now, but it will be in that range. And if your idea is genuine, then so basically they have linked the commercial value from day of commercialization, and after that, there was a lot of awareness. So even engineers from day one, I remember that some boy from Kerala, there was a Samsung mobile called Samsung Hero. Only feature of it was that if get stolen, it will send an SMS to your previous registered number. If somebody who has stolen put his SIM, it will tell that this person is using this number. It was this patent of Samsung Hero mobile was filed by a freshers from a Kerala college. I don't remember the college name. And Samsung just released a whole product out of it. So the point is that anyone can innovate, provided that culture have been ingrained in your institution, college, company.
Absolutely, I think well said, right? Innovation is a culture that need to be institutionalized right from the academy and everywhere. Sivaraja, I think you've seen the success of a lot of IP formulation, creation, and everything. Can you share one story from the state where you have seen the IP creation turn out to be a commercialization and a good success for that startup?
Yeah, there are many, even in our regular TANSEED grants or even our TNSCST startup fund, we've invested in a couple of companies which they already have some IPs. But maybe I can share a very brief story, which is very different. Not as a big success, but kind of a connection, the topic of the day. Say, for example, one startup was interested in doing some agri-tech product, and he had an idea of devising a machine which can do the entire process of millet harvesting or pulses harvesting, maybe end-to-end harvesting, and it should be portable also. So he has to take the machine to a field, and he should do from the beginning of the milling process to packaging. It should be done by one machine. But he had the idea, and he was doing some prototype and all. He was spending a lot of money, but he couldn't come out with a clear, like concept or a proof of concept. Then coincidentally, he was connected the Tanjavur NIFTEM. There is a Government of India agency where they have more than 70 plus commercially viable, commercially potential patents. So now, not now, some 6-7 months back, he engaged with them. So the technology, he got the royalty or some through some terms, and we invested in that company. Now, using their framework or that technology model, now he has come out with the machine, and it is working well now. So this is something we invested, we identified the entrepreneur who has the flair for doing something, but struggling with the technology, and found that, an institution is having a proven technology. We connected that, and he implemented, and now he is ready with the product, yeah. And he sold one also.
Yeah, fabulous story, right? I think a round of applause, because something is getting created, getting the IP done, and commercializing it, and coming from the state is a fantastic example. Dr. Vincent, again, just going back in your academy excellence, right? Now, how can we tie this gap from an academia vis-a-vis with the industrial IP context? Your thoughts on that?
In fact, I have a great plus point, being an academician as well as the administrator in the state. As an academician, I know the value of the researcher. Today, I could see the most of the researchers seated here. Somewhere they used to visit to the council, number one. As an academician in Loyola College, where we have made the Loyola College is a center of excellence in research. So this two dimension helped to synergy very much here. So in this context, I should also share a very great success story. I tell you, The innovation, and especially the patent or IPR filing, how really helps in our state. I tell you, filing patent, which really bring all higher education institution into innovation circle. And in fact, the previous panel, people were wondering the filing the patent, what it is. But I feel filing patent helps to bring our academic into an innovation circle. That is one. Here, and I am seeing it reduced the gap between rural and urban institutions. And I am visibly seeing, because I almost visit all the university and colleges, and I am visibly seeing the quality in the rural as well as in the urban. One example, if I could share, down south, especially the Keelakare Ramanath, and yesterday, in fact, we had an IPR coordinator review meeting in our council. There are 40 IPR cells in the university and colleges, where in one remote area, the people, our IPR cell filed very important product, semiconductor. I tell you, in India, only 3 semiconductor IPR patent filed. Only 3. One is ISRO, second one is Bell, Bharat Electronics Limited. Third, our state, our Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology, that is from rural institution. Now it's the highlight in the whole country. And a semiconductor patent is filed in the state, that too from Tamil Nadu.
It's fantastic to know. Absolutely. Top 3, one is coming from the state. Yeah.
As day goes, I'm telling you, because today you cannot miss semiconductor in almost all technology.
Perfect. Yeah.
And this is going to be a breakthrough. And this is what one plus point, being an academician and administrator, you are beautifully synerged and bring out the best out of it.
Perfect. I think that's a very good submission. As always, it's a pleasure talking to all 3 of you. And I hope, last 20 minutes you were able to transcend some knowledge and inputs and the insights from this panel. We do not have time for a question. Pretty much time's up and she's there already. So just respecting the time. Again, once again, thank you for all. And again, thank you iTNT for organizing such a fantastic event. Thank you very much.
What a fantastic session. May I request the Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, to kindly felicitate the moderator and the panelists. Thank you all. I thank all the dignitaries on the stage. Let's now move on to our next session.
First, the mail which came from her, I thought it was iTNT. So she's actually created a very explosive organization in a good way. Okay, for the interest of time, so what we do is, everyone has talked of IP, but IP of what? So IP of designs, IP of processes. So I'm taking you through a journey of what we actually create. So what is good design? Design is so important. Whatever you touch and feel somebody has actually put his mind and soul in it and designed the product. So I believe that good design is an intersection of form, function, engineering, aesthetics, and the most important part is business viability. You create a product and it sells at 10x, nobody's going to buy it. So I don't believe in the label which says designer products. I don't know. Some 2 weeks back, you must have read Prada and Kolhapuri chappals. So, that's where business viability comes in. So why design is important? When different manufacturers are competing with identical products, classic cases, automobiles, classic cases, mobile phones, everyone's features are almost the same. But who makes the sell is a product which actually touches your soul. You should feel like buying it, that it should create a want or a desire. The difference between design in the West and India? In India, we design to solve a problem. We identify and solve a problem, whereas in the West, you create products and create a problem. So we believe that design has to make sense on two levels. First is the emotional level of appealing directly to the customer's instincts and aspirations. And the second, the technical level of designing new products which can be manufactured and marketed successfully with a strong IP. Today, I can proudly say we hold about 53 patents and about 200 plus design registrations along with my clients. And that definitely pays off. So what we do is in our organization, we design products, graphics, interfaces, and the most important part is perceptions. Everyone talks of win-win situation, but for us, we have 3 wins. And who are the 3 stakeholders? It's our clients, end user, and society at large. So whatever we try and do, we see that, all 3 stakeholders benefit. So today, we've completed over 850 plus products, but some of them proudly are selling in 40 plus countries. If we did not have IP, there was no chance for us to sell in 40 countries. So I'll take you some case studies. So, my journey with Tamil Nadu started way back in 1988 with a company in Coimbatore. And ever since then, we still have that, client even working with us today. So this is the project which we did with Christian Medical College in Vellore, right here, near Chennai. And believe me, this product actually received the President's Award for successful commercialization of indigenous technology. So this is very, very important. That how do you, see, design in India is actually frugal. A lot of times you question, why does a product cost so much? Can it not cost less? So as designers, what we do is we identify what the real problem is. A lot of times clients come to us saying that our products are not selling. And he thinks the problem is different. Whereas as designers, we are taught to identify a problem. Once the problem is identified, the solutions are there. So our competitor products are typically in the range of 18 to 20 lakhs. And in villages, CMC Vellore wanted to distribute these in villages and save babies' lives, aspexic babies' lives. So the only way to treat patients is to reduce the temperature from 37 to 33 degrees for 72 hours. For that, you require electricity. We created a product which does not require electricity. We traveled across Tamil Nadu and realized that every village has an ice cream wala, kulfi wala, what we call, selling ice cream or kulfi in the village. So there's an ice factory in 12-kilometer radius. So we created a product using phase change materials. Today, the product costs less than 2 lakhs. And it's sold to about 15 plus countries from India today. And till date, I think we've saved about 20,000 babies who were otherwise going to die. So this just got even approved by the WHO. And now the emergency services in US is actually studying a product to see whether they can use it in the US. Sorry. So I believe that design has to be disruptive. Otherwise, as a policy, as a company policy, we do not work on Me Too products. We always study the IP to understand what not to do. The idea is not to copy, the idea is to do something better. So I always believe that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. I think somebody in the earlier panel also mentioned, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. We've used actually 6 standard physics to solve major problems, and you'll be surprised. I'll showcase 1 or 2 of them. So this is a project which is the world's first handheld breast scanner. Women don't go and get mammography done. Unfortunately, a lot of women get diagnosed in the third stage or second stage for breast cancer. And the chances of survival is less than 40% then. It's in the third stage, survival chances are less than 15%. Here, this is more of preventive. So basically, we're looking at mass screenings. So mass screening, the cost is going to be very, very critical. So today, mammography costs 2,500, 3,000 rupees. Our product actually, each test, with a handsome profit, is less than 500 rupees. But it takes 4 minutes for a woman. And the beauty of this product is, it's painless and radiation-free, unlike mammography. We have trained over 18,000 ASHA workers who go to villages and do mass camps. You get instant point of results. So basically, a lot of AI and ML has been used here, saying that a particular village in Rajasthan, why the cases of breast cancer are on the rise. Is it to do with oil, food, habits, or something like? So there's a lot of back-end work happening. Affordable, as I said, this is the older version. I can't share because of IP. A new version we are launching in the next 3 months. But a woman is going to own that product, and you pay as you use. It's called Selfie. It is literally as big as a table tennis ball. So our interest is to find a stiff lesion and nothing else. The minute you find a stiff lesion, so we did a camp in Goa recently, 100,000 women. We found 211 women malignant. And that's a huge number. So obviously then oncology and everything will follow. So this again is AI and ML, but we did this 10 years back. So AI was just picking up then, ML was just picking up then. But this is the world's first Ayurvedic AI and ML product. So I'm sure you all know Nadi Pariksha, the Kapha Pitta Vata. So this project for us was purely based on observations. So when we went to about 100 whites, they used to find the pulse. And the minute you used to find the pulse, they used to say, bend your hand. So the minute you bend your hand, you can try it later on. The minute you bend your hand, the pulse amplifies. That was the trigger for our design. So our design is actually 3 beautiful sensors which are for Kapha, Pitta and Vata. And they're very, very accurate. Today, we've done blind trials with Vaid doing it versus the instrument doing it, and we've got some amazing results. This was tweaked, rather spoken by Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji in the Mann Ki Baat for about 30 minutes, and this is now part of Ayush Ministry. This is now made compulsory in each and every Ayurvedic college or course by the ministry last year. But the observation actually helped us to design, so the hand of the patient is now stable. It's bent like this. Okay. A lot of time, as designers, you face real-life problems. My sister-in-law was detected with ALS. You know Stephen Hawking, right? So ALS it's an autoimmune disease. So her fingers started clawing in and motor neuron disease. So we created a product even for senior citizens, a lot of handshakes. We created a product whereby, so now imagine you eating rasam rice or sambar rice or idli sambar. You require a proper plate, otherwise plus 2 hands are required or 2 spoons are required to eat it properly. We've created, unfortunately this trigger doesn't have a laser, but can you see a lip? So we've created a product whereby as you drag the spoon, the food particles, the sambar rice falls on your spoon, it creates a beautiful trajectory to eat. Believe me, I can't eat normal rice in normal plates now. I use only these. But it's good for people with Parkinson's, paralysis. The smile on the face when they're eating is very important. I have a short video as well. And there was a patent in the manufacturing technology besides the design. How do you create a metal part in a single piece with an undercut? So process patent is also what has happened in the whole process. We've done pure silver. There'll be a strata of society who would want silver as well. Just handshake old people, it works wonders. Oh, I don't know, there was a video, but okay, so we also, on one side, we do a lot of healthcare products to save someone's life. On the other side, we also have designed 2 products to take someone's life. We've completed a revolver, we've completed a carbine, Uh, it's been launched by ARD. It will compete with AK-47. And it's a proud moment for India because this is the first real good carbine in India. But this is to save person who's drowning's life. So our main target was Indian Navy, Coast Guard, and NDRF. So during COVID, you must have seen a lot of videos where a person is drowning, they throw a drone, and they, steer it to the person, he grabs it, and, you can pull him back to the shore or the ship. Whereas, okay, this was truly an Atmanirbhar project. We received the Defense Expo Award in 2018. That's when our journey started. So this is the end product. And believe me, this is 6 standard physics to solve a major problem. Nobody in the world, including Israel, somebody mentioned Israel. I love Israel as a country. We study their IP, a lot of publications from Israel. Our competition product, one is it's very slim, it's small. It does not instill a confidence because of the waves. You can't see the product. So when a person is drowning, when he sees something coming to him, his confidence level changes, his desire to live changes. And what happens when there's a wave, a tide? It just capsizes. You're sending a device to save someone's life, but it capsizes, it's of no use, absolutely zero purpose. We are the only product in the world, we are the fastest in the world, 100% designed in India, which uprights itself and goes against the waves. And this is nothing else but buoyancy, 6 of 5th standard physics. You'll see something on top, a pillow kind of thing, that's a hollow part. Then for NDRF, we've created, how do you transport medicines, food, clothing during flood situations? So that's what we've created now. We've also created a product for surveillance, so NDRF and Coast Guard also uses this. The joke is, camouflage means shades of greens. I mean, damn it, this gets seen in the water. So now the second prototype, they painted with blue. Oh, there was a sound, sorry. Excuse me, can you put the sound pin, audio?
The number of lives that you are wanted,
it's
required
a
to save
1.5 minute video.
Is large, which cannot be done by a single agency.
So we do a lot of work
I'm
in
very proud
Chennai.
that
We have
we are
an
growing and
inflatable
we are
aircraft in
enhancing our
Chennai.
capabilities, and all these equipment that you have seen is Indian made.
Now these new units are carried out under the IGs of the National Maritime Search and Rescue Board. For more on this, WION's principal correspondent Disha Shah has sent us this report.
National Maritime Search and Rescue exercise was conducted in the city of Chennai.
So Coast Guard actually does, mass surveil. This is approved by Goa government, so this is the non-glamorous Baywatch, I could call it. But see the kind of waves and see the way it's navigating.
Twice we did it, and successfully he was rescued and brought to the shore.
See, it gets dropped and it straightens up on its own, and then you start firing it. The heart was here. How do you use 6 standard physics? Buoyancy. This took us 1 year, believe me. Lots of mold, lots of tweaking. So we also do surveillance using sonar to detect bombs. Or I can also deploy a bomb next to enemy ship and run away fast. That's kamikaze. We just got hold of a lady saying that, can you try using it? It took 5 minutes for her to learn. We also can tag around 20 inflatable dinghies with this. So imagine Titanic, we can actually save 200 people with 1 drone now. This will release a bomb and push off next to an enemy craft. So we've achieved 14 knots per minute now. See the waves are coming, but it's still straightening up on its own. This is a nasty one. All our competitor products just are of no use. So I think we have about 300 installations in Indian Navy, 250 plus with Coast Guard. Just getting over. So we believe in cross-pollinating ideas. As I said, you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. And here speed is in essence because the golden time is 3 minutes between a person who's alive and drowned. Okay, you can fast forward this. This is the most nasty situation in Daman. Nobody, no diver will dare to jump into this. So this was a real frugal project, Tata. Yeah. So this is my last slide. Clients still consider it as an expense, not as an investment, but design is an important part. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was so insightful. May I request the Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, to kindly felicitate Mr. Satish Gokhale, Founder and Director, Design Directions Private Limited. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on, let's welcome Mr. Sasi Kumar, President Elsina, for an expert talk.
Thank you.
Very good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for all those who have remained this evening. I think it's always, you can define whether it's a glass full, half full or half empty. I think I only consider this as half full. Thank you for being here again. A very interesting topic. And I come from the industry. I come from the electronics industry. I'm talking from that perspective, whatever I say. I have no idea about software. I have no idea about firmware and these kind of things. It's mainly on the electronics hardware manufacturing. My colleague Josh was here this morning, and I just want to reiterate some of the points that have been spoken. But I'm taking the cue today from our principal secretary. He said this morning the 4 I's. I think everything is exactly that, and that's exactly what I'm going to talk about today, sir. Explaining on that 4 I's. I just want to add one more, which is the G. So 4I and G is kind of forge. So we just do this together. I think we'll all, have a nation with highest product IPs. So let me just go one by one. India has been one of the biggest consumers, or continue to be as one of the biggest consumers as far as electronics is concerned. But then one data point, how much of that is really truly made in India? From being a nation of assemblers, I think we are just moving to one step up, which is the nation of manufacturers, be it component manufacturing. And then we are getting into a next stage called designers, where we will be. I think we don't do yet product designs as much as we should be. So that's the third part. I think the fourth one where we really aspire to be is the area of invention, which is not just made in India, but I think moving towards invented in India. So that is where we should be moving towards. So if I just take the 4 I's, from my perspective or the manufacturing perspective, is definitely, first and foremost is the inventors themselves. As I said, in the electronics hardware space, there is only very few inventors in our country, which is the true fact as of today. But are we going to remain like this? Definitely no. I think Tamil Nadu as a state has been one of the great examples in terms of improvising or fueling the growth on design and technology. Certainly, we see a very great future going forward as far as design is concerned. And a couple of examples I want to take, because not just representing as the president of Elsina, I've been in the industry for 25 years now, and also as a second hat as the investor in startups. I very closely work with the Keiretsu Forum. We have our CEO, Mr. Gautam Sarvesh, also here. So we invest really in deep tech startups, especially on the hardware side as a major focus area. So I just want to take two case studies there. So one being a company called Muse Wearables, Consumex, where the product is truly designed in India, designed in Tamil Nadu, designed in Chennai, manufactured in Chennai, with almost 8 patents overall, and many more coming. So this is really a smart ring that has beaten even the best of the best in the world. So therefore, I think it is possible. And certainly when the focus is really on the design and IP and innovation, not just on the manufacturing front, but really deep focus on manufacturing, deep focus on design and innovation and IP and creating IP so that the value resides here back in India. And the second example is another company also coming out from Tamil Nadu, like rural side, or you can call it Tier 2, Tier 3, which is from Neyveli, a company called Fabheads. I think right now they've also been funded by Axel as the next round. Again, this company, manufactures, I think they're the only one of the 3 companies globally, who have the patents and who have the technology for manufacturing 3D printing of carbon fiber. So focusing really on defense and drones and many other applications. I think the clear focus there has been on creating IP. So which means somebody coming down from Neyveli, settling down in Chennai, designing here, and making sure that IP is the focus, and then creating patents over there. I think they have close to more than 20 plus patents and more in the making. So therefore, even in the hardware space, I think it's really possible that we can create patents and not just design patents, but also the utility patents, and then also moving ahead with that. So that is on the invented side. But then really coming to the institutions, I think institutions, from my view, we have been really creating great papers. I think we have been really creating excellent articles and students. But then how much of that really converge back or moving forward into real use cases, industrialization? It's only a fraction, I would say, comparing to many other countries. I just compare myself, on this scenario with US or with China or with Israel and comparing India. I think we have just touched the surface in terms of as far as IPs are concerned, whereas less than 100,000 is what we do. And China does more than 1.5 million patents, annually. So it's a big deal. But we have just started. I'm not saying that we haven't done anything. I think we have just started, which means there is also a great headwind there. But then there is also so much possibilities, especially in the area of electronics, high tech, semiconductors, being the central focus of everything that we talk. We have seen AI. We have heard the previous speakers talking about AI. Previous speakers talking about softwares and all of that. But I think all of them need hardware too. And there is so much that could be done in terms of design, development, IPs, patents. And institutions really should nurture all of these things. And as investors, I think the biggest gap, even myself as an investor, I have to acknowledge this, that, we just do not understand or put enough effort on valuing really the patents and valuing IP. So I think this is all to investors to kind of make sure that we understand, but at the same time, it is also for the inventors to make sure that you communicate well where the value lies on your product or service. If it is really IP driven, I think it's high time that you make sure that IP is where the value is also. I was there in Coimbatore in one of the conferences recently, and I was told that banks do not consider IPs as one of the collaterals. They say that, like it's impossible. But then, like how is NVIDIA making money today? And like how are the other AI startups making money today? It's all really without any physical hardware so much. It's all on the IPs and know-hows. I think, we have to, as investors, we'll have to move toward just like physical collaterals to this mindful intellectual collaterals as well as a possibility. And last but not the least, as industry, industry, I can tell you literally from my own experience that we are not the best when it comes to innovation. We are really like a big elephant. We take a lot of time. We have our own aspects to consider before moving forward in terms of, innovation. But I think startups are really the future of this nation. There's no second thought to it. And, with startups, then comes the grown-ups, which is the industry to help you up, to scale, because startups know how to bring the idea to life. But then the grown-ups, which is the industry, can make sure that your ideas are brought into action and to market at scale. So it is really important that, this both join hands together, and platforms like this is the medium. And one last thing that I want to mention is also about the G, which I mentioned, government. I will have to commend both the government of India and also the government of Tamil Nadu, iTNT, TN Startup, and many other missionaries that's really fueling the growth of the state and the nation. And if US is what it is today, and everybody thinks about California, being the place for innovation, I think it's really the wrong question. It's not just we wanting to be California, but I think we have to be who we are and drive innovation from the front. So there's a very famous saying, I just want to close with that, which says that, like India has actually missed the bus. So this is a very famous saying in most of the conversations. But I think I have to tell you that though if we have missed the bus, I think we are in a mode where we can create the engine for the train. So let's really keep that as our mission and make sure that we move forward with highest conviction. And as investors, as industry, not just as industry association, but also as individual industry and investors, we are very happy and we are willing to, more than willing to kind of cooperate and make sure that we take this to the next level in terms of commercialization and industrialization. So I'll leave it with that. Again, wish you all the very best. We are doing, that's something that we could not do many years ago, but I think there is really momentum at this stage. We just have to catch up on this and move forward to make sure that India becomes the IP capital of the world. And Tamil Nadu will be the center stage of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring thoughts. May I request the Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, to kindly felicitate Mr. Sasi Kumar, President, Elsina. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on, we have an inspiring founder talk from Mr. Ramesh Vinayakam, Chief Executive Officer, Music Temple Private Limited.
Good evening, everyone. This is a pleasure for me, Ramesh Vinayakam, music director from the film industry that you might have known about me from movies like Nalathamayindi, Azhagi Thiye, Eini Romba Azhaga Irukku, Ramanujan, which fetched my state award. I'm a singer, I'm a composer, I'm an orchestrator, I'm a writer, I'm a teacher. But more importantly, I stand before you as the inventor of the first ever comprehensive system of notation for Indian music. In thousands of years, Indian music has been an oral tradition. கேள்வி ஞானம் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு குரு கிட்ட போய் பாட்டை கற்றுக்கிறது தான் நம்மளுடைய வழியாக இருந்தது, because we never had a notation system, a written language that could actually have a knowledge system in place. Western music is coming from Europe. It is a small space in the whole world. And the European music became worldwide classical music, like we have Mozart and Bach and Beethoven and all those people, because they have a system of notation called the staff notation, which made it possible to have a knowledge system of theory, practice, and performance. Indian music is really within this, only in the ambit of a few people. சில பேருடைய கைகளில் குருகுலமாக காது செவி வழியாக வாய்மொழியாக கற்றுக்கொள்ளப்படுகின்ற இசை எழுத்து வடிவில்லாமல் தவித்து கொண்டிருந்த நேரத்தில் Gamaka box notation system, மாத்திடுங்க நீங்க ஏன்னா I have to go very fast. I've been given 5 minutes for an invention which is the first of its kind in thousands of years. So, to transformation of Indian music education, this Gamaka box notation system, the முதல் எண்ணும் எழுத்தும் கண்ணனத்தகும் என்று சொல்வார்கள். அந்த எழுத்தை கண்டுபிடித்தவனான், it's the only patented notation system for Indian music in the whole world. The only patented notation system. So this is a 3-line box, a written form of the Gamakas. So what is a Gamaka? அதுதான் ராகங்களுடைய ஹிருதயம். அதாவது the very heart of Indian music is in the raga. அந்த ராகாவோட ஹார்ட் வந்து அதோட கமகங்கள்ல. I'll just try to quickly explain to you. வெஸ்டர்ன் மியூசிக்கில் வந்து ஸ்டெப்ஸ் பை ஸ்டெப், நெக்ஸ்ட் போயிடுங்க, அப்படி போயிட்டே இருங்க, அவ்வளோதான். ஸ்டெப் பை ஸ்டெப் போகிறது வெஸ்டர்ன் மியூசிக். பஸ் ஹாத் சா ரே கா மா பா தா நீ சா சா நீ தா பா மா க ரே சா, ஸ்டெப் ஸ்டெப். பட் இந்தியன் மியூசிக் என்ன பண்ணுறது? How do you write this? How do you write this? So we never wrote this. We thought that this is not writable. ஏட்டு சுரக்காய் சமையலுக்கு உதவாது என்று சொல்வார்கள். அதை போல் எழுதினானா எப்படி இதை வந்து எழுத முடியும்னு சொல்லிட்டு பண்ணலை. 1902 there was one man called Subrahma Dixit who tried his hand. That is not use. So Ramesh Vinayakam has found out a notation system for a fantastic, highly evolved, sophisticated Indian music system of the finest frequencies. அதோடதுக்காக வந்து இந்த absence of proper script மேலே போயிடுங்க. அனாலிசிஸ் கிடையாது, டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் கிடையாது, சைனீஸ் விஸ்பர்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய யார் வேணால் எதை வேணால் சொல்லலாம், எதுக்கும் வந்து எந்த விதமான பாவம் இல்லாத ஒரு நிலைமையில் இருக்கிறது. ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் மை நோட்டேஷன் சிஸ்டம் தட் கேன் ரைட் ஆல் த சாங்ஸ் ஆஃப் இந்தியா, whether it is Carnatic music or Hindustani music or folk music or film music. Just as Western staff notation can write jazz music, rock music, or in Western classical music or music of Austria or Germany or எந்த நாட்டுகளில் என்னெல்லாம் வார்த்தை இருக்கோ அதே மாதிரி அந்த நோட்டேஷன் சிஸ்டம் வந்து அதை வந்து எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் பண்ண முடியும். ஸோ Gamaka box notation system is invented by Ramesh Vinayakam, and that is the only system in the whole world, the only patented system in the whole world. Please go up there, please go. So what is possible? I have made even foreigners who don't belong to our culture to play Indian music. This is in Berlin. You have this one guitarist playing, and I made the congenitally deaf to prove as a proof of concept. காதில் எந்த வார்த்தையும் என்றைக்கு கான்ஜெனிட்டலாக பிறந்ததிலிருந்து காது கேளாதவருடைய வந்து இசை வாசிக்க வைத்திருக்கிறதுனால இந்த Gamaka box notation system வந்து அது முழுமையடைந்த ஒரு பொருளாக இருக்கிறது என்பதை உங்களுக்கு வந்து தெரிவித்துக் கொள்வதற்காக செய்யப்பட்ட விஷயம். காது கேளாதோட நான் வந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணுறதுக்காக நான் சொல்லலை. உங்களுக்கு ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் நீங்கள் இசை வாசிக்கலாம், இசை கற்றுக்கொள்ளலாம், குரல் இருந்தால் பாடலாம், குரல் இருந்தால் விரல் இருக்கும், அந்த விரலால் நீங்கள் வாசிக்கலாம். அதுக்கு ஒரு ப்ரூஃபாக பண்ணியிருக்கு. ப்ளீஸ் கோ ப்ளீஸ். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் வாட் இட் கேன் கம். இட் கேன் பிரிங் அ ரெவல்யூஷன் இன் இந்தியன் மியூசிக் எஜுகேஷன். It brings every child, every school can have, just as you can learn science or maths or physics or chemistry or Tamil or whatever language that you wish to do. And it will become a globalization. It has got a huge potential of business because the doors of Indian music is closed even to its own people. But through Gamaka box notation system, it opens the doors for all the people of all classes, no matter which category of community you belong. That is where it comes from. And I have all the testimonials of the very best in the Carnatic and the Hindustani or whatever. And then go, please, go. So this is, you can see that Vande Mataram or Raghupati Raghav or the Assam state anthem. We are already entered the Assam state, which is implementing 57 schools where we are implementing Assam folk songs, also Hindustani music. That is what we are doing. You can go up there. So anybody. So these are the possibilities that this can do. And go up there. Then here, it can also have a direct connection with AI. Please go up. And there are other prospects. We can do books, we have publications, and we can have this globalization where every other person other than Indian can do that and bring all the music technology back to here. Now, the questions of IP. The IP is the very essence of startups. It is the intellectual property of a person. It is an asset. It is something very special. கண்ணதாசனுடைய ஒரு பழைய பாடலை சொல்கிறேன். அது இன்றைக்கி இருக்கக்கூடிய ஐபிக்கு வந்து முன்னாடியே சொல்லியிருக்கார் சினிமாவில். சினிமா இஸ் த கிரேட்டஸ்ட், ஒன் ஆஃப் த மோஸ்ட் கிரியேட்டிவ் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம். அதில் என்ன ஒரு சொல், ராமுன்னு ஒரு படம் பழைய பார்த்தா நிறைய பேர் சின்னவங்களாக இருக்கீங்க. அது வந்து ஒருவரின் துடிப்பினிலே விளைவது கவிதையடா, இருவரின் துடிப்பினிலே விளைவது மழலைன்னு சொல்லியிருப்பார் அவர். ஸோ ஒருத்தருடைய இன்டலெக்ட்லேருந்து வருது இன்டலெக்சுவல் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி. தட் இஸ் அன் அசெட் that will make a disruption in the whole world's life, like what Wright brothers did to this world. They just flew for 400 meters. We are now traveling to Mars and beyond. So an invention should have a fundamental value that brings to disrupt the whole mankind, and the impact of which will unravel itself in due course. That is what an invention is all about. I just would like to excuse me, it's 5 minutes, already over 9 seconds, but I'll still have to have Mr. Kushi or somebody can play the testimonial alone. Can you just play this testimonial alone, please? So that I will close my shop. If you can, time is up. I have 5 minutes. You wait for 1,000 years and I have only 5 minutes to tell something. Can you play, please? Yeah. So I have the test. Kindly look at what Gamaka Box has had an effect on the most important musicians of this country. And also, it has a value in terms of writing the finest of the finest and most sensitive melodies of maybe the Middle East, whether it is Turkish music or Arabian music and Indonesian music or Chinese music or Japanese music. All monophonic music of the world can be written in Gamaka Box. I have been incubated by the IIT of Madras. You want to close or you want me to wait? Whatever you say. You want to stop or what? Very unfortunate that you don't get the full idea of what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your journey. May I request Mr. Nirmal, AVP Investments iTNT Hub, to kindly felicitate Mr. Ramesh Vinayakam, sir. AV team, request you to kindly play the testimonial, please. Okay. Okay, we will try playing that after the next session, please. From one inspiring journey to another, let's welcome Mr. Srinath Ravichandran, co-founder and CEO Agnikul Cosmos, to share his inspiring story. After this.
Hello. Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here. By way of introduction, I'm Srinath Ravichandran, one of the co-founders and the CEO of this company called Agnikul Cosmos. So for those of you who may not have heard about us, at Agnikul, we build rockets that take satellites to space. So this has been a very interesting industry generally, right, in terms of space. I think actually by now the most recent GSAB launch should have happened. I didn't check what happened. 5:35 there was a launch plan today. So wonder what happened there. But anyway, for Agnikul, the story has always been about building rockets that are meant for today's satellites. Right, so in case you're wondering what's new, why should we build rockets? Rockets have been around since 1960s, right? In fact, we are all aware of the moon landing in 1969. So why should someone go and build rockets today? The industry has changed. Satellites have become smaller. Like with electronics, everything has shrunken. Even satellites have shrunken. But rockets, which are basically vehicles to carry satellites to space, they are still sort of stuck in the past. They are meant for the bigger satellites. So we figured there is a business opportunity, and I myself, I have been a space enthusiast all my life. So thought there is an interesting opportunity available to put these two together. So that's how Agnikul itself started. Our goal has been to build rockets that are meant for today's satellites. So what is challenging there? Why am me talking about innovation or intellectual property in this context? When you take a big size technology, say a big machine, for example, right, and you try to shrink it, immediately you're fighting something called economies of scale. Things that will usually not be very efficient in bigger systems are not efficient in smaller systems. So then it becomes a costly affair. Yeah, we'll have a rocket, but no one will actually want to buy it. No one will actually want to fly it. So then the question became, what should we really change to make rockets actually affordable at this scale? Then came the real revelation. The revelation was that the old technology will not work. 60 years of rocketry exist, but those technologies will not allow you to build cheaper rockets at a smaller size. So then started a journey of, okay, what can we do to actually make meaningfully priced rockets? So that led us through an entire process of, rocket development, starting from engines that are 3D printed to looking at the entire rocket like an amalgamation of computers, right? Instead of thinking of a rocket as a bunch of engines and tanks that go to space, can we think of it as a computer that is trying to put itself in space? But hey, you know what? You need to attach some engines to it. You need to attach some tanks to it and so on. So that sort of an approach is what we took. And over that process, we have developed a bunch of interesting technologies, patented 4 of them already, and the most spoken about one, at least within the company and in the community for us, is the single-piece 3D printed rocket engine. I wanted to play a quick video of that flight and the team there. Is it ready? Can we play it, or just in the interest of time, wanted to check that? Great. Luckily, it works. Is the audio also coming? Yeah, it is there, I think. Let's see. The audio starts 10 seconds in, I think. So maybe you can play it for 10 seconds and see if the audio comes. So anyway, this was a flight with such an engine, with such an autopilot software and such a set of flight computers where the entire rocket was conceived in that format. While we're waiting for it, just a couple of points for people who are here, particularly if you're looking at a startup or starting something new. Strong recommendation to... okay, sound is here. So it's about 4 minutes. I'll just wait for this and then wrap up with a minute more. Of our patented technologies, a single-piece rocket engine.
certify our ISD on 28
RSO confirms go for launch.
PD authorizing for launch.
Based on Agnikul vehicle readiness and range readiness, Test Director hereby authorizes the launch of Agniborn Sorted 1001 mission.
Confirming ALS initiated. 10, 9, 8, 7. MCC took control, confirming even 5. Completed. 4. MCC took confirming even 2, 1, 0. In ignition confirm. Plus 5 seconds. Lift off confirm. Plus 10 seconds. P3 track. Plus 15 seconds. P4 tracking.
R2 tracking.
Plus 20 seconds. Even tracking. Plus 25 seconds. Plus 30 seconds.
Over maneuver happened. Wind biasing is completed.
Plus 1 minute.
The launch of Agniborn Sorted 01 mission from Agnikul is completed.
That this is world's first single piece 3D printed semi-cryogenic engine.
Historical, you must all realize. It's not just a launch of a sounding rocket based on liquid engine.
So thanks to the government, thanks to InSpace and all the support for actually allowing for a framework.
So I don't think this would have been possible without InSpace and ISRO.
From the launch pad, which is built by not only the launch, but also the launch pad is built by Agnikul team.
We had a very good launch as predicted.
So that's the team behind the mission. Thank you. So just to conclude, one of the biggest lessons I have learned in this journey of building a new rocket from scratch is the usual story of, okay, we can build it in India, it's cheaper, doesn't work. For many interesting technologies, things will have to be figured out from ground up. So anyone who's attempting something new, I think they should really think about developing something original. Only then can you really have an advantage over the long run. So please keep that in mind. In our journey, it was very clear because the pricing didn't work out otherwise. But there may be other places where you may start off with pricing advantages if you're doing it from India. But then it's a global market today, right? Everything sells everywhere. So you will have to really think about that. Keep IP as an interesting aspect to solve for from the very beginning. It will help people who are in startups or even in larger companies who are trying to build new things. It always makes a difference in the long run. So thank you again for this opportunity, and hopefully we'll continue to make more of this with all of your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your journey. May I request Chief Executive Officer ITNT Hub, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, to kindly felicitate Mr. Srinath Ravichandran. Mr. Srinath Ravichandran is the co-founder and CEO, Agnikul Cosmos. We are now playing the testimonial of Mr. Ramesh Vinayakam, sir.
The Gamaka box, it's really mind-boggling and baffling to even kind of comprehend what was presented.
The successful is the kundu arndathukku kaaranam avaroda sangeetha jnanam.
This great musician Ramesh Vinayakam, he is an amazing musician.
இப்படி ஒரு முயற்சி இதுவரைக்கும் நடந்ததாக எனக்கு தெரியல. The Guinness bookலனா வரணும்.
And I think this is like very theoretically one of the most basic, beautiful, natural way of learning this music.
Innovation of the Gamaka box. It is indeed a very nice tool for students.
இனிமே ஒரு கமக்கத்தை நம்மளால உணர்த்த முடியாது
அப்படின்ற விஷயமே கிடையாதுன்ற மாதிரி அவர் அதில் ஒரு ஆராய்ச்சி பண்ணி இசை ஆராய்ச்சியாளராக அவர் கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்கிற ஒரு விஷயம் கமகா பாக்ஸ்.
Gamaka box, invented by Ramesh Vinayakam. It's something unheard of, That's its uniqueness.
Ordinary tones and absolute tones சொல்லும் அது மாதிரி I have found only apparent geniuses in music industry. You are one of the few absolute geniuses.
This is very, very scientific and very, very well approach towards music.
பிக்சர் போட்டுட்டு அதை ஜூம் பண்ணி போயிட்டே இருக்கு உள்ள இன்னும் வந்துட்டே இருக்கு அந்த மாதிரி இருக்குது. Great thing for musicians. Great thing.
I believe that this will be the ECG of every raga, and this is taking us to a new dimension.
He's one of the most complete musicians. He is going to do a speech to text conversion and text to speech conversion.
This is a very beautiful system of music. I said this is history. This is making history, and this will create history.
This truly deserves a well-rounded applause. May I request the Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, to kindly felicitate Mr. Ramesh Vinayakam. Mr. Ramesh Vinayakam, please be on the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, he deserves a thunderous applause. May I also invite Mrs. Srividya Ramesh Vinayakam to the stage to join him. On continuation of this such a happy note, may I invite Ms. Shweta, co-founder SpaceTech. SpaceTech is Pathfinder incubated startup. Request her to kindly share her journey with iTNT, please. Welcome.
Good evening to everyone. I am Shweta. I am incredibly proud to stand here today on behalf of Tamil Nadu startup community and as the co-founder and chief technology officer of SpaceTech, a proud recipient of iTNT Foundation Fund today. So SpaceTechல நாங்க 3 co-founders with different engineering backgrounds இருக்கோம். So we came into a common roof with a common idea called as SpaceTech. எங்கள் ஜேர்னி வந்து நாங்கள் 2022ல் வந்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணோம் with the vision of sustainable and collision free space. நாங்கள் SpaceTechல வந்து we are building a satellite with a robotic manipulator to remove space debris and make space safer and cleaner for future explorations. இப்போ யூஸ்வலாக வந்து நம்ம பேரண்ட்ஸ் கிட்ட வந்து நம்ம பிஸ்னஸ் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாலே போதும், அவங்க கொஞ்சம் பயப்படுவாங்க. அதுவும் நாங்கள் வந்து ஸ்பேஸில் ஒர்க் பண்ண போகிறோம், பிஸ்னஸ் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்னும் போது அவங்களோட ரியாக்ஷன் வந்து ரொம்ப ஹார்டாக இருந்துச்சு. அவங்கள எல்லாத்தையும் ஒரு அளவுக்கு 50% கன்வின்ஸ் பண்ணி நாங்கள் எங்கள் பிஸ்னஸை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி நாங்கள் அந்த எங்களோட இன்னோவேஷன் ஐடியா அப்புறமா டெக்னாலஜியை வெளியில் கொண்டு வரலாம் அப்படின்னு நாங்கள் கொண்டு வரும்போது காமனாக வந்து எல்லாருமே வந்து எங்களோட ஸ்பேஸில் ஒர்க் ஆகிற ரோபோட்டிக் மேனிப்புலேட்டரையும் ஒரு ஜேசிபியும் வந்து கம்பேர் பண்ணாங்க. ஸோ அந்த இது வந்து அதோட இதையும் நாங்கள் வந்து டேக்கிள் பண்ணி நாங்கள் ஒரு ஸ்டேஜில் இருக்கும் போது iTNT வந்து எங்களோட ஜேர்னியில் வந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணி எங்களை வந்து வெஸ்டர்ன் ஆஸ்திரேலியா கூப்பிட்டுட்டு போனாங்க. ஸோ அங்கே நாங்கள் வந்து குளோபல் மார்க்கெட் எப்படி இருக்குது, எங்களோட ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் எப்படி இருக்குது, இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் லீடர்ஸ் கூட எல்லாம் நாங்கள் வந்து இது பண்ணோம். ஸோ அதிலேருந்து கிடச்ச ஐடியாவை நாங்கள் வந்து இங்கே இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணோம். ஸோ எங்களோட ஐடியாவை இன்னொரு நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டேஜுக்கு கொண்டு போகணும் அப்படின்னும் போது வந்து எங்களை யுமேஜினில் வந்து எங்களோட ஒரு ஃப்ரீ ஸ்டால் கொடுத்தாங்க. அங்கே நாங்கள் வந்து எங்களோட டெக்னாலஜியை டெமான்ஸ்ட்ரேட் பண்ணோம். வனிதா மேம் வந்து பிடிஆர் சார் பர்சனலி ஷி brought us to எங்கள் ஸ்டாலுக்கு கொண்டு வந்தப்போ எங்கள் டீம் entire team was very happy and we were so encouraged that we could speak to many people like researchers, academicians, students. எல்லாத்துக்கிட்டையும் நாங்கள் எங்கள் ஐடியாவை வந்து காமனாக ஒரு அவேர்னஸ் போல் கொண்டு போய் இது பண்ணோம். ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் வாஸ் லைக் அதை நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டேஜ் நாங்கள் வந்து போயிங் பில்ட் 4.0ல வந்து நாங்கள் ஃபினாலேக்குள்ளார என்டர் ஆனோம். ஐஐடி மெட்ராஸில் வந்து சமிட்டில் வந்து பூட் கேம்ப் கிளியர் பண்ணி ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ரன்னர் அப்பாக நாங்கள் வந்தோம். ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட்டு இது எல்லாமே இருக்கும் போது ஷீ டுக்கஸ் ஃபார் லைக் எங்களோட ஸ்டார்ட் அப் பற்றி அவங்களோட நியூஸ் லெட்டரில் வந்து கொண்டு வந்தாங்க. அதிலேருந்து நிறைய பீப்புள் வந்து எங்களை அப்ரோச் பண்ணி வாட் வி ஆர் டூயிங், அதை வந்து எப்படி நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவலுக்கு கொண்டு போகலாம், மென்டர்ஷிப் எல்லாமே வந்து ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறமா ஷீ ஜஸ்ட் லைக் கலைஞர் டிவியில் வந்து ஒரு ஷார்ட் ஸ்டோரி போல் எங்களோடது வந்து இது பண்ணப்போ பீப்புள் வந்து ஈவன் மை பேரண்ட்ஸ் வேர் ஸோ ஹாப்பி லைக் இவ்வளோ பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, நம்மளுக்கு தான் வந்து அதை புரியல அப்படின்ற போல். இப்போ நாங்கள் 3 கோஃபவுண்டர்ஸோட பேரண்ட்ஸுமே வந்து ஒரு அளவுக்கு கன்வின்ஸ் ஆகி தே ஆர் ஆல்சோ பார்ட் ஆஃப் அவர் ஜர்னி ரைட் நவ். Like I would specially thank Vanitha ma'am and ITNT here. Even today, she wanted me personally to come and speak here. Like women entrepreneurship வந்து எப்படி இருக்கும், women entrepreneurs வந்து ரொம்ப encourage பண்ணாங்க ITNTல. ITNT's support and financial support விட ஜாஸ்தி வந்து அவங்க வந்து எங்கள் கூட எங்களோட ஜேர்னியில் தான் வந்து நிறைய இது பண்ணாங்க. They were also part of our roller coaster journey, ups and downs எல்லாமே எங்கள் கூட சேர்ந்து அவங்களும் வந்து ட்ராவல் பண்ணாங்க. And like today I would like to give my special thanks to ma'am and ITNT team, secretary sir also, who have been a part of our journey. And thanks to all the dignitaries, government officials, academicians, ecosystem partners present here today and startup company like us. And from my journey and from our startup, we have always learned a lesson that not to give up. We always gave another try. That one last chance has brought us here today. Thank you so much.
Fantastic journey indeed. May I request Mr. Suresh, ED PSG STEP, to kindly felicitate Ms. Shweta. A big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the official launch of Foundation Network. May I request the CEO of iTNT Hub, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, to receive the letter of intent from key investment partners. May I invite? May I invite? Okay, sir. Algram Labs, 4i Iravat Ventures, Malabar Angels, Campus Angels, IN44 Capital, Keiretsu Capital, Lead Invest, Pontec, Enlighten Capital, Artha 99, Artha Venture Capital, Peaceful Progress and IV Cap Ventures to the stage for the launch of the Foundation Network. Foundation Network. Algram Labs, 4i Iravat Ventures, Malabar Angels, Campus Angels, IN44 Capital, Keiretsu Capital, Lead Invest, Pontac, Enlighten Capital, Artha 99, Artha Venture Capital, Peaceful Progress and EV Cap Ventures to the stage for the launch of the Foundation Network. Foundation Network is a peer group of investors and HNI supporting early-stage startups from pre-seed to pre-series A through a seed fund. It brings together entrepreneurs, angel investors, VCs, philanthropic funders, and domain experts, fostering co-investment, shared risk, and quicker validation of ideas. The network offers capital, mentorship, and market access to startups. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sirs. May I now invite Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub, to highlight the Innovate in Tamil Nadu IN2TN IP Conclave's key takeaways.
எல்லாருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். Thank you very much. I started the day in the morning. எல்லாருக்கும் காலை வணக்கம் சொல்லி I'm still happy. At least 40% of the crowd is still here, and I'm very grateful. Our secretary sir came back to make sure that he's supporting us through the evening also. Thank you, sir. So it gives me great pleasure to keep the key highlights from the inauguration of Innovate in Tamil Nadu, which was held today at the iconic Anna Sanitary Library. So just to kind of recap on what happened since morning, இன்னைக்கு வந்து காலையில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஆனரரி டெப்டி சிஎம் வந்திருந்தாங்க, உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் சார், டாக்டர் பள்ளிவேல் தியாகராஜன் சார், எங்களோட ஐடி மினிஸ்டர், along with a lot of government officials, global collaborators and leaders from academia, research and industry had come and graced this event. அதில் வந்து ரெண்டு ரொம்ப defining moments we all felt was the 30-minute interaction all the officials had with the 16 patented researchers from, across Tamil Nadu. And இன்னொன்று என்னன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, finally நாங்கள் last year வந்து we had announced that ஒரு foundation fund வந்து கொடுப்போம் last July ITNT டேயில். அது வந்து இன்னைக்கு has come a full circle. இன்னைக்கு 5 ஸ்டார்ட்அப்ஸ்க்கு வந்து ஒரு டீப் டெக் ஃபவுண்டேஷன் ஃபண்ட் ஃபார் for product development கொடுத்துருக்கோம். So that was a very defining moment for us as a team here. Then also, generally, just to give, today we had over 1,000+ attendees. We were thinking over 500-600 தான் வருவாங்கன்னு, but there was so much of interest that came from the research and the academia community that it was very overwhelming that we couldn't say no. So thank you very much for showing the support. And இன்னைக்கு வந்து again 16 cutting edge research showcases நடந்துச்சு. And also something that not many people will know, because நீங்கலாம் இங்கே உட்கார்ந்துட்டு இருந்தீங்க, you were all sitting here, you didn't know what was happening, was 37 high impact speed mentoring happened. What that was exactly is, in collaboration with NASSCOM, we had connected the 16 researchers to 10 industry partners. So, and the research வந்து அந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ்க்கு வந்து தேவைப்படுமா, could there be a collaboration? The first step, we took it as an initiative today. Hopefully, we will be able to come back and tell you அந்த collaboration-நால அதோட outcomes என்ன வந்துச்சுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு. Also, 4 technology transfers happened. We just recently inaugurated last week a technology transfer facilitation center in iTNT in the presence of Honorable Minister. And something that I thought maybe in the வருஷம் வந்து ஒரு 2 technology transfer facilitate பண்ணாவே வந்து ஒரு பெரிய விஷயம். So we were very happy that Anna University-லேருந்தே 3 நடந்துச்சு. இன்னொன்று NRDC வந்து NIOT lab-ஓட சேர்ந்து ஒன்று பண்ணாங்க. So we are feeling very encouraged that maybe we will be able to do much more in this year. Then the 6 MOU partners that we have selected and we wanted to work with very collaboratively directly to support the ecosystem. NRDC, CDAC, ASME, Bosch, Mahindra and iStems. Also with the 4 LOEs with the IP firms, when you talk about technology transfer, we are not the legal experts. So we wanted to bring the legal experts as part of our ecosystem so that when a startup or a researcher have any questions, today we had IP clinics. Monthly once, one day, these legal experts that we signed LOA will be in iTNT on a specific day where all day you have any questions, you can approach them either in person or by phone. Also, finally, 25 researchers and startups were onboarded today into our iTNT's Jigsaw platform that was launched last year. Quickly, let's go to the speaker highlights today. First one, the Commander Amit Rastogi sir பேசினாங்க. So, where NRDC, where he acknowledged the footprint, how NRDC is expanding in Tamil Nadu. So, it's the first entry for them into Tamil Nadu. They have already been working on it in a very, informal manner. This has formalized their collaboration with us and how we can, work with them, including, finding out how we can do TRL definition or standardization is something that we want to work with NRDC to facilitate that. Then also he stressed on technology innovation as an enabler for high growth. அடுத்தது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா we had a very good talk by Nadu, who is from MD for Bosch, how the commitment in supporting innovators in the tier 2, tier 3 city. ITNT is very quickly going to move into, have little spokes in Madurai, Trichy and Coimbatore to make sure that we have something there for the local tier 2, tier 3 researchers to be, supported. And Bosch is committed with ITNT to make sure the lab facilities as well as mentorship or industry connection will be facilitated using multiple areas. அடுத்தது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா we had Shivakumar Padmanabhan sir, MD AstraZeneca, where he talked about how we can introduce a dedicated GCC policy, recognizing the strategic role in the economy. Then Josh Folger came and talked about, how we can do, supporting researchers in IP protection and commercialization. Also, how can Tamil Nadu use its manufacturing edge in hardware innovations? So one of the design schemes that ITNT has announced in the budget this year, these are all the ecosystem partners that would be extremely supportive to make sure that we come with the right hardware design. Then we had Mr. Shankar Venugopalan from Mahindra Research to talk about the 3 synergy. Something that really connected a dot and touched was the 4-point framework that he talked about. How do you do the focus? How do you do the leap? How do you orient? And finally, what's next? One thing with Shankar sir, I always like to work with him is he always talks about what's next we are going to do about an MOU is a piece of paper, right? How do we operationalize this? So having said that, we want to ensure ITNT success. He will be working with us, the Mahindra team, in scaling deep tech innovations and designs. Manu Iyer, without investors, as we say, we need mentors. I think we talked about mentors. We need investors so that they can give you money. So when Manu talked about the early stage IP base, because one of the things we talk to investors is ITNT has early stage startups. Can somebody have a better risk appetite and support them by giving them money, because deep tech startups need a lot more money to create a product. So from talking about virtual semiconductor chips to AI-powered stethoscopes and even magnet-free motors, we talked about different things in this discussion. And these also showed how we can connect you. All the investors who were there on the stage are part of our ITNT's investor network. What that means is you can get connected to them via us. So we are just a stone throw away distance from you guys if you want to get connected to any of these investors today. Then we had Kevin George from Expedators, who talked about IP literacy, where he said IP literacy is no longer optional for startups. How do you start thinking about, IP right from the time the idea is formed? So that was a key takeaway from that. So where we had officials from just not state government, but also from central government and academia. And one of the things the higher education secretary had told us was how ITNT can collaborate with them to come up with the IPR policy, which will kind of bring in the standardization, which will be supportive to the deep tech policy that, as Minister Sir said, will be launched very soon. Again, we had a lot of master classes today, which was parallelly running here. Around 250 participants took place, where we talked about IP filing, protection, trademark, copyrights, and how do we build, make sure that these are all, used together when you are thinking of our product creation. Sasi Kumar from Elsina was emphasized on the need for, made in India, how we are moving away from nation to an assembler nation to a manufacturing nation, and how we can aspire our own researchers to work on this. One of the other key things which will go without me is the design thing. How do we inculcate design from the day one? So we had Satish Gokhale sir coming specifically from Pune to talk about how do we inculcate the design thinking in a researcher as well as an entrepreneur and an innovator right from the beginning, so that what we create has the best ergonomic design when we talk about form, function, or manufacturability. Again, so what is strategic next steps, right? So how do we operationalize the Tamil Nadu Technology Facilitation Center that we have formed, working with the partners, activating the MOU partnership that we have signed today, to enable the tier 2, tier 3 startups and researchers. Then institutionalize some legal support through IP, which I already mentioned. Then finally, deep tech industry engagement for the 30 researchers industry interaction that we have today. I'm very excited about how it is going. And not to end this conversation is the beginning of a moment, and without your support, I don't think iTNT can, take the leap forward. Once again, thank you, and I'll give the opportunity for my team to thank everybody individually, but once again, thank you and one dream.
Thank you, ma'am. As we near the end of this meaningful gathering, may I now invite Mr. Nikhil Mupavarapu, Vice President, iTNT Hub, to deliver the vote of thanks before we formally conclude the event.
Good evening, everyone. What a remarkable convergence of innovation, intellect, and inspiration we have witnessed today at this very first Innovate in TN IP Conclave. It's really heartwarming to see such brilliant minds come together under one vision, a future driven by ideas, protected by intellect, and powered by collaboration. Let me turn to the timeless wisdom of Thiruvalluvar. He beautifully said, "Is there any recompense in this world for one who helps you when you need the most?" This reminds us gratitude isn't just a courtesy, it's a reflection of values. On behalf of the entire team at iTNT Hub, I thank all our dignitaries, innovators, IP champions, and our government of Tamil Nadu for this platform. I would also like to thank my peers, colleagues, volunteers, and iTNT Hub, and everyone that helped to make this event a grand success. Our sincere gratitude to the conclave advisors like Manu Iyer, Kevin George, and many others who shaped this conclave. Also, I would like to personally express my gratitude to one person, Mr. Satish, our Marcom team and the designer that made this place look this very beautiful. The greatest inventor of our time, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, thank you. The greatest inventor of our time, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam said, "You have to dream before your dreams come true." When you dream about innovation, we are here to make it true. Let's build the future by innovating in TN. Nandri, Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir. This concludes the Innovate in Tamil Nadu IN2TN IP Conclave 2025. We thank all your presence, participation, and our sponsors, JPR University, Vellore Institute of Technology, Kotak Mahindra Bank, and TVS Next for supporting this monumental event. Please remain seated until the dignitaries have exited the hall. I thank the Principal Secretary, Information Technology and Digital Services Department for gracing this occasion with this time, and also I thank the Chief Executive Officer, iTNT Hub. Thank you all. May I request everyone to kindly wait till the dignitaries exit the hall.